Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, manosphere, and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog. Shout out to the Lord, PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. You know how we like to start our day off with that great, productive energy. I have to drink those damn tears. We started there with that great, productive energy. So when I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel it coming through the goddamn screen. And there's a lot of things that we can feel coming through this goddamn screen. You know what I'm saying? And hey, shout out to Taz the GOAT. Me and him don't see eye to eye on some things, which is okay. It's fine. You feel what I'm saying, Raspberry? We might not see eye to eye on a couple of issues in the world today. Matter of fact, we go at it every once in a while. That's okay. It is what it is. We grown men. We're not going to agree on everything. And we have different ways on how we express how we see things. But this one thing, this issue, this reoccurring recycle of an issue. What's up, Teal? Me and the GOAT is on the same path, the same thought, the same ideology. This shit is crazy. It's a lot of things me and this man is not going to agree on, but this is one thing that we need more people to voice out real opinions about this situation. And he needs some backup, in my opinion, because it's not enough people following the lead when it's time to. That's my opinion. This is one situation that he started, and he needs some backup in it. Straight up. We need people to understand, especially our brothers out there. We need y'all to understand. Y'all be sounding crazy and wild at things that y'all saying just to save men's image. You can't be out here trying to save men's image at all costs. Shadow knows every day we got to go through this with Shadow. Shadow's like, nah, why you doing that to that brother? Yesterday, Shadow was like, oh, you know they about to do to you. I'm just letting you know, I'm warning you. And then later on in the show, Shadow's like, God damn it, I can't believe I was on your side. Now you just talking crazy. That's what Shadow said. Shadow's like, I can't believe what I am hearing. Now you are talking crazy, my man.
About to be a situation.
Shout out, speaking of, shout out to Shadow the Taiwans with the $2. Solomon Teacher Bay. You'll have to, maybe later on, you could tell me who Solomon Teacher Bay is. Good day to you, Elite Bell Zone 1. Good day. What up, Soul Provider? You know what I'm saying? Like we keep seeing that they keep having this issue of representing this this conversation that they should not be representing because they're not recognizing how detrimental some of these conversations are. You know what I'm saying? Make sure for us to keep on moving, make sure we are hitting that like and that share button. It really helps the channel out tremendously. So make sure we are hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. We got 50 in the building. Let's get 50 more. All you got to do is hit that like and that share. Make sure you hit the notification bell. It's very important to the YouTube algorithm. Thank you. So today, GOAT brought to my attention. I was watching this channel early while I was out running about. I had him in my headphones. I was listening, and he was talking about a conversation that was had on the DPMO morning show with Philosophical. He was involved in the conversation, and Lucky Marie was also involved in the conversation. And so I'm gonna give you my initial thoughts on the whole thing, and then we're gonna attempt to review what we actually hear them say and just use their words and see what they are actually saying, and we can agree or disagree with them, what they're saying. Also, I want to talk about the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant situation as well. So I've seen a lot of things about this. Ms. J said she seen a video last week. All right. I didn't see it because, I believe his show is on the same time as my show. So therefore, I don't get to see, the things that be going on. And if anybody knows DPMO, you can let them know. I'm going to review their show. They could come and hit the link if they just want to talk about the situation. Philosophical, I know he feels like he will be attacked here. You're not. You won't. I'll allow you to be up here and get your side of the conversation on, and we could discuss your words or your thoughts, and we could do that. It's all good. We don't gotta be no goddamn friends. We trying to get out real thoughts, real conversations. We don't have to be friends for you to be here. Like, if that's up to whoever want to hit the link. If you're brave enough to hit the link, then hit the link. Let's have a conversation. Let's just have the discussion. Damn, Shicey, seriously, I don't know him that well to know if he's a y'all are. Y'all on their neck already. Shout out to Ty Watson to a man rule when you hit 28. 7 years plus. Okay, man rule hit when you're 28. All right, today, so my initial thoughts, we're going to talk about age gap dating, and specifically these grown men that is 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 years old, hanging around high schools, talking about she's mature for her age. That's the age group we are talking about right now. Brother, you are immature for your age. How about that? Clip that. How about that? That's the real issue. She ain't too mature for her age. You too immature for your age. That's the real issue, because every time this conversation happens online, right, we got the manosphere suddenly turns into a law firm for suspicious behavior. They always got excuses ready. Well, technically, that's how you know the argument is already bad. Any grown man starting a sentence with, well, technically, around high school, girls need to be, monitored spiritually. And what kills me is the logic behind this whole situation. They'll say these girls know what they're doing. Wait a minute. So now a grown man in his mid-20s is somehow powerless against algebra homework? That's your argument? You're telling me a man who I ain't going. Not that easy. I ain't going. Not that easy. Not that easy. Nah. It ain't gonna be that easy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It ain't gonna be that easy. Make sure y'all hitting that like, share, and subscribe button. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. Let's get it. Let's get it together. Let's do this. I mean, the energy is real. It's strong today. That's what that means, right? That's what it means. And this whole idea that so now grown man, like I was saying, a grown man, a grown man in his mid-20s, somehow powerless against, like we are talking about a man who can drive, a man who can vote, work jobs, rent apartments, got a bid, he has a credit score, he has all those things. He is outsmarted and like by a young girl. He's outsmarted by somebody that's worried about prom themes. And this is what I'm saying, brother. If a teenager manipulated you that easy, you shouldn't be dating anybody. You need supervision, my brother. And another thing, the goddamn manosphere love, these rim bros love, you know what the rim bro is, red pill, incel, manosphere, a no good sucker. We know what they're, the rim bros love calling men leaders, right? Men are natural leaders. Men are logical. Men are protectors. That's what they say. Okay, then act like it. This is the issue that we have. Y'all say all these same things. Y'all need to act like the things that y'all are running this list down. Because leadership includes restraint, protection. It includes boundaries. And logic includes understanding power and balance. That's adulthood. But online, these dudes talk like men are simultaneously master strategists and helpless victims of teenage girls all at the same time. Pick a damn struggle. Get your ish together. 6 hours podcasting about male superiority and then claim a 16-year-old mastermind defeated your judgment. Clip that. Come on, man. Where we at with the likes and the shares? Stop playing. Where we at with the likes and the shares? Don't forget to hit it. Don't forget to hit the super chat. Don't forget to hit the super. Don't forget to hit the support button. What up, We Unlock? That's not alpha, what y'all talking about. That's embarrassing. That's what that is. Thank you so much. Conversations with MJ Dutombo. It doesn't matter how many times this convo is addressed. It will never be accepted and is wrong and always was. Any man thinking like that needs to be sniped. Argue with your mama because I don't care. Good day. Conversations with MJ. It's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It means so much. I got you, Shiesty. Just tell me. You're going to have to email me. Tell me what you're looking for. I got you. Shiesty crazy ass. Right? So, you know, these men that keep saying these things, that's not alpha. That's embarrassing what you are saying. And honestly, a lot of these conversations expose something deeper. Some men don't want relationship, they want control. That's the uncomfortable truth, because emotionally mature women usually require emotionally mature behavior. It's just what it is. Communication, accountability, consistency. But some dudes don't want challenge. They want admiration without accountability. That's why emotionally immature men often gravitate toward younger people. It's easier, less experience, less boundaries, less confidence, and that's not mentorship. That's insecurity. That's insecurity with cologne. That's what that is. And the internet got these men sounding ridiculous. I'll be too excited, talking too fast. Every podcast clip, the same. Women peak at, women are the best at. Brother, you, Rembro, you peaked in high school. That's why, and that's why you still hanging around there emotionally. You need to move on. And another thing, people always hide behind biology arguments. And that's this whole is biological situation. That's the thing that they always want to bring up every single time. Thank you so much, Miss J and N9P. Preach, Sharon. I'm going to do my best, beautiful. Thank you so much. Do you know how many things human beings are biologically capable of that society still says don't do? How about we talk about that? Human beings got biological impulses to fight people in traffic too. Yet somehow we managed to turn every Walmart parking lot into gladiators, right? We don't do that. We don't turn the Walmart parking lot into gladiator school. Self-control is literally what adulthood is. And the craziest part, the same manosphere dudes, the same Rembros constantly preaching male accountability suddenly become philosophers of infinite nuance. But men do weird stuff. A woman cheats, accountability. A grown man lurking around teenagers, well, let's look at social dynamics. No. Let's look at his birth certificate. How about that? To me, that's enough dynamics for me. Look, this conversation ain't attacking healthy adult age gap relationships. That's different. Two grown adults is two grown adults. We talking about grown men specifically targeting high school girls and then hiding behind internet ideology. That's the issue, because some of these podcast spaces normalize behavior that would have gotten side eyes in every neighborhood historically. That's what would normally happen. Shout out to Journey Shifts 5743. Support the conversation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. Thank you so much. Make sure we hit that like and that share button. Let's get it together. You know what I'm saying? And you know your uncle used to, we know those goddamn uncles that pull you aside like, hey man, why you always near that school? We know that was a thing. Hey, what you doing over here? You too old to be hanging out the goddamn bus stop. Leave those youngins alone. Go about your grown ass business. Communities used to regulate weirdness socially. That's what we used to do. Thank you so much, Elite Bell Zone with the 10 ball set for the show. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Now the internet gave weirdness microphones. That's the problem. And another thing, some men online genuinely act like teenage girls possess mystical manipulation powers. Brother, they eating Takis and making TikTok dances. You are the adult. You supposed to know better. That's why society places responsibility heavier on adults. Experience matters. Power matters. Development matters. The common sense and honesty. And a lot of these goddamn Rembrands, a lot of these men reveal emotional immaturity. And because emotionally healthy grown men usually not obsessed with teenagers. Right? Men my age, men, especially that age where you're supposed to be working your ass off, was having a conversation where they don't even have nothing in their house because they working so much. They working 10, 20, 30, 50 hours in one day. They supposed to be tired. They got bills, back pain, taxes. A real grown man had high school drama and immediately needs a nap. You know how exhausting teenagers are? Everything's a damn crisis. She unfollowed me. God damn it. You're supposed to be trying to refinance your damn house. At least your goddamn car. At least refinance that. We're not in the same life stage. And that's the real conversation, life stage. People keep reducing this to attraction only. It's a problem. Shout out to Kulu live streaming. What about guy who is 17, about to turn 18 and graduate, and he's dating a girl that is 16 that still has years left of high school? So I think when it comes to somebody that is in those 4 years, you a senior and you're dating a freshman type of scenario, I think that is a different conversation. It's still a tough conversation, but it's different. But when we talk about 21-year-old men that is going to date who? Who are you going to date? Because that's what's actually happening, what they talking about. We ain't talking about the 17-year-old and the 15-year-old. Yeah, it's good. You need to ask. It's okay. But these men, these rim bros got to start reducing this to attraction only. Saying that, oh, she got a big butt, so therefore, she look like, nah, bro. That goddamn person that transitioned, that goddamn transformer, she got a big butt too. What you gonna do? You attracted to her too, or him? But then I guess that would be a different conversation when we talk about attraction. When these men will be attracted to all these goddamn transformers, they don't never want to admit that. Why you ain't going then? The same reason why you ain't going for that should be the same reason why when you find out, whatever, if this young lady can fool you all the way up until you have a conversation, once you have that conversation, that should change everything. The same way how that T-man, you was attracted to her big ass makeup and all the hair, her titties, all that fakeness that T person have. And then you start speaking to them, you realize like, oh, you was born just like me. That should happen the same way. That attraction should stop. Once you got fooled, she tricked you, she got into the club or whatever trick that this little 16-year-old person did to your 21-year-old ass at the club, once you realized that she was out here lying and manipulating the system to try to be around you. Once you realize her age, that should be grown man decision time. Unless maybe some of y'all are going with the T-man too. So I don't know. Maybe after you get your attraction, you can't regulate that. Maybe you can't regulate that. Healthy relationships require shared maturity, shared understanding, shared development. That matters. And the rim bros keep selling this fantasy that masculinity means chasing younger and younger women forever. That was a thing. That was their name. Chester the what? We had a name for those type of people. That's not masculinity. That's avoidance. Some dudes terrified of emotionally equal partnerships. That's what we starting to find out, right? That's kind of what the conversation was about yesterday as well. They terrified of emotionally equal partnership. And that's what's really happening, right? And another thing, if your dating strategy depends heavily on somebody lacking life experience, that says something about you. Clip that. That's the uncomfortable truth, because confident, emotionally grounded adults usually don't need imbalance to feel secure. And social media made this worse too. Now every insecure man with a microphone thinks he a relationship guru. These dudes talk about women like wildlife documentaries. Observe the female nature. Rimbro, you got evicted twice. Why are you narrating humanity? And honestly, the saddest part is a lot of young men online observe this nonsense before developing real-world relationship experience. That's dangerous. Now they learning intimacy from bitter men chasing validation online. That's like learning nutrition from gas station food. We've seen what that does to the brain. We see the man yesterday talking about nutritional things and he had no idea what nutrition is. Another thing, some of these goddamn rim bros constantly call women childish while literally pursuing younger and younger girls. That contradiction is crazy. You can't complain adult women are too difficult, then celebrate dating people with less maturity. That sounds predatory at worst and the emotionally stunted at best. That's the wildest part. These men, these rimbos, always screaming about traditional masculinity. Traditional masculinity historically included community accountability. Older men corrected younger men. Families protected younger women. Neighborhoods checked suspicious behavior. That was tradition too. How about you hold on to that tradition? Y'all only want the parts of tradition that benefit ego. And look, I understand why some young men, they confused. The internet constantly feeding them identity crises, telling them women are enemies, telling them relationships are power games, telling them dominance equals manhood. That poison spreads. But at some point, adulthood means thinking critically. Chicago Gorilla said he loves the idea of critically thinking. It was just a PBS special about critical thinking. Some of you men need to go ahead and check that out. Adulthood means thinking critically, not just repeating podcast slogans like a goddamn gender war parrot. Let's go. And a lot of Rimbro ideology collapses under one simple question. If men are supposed to be stronger, wiser, more logical leaders, then why are they supposedly helpless against teenage manipulation? Answer it. I'm going to ask this question again. Let me ask this question one more time. If men are supposed to be stronger, wiser, more logical leaders, then why are they supposedly helpless against teenage manipulation? Please, somebody answer it. Answer it in the super chat. That would be much appreciated. Answer it though. No, I don't have no Rim Bros as friends. All right, no answer yet. All right, I'll wait. And that argument, right, it destroys itself because either men are responsible adults capable of judgment, or they're emotionally unstable children blaming teenagers of their own decisions. Can't be both. It cannot be both. And that's why this conversation matters. Not just legally, morally, or socially, psychologically, because communities depend on adults acting like adults. That's civilization. Boundaries matter, accountability matters, maturity matters. And if your entire defense for grown men chasing high school girls is, well, the girls know what they're doing, brother, you just admitted you think adult men are mentally weaker than teenagers. Clip that. That's not the defense you thought it was. It's just not. Now, if you want, you can come join the panel. Know that the Rim Bros audience is mad already. I understand. Good. Now, you could come up and explain yourself, but if your arguments start with, bro, biologically, you get roasted immediately. That's a fair warning. You get roasted immediately. It's crazy, man. Let me see where we at with the likes. I know sometimes I be having y'all so engaged in the conversation that y'all forget to hit the like, share, and subscribe button. I know it ain't your fault. I know it ain't your fault. Sometimes you forget to hit the like and share button, hitting the notification bell. It'd be crazy, tit for tat. They be trying to stop the conversation. Well, biologically, it'd be crazy. It'd be wild to me. But you know what should I do? Should I drop the link or should I go ahead and find, I need some questions answered. Should I go and find the DPMO morning show and that we can review that first before I drop the link? Or should we review philosophical versus jazz on this topic first? Because I believe Jazz jumped up on his show. Should we review that first? Should we review the DPMO, or should I just drop the link? 1, 2, or 3. 1 is review DPMO. 2, let's review philosophical and jazz. And number 3, drop the link. So 1, 2, or 3. Do DPMO? All right, let me go find that one first. All right. DPMO. Okay. I don't know what day they did it. You know, sometimes I need to be doing my research. Sometimes I hear the topic and I just start talking my talk. Sometimes I hear what the conversation is about and I just start talking, God damn it. I just start talking. Okay, well, he actually already broke down the clip. All right, so this should be it. All right, hold on. It seemed like he already clipped it up. So he already clipped up the show himself. So let me do this. So he made it easy for me. So shout out to them. I'll make sure I tag them in it. Okay. Here's what it says. The name of the show is Weird 2K, and She's So Lucky go off about older men and younger women. So I'm assuming this is what everybody was talking about. I have not seen it, so I'm watching it with y'all for the very first time. Hopefully, he clipped it up right where we need to start it, and I don't have to search through where they started talking, so that would be great. Let's see.
Man, but once you find out it's a man, it doesn't change what's attractive, but you change your desire because you're not attracted to men. the
That's
same.
wild. That's wild. That's wild.
Hold on.
That's a huge difference.
That's a huge difference.
I see a
Nah.
man. If I see a man, and I'm like,
I had the same. I don't know. I had the same goddamn thought, Lucky. Shout out to Lucky. All of a sudden, they could be able to switch that on and off attraction switch. Then they could change that attraction switch. Then, Shout out to Lucky.
then he's fine, and he's like, oh, I'm 19. Oh, no.
Let me go ahead and tag these brothers and sisters.
Like when I finally got my hands on a goof ass woman at 22, think about it. I 22. I thought there would never be another not goofy ass woman in my life. Let me go ahead and cuff this one. That's how.
I mean, did you found one? Obviously.
Yes, nigga, that's a unicorn. I'm not.
But you found it though.
Yes. How many didn't?
How did you find? So,
I had
let me
to go.
ask you a
My
question.
nigga, I had.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question because you're talking on the show.
Okay.
So let's talk about what you got.
Okay.
So let me ask you, how did you find out she was a unicorn? What did you do to find out?
First of all, I had to travel across the fucking globe.
Okay, next.
That we can stop it right there. Most niggas can't leave a fucking city.
But again, like on the way Shay said, you picked a 17-year-old and expected the secret like that to be kept. That's stupid. You were dumb on your fault. You didn't allow your discernment to lead you in the right way. And I get what you're saying, 2K. We be dumb and in love and be looking over the red flags and we'll just accept it and keep moving on. But you got to come to a point too and think like, hey, Shawty might, hey, just get out, or Shawty be looking for something else. She might expose me. So you got to just think there might be a bad case scenario.
Okay, hold on, wait. So hold on, okay.
But I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. I tell dudes, I think it's bleak here. But what I'm saying is this, 2K. Because what you're telling me, it's like what you're saying is, yo, this is what the fuck they got. This is what they got to choose from. You right, bruh. So I'm trying to give them the best perspective in the worst possible scenario. If you know that, if you ain't willing to go overseas like 2K did, you ain't willing to get your passport and really expand yourself, you're going to be picking from this goofy ass pal, right, 2K?
Yes.
So all I'm saying is to brothers who want to keep dealing with these goofy ass bras out here, if this is the pool you picking from, my nigga, the best you could do, it's not foolproof, but you need to at least be paying attention to subtle shit if you're going to be picking from the goofiest motherfuckers on the planet, just to give yourself a fighting fucking chance. That's all I'm saying. Because obviously they're not listening to me and you. They're going to keep dealing with these goofy ass. So I'm going to tell them the best little inch of advice I can give them to deal with them.
I keep telling you don't have no choice because listen, even when I got this, right? Let's get into the age aspect. Because what I'm starting to figure out that illegal and wrong are two different things. Right? Example.
You said you just started to figure out that legal and wrong are two separate things? What you mean? You just started to figure out legal and wrong is two separate things? You just figured out that legal and wrong is two separate things? Illegal and wrong, whichever. It's the same thing. Legal or illegal. Maybe not. Illegal and wrong are two separate things. You just realized that. Man, oh man. Hey, shout out to the school system. Shout out to the school system. I don't know what to say about that.
Jaywalking. Jaywalking not wrong. Nobody got hurt. It was cool, but it's illegal. You shouldn't do it. You get a ticket for it. You go to jail. Now, Boston Richie met Tati at 16. I think he was 24 at the time. And
okay, so this just recognize how he's starting the conversation. Whoever this Boston Richie and whoever Boston Richie is, that he was 24 and the girl that he tried to holler at is 16. So Kula, we're not talking about 17-year-old seniors trying to holler at a freshman. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a 24, they starting the conversation, a 24-year-old man is hollering at a 16-year-old. This is how he's starting this off. This is the words that he just used. Unless I don't know. No, I don't know who Boston Richie is. Should I know who Boston Richie is? I don't know who Boston Richie is. So, all right, that's what he's saying. So, Brother Noopsy, we're gonna see what it's all about, Brother Noopsy. This is what he's talking about, Brother Noopsy. Maybe Brother Noopsy could put me on to who Boston Richie is, or maybe I probably don't want to know who Boston Richie is. I don't know. But he's talking about a 24-year-old man dealing with or hollering at a 6-year-old. Shadow say even a senior and a freshman is a little weird. Okay. Chicago said, no, I shouldn't. All right. So this is crazy. So let's keep it moving. What happened to this? Hold on. Can somebody please tell me what happened to this man's eyes? What happened to it? Why them, boy? What? These goddamn rim bros. What? I can't stand use N-words. What? Why his eyes do that? You a clown. What? You a grown man. You shouldn't be getting tricked by no goddamn 16-year-old. What? You're a grown man. Stay away from high schools. What? Let me stop. All right. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's just, sometimes I be having these intrusive thoughts in my head. I apologize. Let's see what are you talking about?
You get a ticket for it. You go to jail. Mm-hmm. Now, Boston Richie met Tati at 16. Mm-hmm. I think he was 24 at the time. And that's illegal. Yes, that's illegal, right? Mm-hmm. But her parents was with it. She was with it. And they never said shit about it, bro. But now that they break up, she's accusing him of being a predator. She's accusing.
All right, so what do you mean accusing him of being a? You're not going to call that thing a thing? Are we not going to call a thing a thing? What do you mean accuse him of? Was he 24 being with and chasing down this is not the same as a 17-year-old aging out of high school, they became sweethearts, and then now it got this gray area because he's 2 years removed from college, even though they started dating in high school. We are not talking about that. So let's make sure that does not get any confusion within this conversation. We are talking about somebody that is 24, seeked out a 16-year-old. And now you're saying that she is accusing him of doing something that he is? The question is this: when he was 24 and he hollered at her at 16, whether she wanted to go or not, is that man 24 years old? Is he a predator? Yes or no is the question. That is the question. A 24-year-old actively going after somebody 16 that he don't know, is a stranger to him. She's 16. Is that man a predator? Put a 1 in the chat if that 24-year-old purposely chasing after somebody 16. Put a 1 in the chat if he's a predator. Put a 2 of the chat in the chat if you're not sure. All right. So I'm making sure that these are the words that he is using. I'm not trying to frame it in any other way. Because I always get blamed for framing things. I'm going by what this man is saying, and that is it. I don't know this man. This is crazy already.
Using him of being out of the above, like she didn't benefit from this. Now, if you had the knowledge to keep this shit a secret this whole time, that lets me know that you was in cahoots with this, whether you could consent or not.
Whoa. You was in cahoots, whether you consented or not. So you don't put no ownership. That is just a wild statement on so many levels. You was in cahoots. That's just a wild statement on so many. But he's getting it out. He's having the conversation. Let's see what Ilasaf is going to say about it. We'll see what Lucky Marie say about the young lady that's up there as well. All right. Sometimes, okay.
We need to have this deeper conversation, and a lot of dudes are scared to have this conversation because it leaves us looking weird at the end of it, right? But at some point, we have to talk about this bullshit because we don't know nobody. I ain't gonna say nobody, but we don't know nowhere where this don't happen and this isn't norm. When I was 16,
you mean like older men and younger women?
Yes. I
agree with you, but this the problem with.
You agree with him. Let's see what you agree with before I pass judgment. Let's see what he agrees with.
With that, I agree. The problem is the society doesn't keep up with the pace of nature. What am I saying? Once upon a time, we had a society that moved at the speed of nature. So in other words, when young women were able to have children, we had a structure where they was able to be wedded off. And when young men got older, there was a structure where they was already in parts of leadership. We don't have a society that's that mature. So even though they may be physically ready, they're not mentally ready, male or female, to late in the game because society isn't moving at the speed of their natural.
Absolutely.
So I agree with you, but we're not there yet mentally to handle.
Absolutely, right? And this is what it breaks down.
That was wild. That was wild, right? Because he's saying that back in the days, they were more mature because younger people was getting with each other at younger ages. So a younger woman and a younger man was getting with each other younger. That still does not prove the age gap dating that we are having a discussion about. Right, and I didn't see this video, and I knew they was going to talk about biological. That is goofy as hell. When those young women was getting married off, they were supposed to get married off to somebody in their age group. It wasn't normal for a age gap dating the way how you try to make it seem, because men also died at a much younger age as well. So it wasn't a bunch of goddamn 35 and 40-year-old men chasing some young girl because they was dead. So this whole idea is still within their age group. They married off young women with young men. It wasn't 10-year age gap dating back then, and 20 years. That happened with, in recent time. With the grandmothers of the civil rights grandmas. That happened with them. Shit.
Down to, bro, because we need to change these laws. If a 16, 15-year-old boy were to go shoot somebody else, they'll take his ass to prison and charge him as an adult. Correct? Is he mentally ready? No.
Absolutely not.
So
when it comes to violent crimes, he is committing something as heinous as taking some life. That is an adult crime. That's not a little kid crime. And that's why he's getting charged as an adult. Okay.
These young girls be in these environments where there's nothing but grown men. I think that blaming. So when these young girls be in these environments where there's nothing but grown men, I think that blaming men for that is a problem in itself. Now,
that's wild. So we shouldn't blame the adults in this situation. We should blame the child in the situation. That's insanity, bro. You cannot say that these grown men are getting tricked by teenagers. That's crazy, bro. That is insane, bro. What are we talking about? Martin Deja with the 499. He's making a distinction between physical maturity and mental maturity. He's saying that they are not mentally mature enough, though physically. And that's the problem. Majority of these men always want to jump into biology, man. These men that have this weird fixation with younger and younger girls, and they have this biological example so they can have their predator behavior thoughts. Because you cannot be saying that grown women are immature and then you want to go ahead and date somebody and be with somebody immature. That's crazy. They keep using this biology reference. Bro, you work at goddamn Walmart, bro. You don't know, they don't know, these men don't know nothing about biology. Because that same man, if he goes and see a woman walking down the street and she got titties, ass, makeup, hair, and she looks like a woman, she turns around with a voice deeper than mine, is he going to say, well, when you was walking down the street, my biology told my ping to get hard, so I guess we got to go ahead and do this? Because my biology told me so. My biology told me that ass is fat. That's what biology told him, right? He see her from across the street. That ass is fat. His ping got hard. He don't got no control of that. That ass manipulate him, just like that young girl, right? So are men this dumb? And this is what, they keep saying. I guess these men are that. My bad for thinking men were not this dumb. That is my fault. Good day to you, Jazz. How you doing, beautiful? Salute to you, beautiful. Don't worry, I got your back. We ain't gonna have you out here fighting all alone, goddamn it.
Oh, he should take some of the blame. The parents should take some of the blame. But this person is making a conscious decision at this time in their life, whether they know what they are doing or not, to put themselves in this environment. That's fucked up. I want to go to the girls and hear what y'all got to say, because she was exposing how old she was in these videos. Like, to me, like she wasn't complicit the entire time until she wasn't. When it didn't fit her no more, she was willing to tell the world, hey, he was taking advantage of me, but you knew you was talking to an older man.
Wow.
So I supposed to act like you half dumb, half for the time, and the other time you smart. You knew to extort the nigga for the money. You want that dumb? So how do we keep on moving forward with this shit, knowing that these people know it's wrong, just like a 14-year-old boy know that killing a person is wrong. She know that having sex with an adult is wrong.
The idea that these men keep focusing on the person that is not an adult is wild to me. That is just wild to me. How can you only put a little bit on him and majority on her? The conversation should be towards the man that is grown. The conversation should absolutely be towards the human being that is grown. Ain't no way I look at it as a younger person manipulating me to doing something that I ain't supposed to be doing and acting like, oh, that younger person is wrong for manipulating me. Can y'all imagine me coming up here saying, hey, this 16-year-old outsmarted me and manipulated me into doing something that I really don't want to do because I know it's illegal, but my biology told me so. What? Can I get away with saying some shit like that? Please let me know. CJ Brooks, facts and receipts. We all have a responsibility to report any content that shows support of having relationships with minors. Shit. You do. What'd it say? But when Sharon drops the link, what you say? Okay, we're going to see. We're going to see if it's an easy debate. This is crazy. Let's see what the lady said.
So how do we move forward in reality? I'm going to go to you first, Lucky.
Okay, let's go, Luck. Let's see what Lucky say.
Well, good morning.
Welcome to the shit.
Good morning.
Good day.
Quite a question.
Welcome to the shit.
So I'm sorry I came in. So are we saying that the question is why isn't a child held accountable for having sex with an adult?
Well, I'm saying if they put, I'm not talking about the adult predator that's getting after them. Like they are literally putting themselves in the harm's way. Like they are in the clubs at a young age.
What's the age range you're saying they?
Let's say 16, 17 in a club in a 21 plus club.
So 16 age is age of consent in 33 states, I believe.
Okay.
So it's not illegal in 33 states to have for a 16-year-old and up to have sex with an adult.
Got that.
Okay, but it's still very, very, very frowned upon. Like Boston Richard, he met her when she was 16, 17, one of the two, and he was 24. He's being rebranded as a pedo as we speak. Mm-hmm. Once again, reputational damage.
Reputable.
Well, the question was her being held accountable. I don't think you can hold her accountable as she was 6. If it were in a state where they had sex and it was age of consent, something wrong with it.
Fuck the age of consent, right?
Whether we agree or not.
So
that's what I'm saying. So we talking about social media backlash. You can't stop people from having an opinion about why a grown man finds a teenager attractive. I think that's more of the question, because typically when you think about compatibility, you're talking about like-minded. I don't really know grown men that got shit to do that really are attracted to young-minded women in general. Even women who are up in age, they call them childish. So I think it's more of a mindset about a man to be attracted to a teenager, just like a woman to be attracted to a teenager.
Woo! Like, I don't know, maybe it is something with like just having sense. Like, like I didn't watch this video at all, and me and Lucky pretty much have the same conclusion. Because is it because that's a logical thought pattern to have? Isn't that logical? That you can't blame the child in a situation? You cannot say that this 16-year-old that snuck in the club and did all this is mature for her age. Because no, that 21 to 24-year-old man, you are immature for your age. You are the problem. It doesn't matter what young lady come at me and say, oh my God, look, as a grown man, it doesn't matter what young lady underage come and holler at you and do whatever she is attempting to do to you. And once you find out, once you recognize that she is a 16, 17-year-old and you got her by 8 to 10 years, you should have some kind of responsibility as an adult to say, oh, just like when you find out that that is a T person, that's a transformer, how you somehow understands losing attraction, then when you find out her age, you should lose attraction as well. We got to get some common sense with you men that believe that this is okay to even, like, this is ridiculous. Let's see if they're going to respond to what she just said.
Okay, so this is why
Like your girlfriend has a backpack.
Okay, so
She's trying to get her diploma. That's your woman, and you gotta wait till she can get liquor. So it's kind of like a mindset. What are you trying to groom her as that you couldn't do for a 21-year-old?
Okay, so how long you kind of blurring the lines a little bit, right? Because if it was that
you want to say the conversation, that's a conversation.
Yeah, that is a conversation, but they not actually walking around with a backpack on and books in their hand. All right, trust me.
But you understand the way it's looked at.
So this what
still going to school.
They're
high school.
Okay, I don't know the situation with them. I can't speak it all the way into it, right? But what I was saying, that this is why I led the conversation where something can be illegal and right or wrong, right? Just because it's illegal don't mean that it's wrong, right? Like a couple months ago, like I got into an altercation. I was right for protecting my family, but that was illegal, and I'm being prosecuted as such. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that the laws always align up with what the fuck is going on morally out here. Mm-hmm. Because we know, all of us know the high school girl that was talking to the grown man.
Correct.
All of us.
Wow. Just wow. Did I hear that right? Did he say we all know the high school girl talking to the grown man? Is that the frame that we want to go with? We all know a high school girl that is hollering at the grown man. That's the frame that we want to go with. Think about that framing. We all know the high school girl talking to a grown man. That's the framing you want to go with. It's a sickness. That is a sickness. That you would frame it as the young girl, the high school girl, is talking to the grown up and not the other way around. No, the grown up is putting themselves in situations where they could be in a romantic conversation with a high schooler. In the capacity of romantics is wild work. That's wild work that you frame it that way. Man, that's insane. And y'all be having smoke for me? How can y'all justify having smoke for me? This is insane. This is just crazy. make sure y'all hit that goddamn like and the share button. We should have easily 100 likes, easily 100 shares. Easy. This should be the easiest show to share and like. We're gonna get through it today.
Matter of fact, I think
that's why I changed the scenario for you, and I said 16 is age of consent in most states, so it's legal. So we can make it correct all the way around. I'm just saying that you wanted to address people's mindset, and so I'm addressing why we're looking at it that way. Because if you look at a 16-year-old, she's still going to school, even though it's legal. She's still going to school. So you have to, if you want to pick her up, you have to drop her off in the morning. She still has to get a diploma, unless you saying your girlfriend dropped out of high school, but she's still 16. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like the question is, why do grown men of a certain age find 16-year-olds attractive? That's the question. You said I'm making it seem like something. That's the question.
Okay, you got it, Ear.
That's fair, but I think you word it that way, it takes away from the historical, obvious relationship that we've seen since we were children. And that was younger women.
I can't believe he came in like that. So you're not going to take it the way how he framed it. You're going to take it the way how she framed it. That it is. Hold on. Let me make sure I don't want to mix up nobody words. Wow.
Making it seem like something. That's the question.
Okay, you got it, Ear.
That's fair, but I think you word it that way, it takes away from the historical, obvious relationship that we've seen since we were children. And that was younger women with older men.
Wow.
How does it take it away? Even if you ask what made them attractive to a 14-year-old?
Because the way 14, it just 16 is, it sounds bad, but the thing is this, right?
Okay.
I don't deal with younger chicks, but all my life I've seen teenage girls in high school deal with older men.
Thanks.
Like no one made them do it. They did it all the time. You know
They're
what I'm saying?
only
A lot of our grandfathers, they 10 years older than grandma. So as
Oh, okay. Now, see, before I didn't understand it. Before I did not understand it. He don't want to call his grandpa a predator. He don't want to say that his grandpa preyed upon his grandma. Our grandpas back in the days preyed upon younger women. Now I understand why so many men fight for it, because they know grown men that they accept in their life as some kind of man in their life. They know these men that have this big age gap dating, and they was age gap dating since the high school time. It wasn't like his grandpa is 40. It's not like grandpa was 40 and then met grandma at, he was 41. He met grandma at 21. They both grown. No, that's not what happened. What happened was grandpa, or the top men in their life, whether it's the uncle, cousins, or whatever, they grandpa, uncles, and cousins were the one driving around picking up girls from high school. Now I understand it. So when you was a kid, you seen all of these dudes. Some of those dudes you respected as being whatever, street, rappers, the dealers, the local dealer, or maybe even your uncles and cousins. So that's why you seen it so much. It was around you so much. It was either somebody you respected, it was a family member that you respected. Now I understand why y'all fighting this nonsense, because you don't want to throw grandpa under the bus, so to speak. But I'm sorry, grandpa need to be ran over. They say grandma got ran over by a reindeer, so shit. Grandpa, he needs to get hit with the goddamn, with the Q7 bus. Grandpa need to go get hit with a goddamn bus. If grandma could get ran over by a goddamn reindeer, then guess what? Your old freaky ass grandpa that was hanging around in high school that snatched up your grandma, his ass need to get hit by the bus too. Throw his ass under there. And we need to put some hydraulics on that bitch too. Smell the roses. We need to throw grandpa under the bus, smell the roses, and put some hydraulics. We need to put some hydraulics on that goddamn bus. The fuck? Grandpa need to go under the goddamn bus, goddamn.
16 and 26 was crazy. That 26 and 36 is okay. So it's the same age gap. It's the same mental gap. It's just later. So what I'm saying is, what women don't realize is when men see 6 and 36 is okay. So it did it all the time. You know
They're only
a lot of our grandfathers, they 10 years older than grandma. So at 16 and 26 was crazy. That 26 and 36 is okay. So it's the same.
It's grandpa protection. They don't want to call grandpa degenerate. If grandpa was 26 and he met grandma at 16, I'm sorry. We need the hydraulic bus on top of grandpa. I'm sorry. If grandpa's 26 and grandma is 16, you need to throw grandpa under that bus with hydraulic. He needs to be under the goddamn bus. And grandpa was 36 and he met grandma at 26. Nobody's going to be looking at grandpa strange because that's not predatory behavior. Wow. Crazy. Hey. You know what's the crazy part? I tried, like y'all told me I need to be more diplomatic and try to holler at these people. I tried to holler at Philosophical so he can have his own commentary on the situation. I didn't even say nothing bad about homie. I didn't even say nothing bad about homie. That man cussed me out in the DMs. Yeah, that man cursed me out in the DMs. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Why are you cursing me out? Like I don't understand. I just try. Hey, look, y'all keep that. This is why I always I be trying to reach out to people and people. You know what I'm saying? I be attempting to, but every time I do, I get this negative pushback. Like I did something to him. I ain't do nothing to you, bro. I ain't even say nothing wrong. I'm going by the words that you said. I ain't even say nothing. But I mean, I did talk about your eyes. I mean, your eyes be popping out your head, bro. That ain't my fault. Why you want me to go suck a damn thingamajig? I don't want to suck no thingamajigs, all right? Keep your dingling to yourself. Don't solicit no dinglings to me. I don't know why you soliciting dingling to me. Like, why I gotta go suck something? Because grandpas back in the days was doing some predatory behavior. I gotta go suck a peen. That's crazy. That's crazy. I ain't even say nothing negative about bro. I mean, it ain't my fault your eyes is popping out your head when you talk. You know what I mean? Crazy, but I gotta go suck a peen. But grandpa get excuses. Even though grandpa was 26, hollering at a 16-year-old girl, grandpa don't gotta be, we don't gotta talk about that. Grandpa is justified. Shit is wild. That is crazy. Hey, it is what it is. To protect their what?
Age gap. It's the same mental gap. It's just later. So what I'm saying is, what women don't realize is what men see in women is not her maturity. A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
That's the seeing women. It's not her maturity. A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
Bruh, what? What are you talking about, bruh? What are you talking about, bruh? That was crazy. Yo. I can't believe that man said that. That is crazy that man said that to me. I'm glad that it was said because we got to get this remedial rhetoric out in the open so we can start correcting these things. We need men to have a different mindset. This mindset is ridiculous. This lustful and degenerate mindset is ridiculous. It needs to change. We got to get lust and degeneracy from the top of these men value system so they can stop excusing the men with this type of value system. Like a mentality change, a mentality shift has to happen. Y'all keep telling me that men ain't dangerous. Y'all fight me every day saying that men are not dangerous. Every day. Every single day y'all fight me on this. So a grown woman that has flat ass and flat chest, is she capable to take what is it? What are we talking about here? A girl, let me see what he said. So this way I won't misquote him. They love to say I misquote people.
The same mental gap, it's just later. So what I'm saying is, what women don't realize is what men see.
Well, women, right? We talking about 6-year-old girls, but he want to turn them into women. So go ahead.
In women, it's not her maturity.
Okay, so men don't actually care about a woman being mature, right? So he's saying they don't care about maturity. They don't care about maturity, even though they keep saying that these grown women are immature and nobody wants to deal with an immature grown woman. But you want to deal with an immature girl. All right. But I'm the weird one. Okay.
A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
What the F do that means? What the F does that mean? I don't know, Willie, is this your man? Willie, is this your man? Is this your man's in them, Willie? They say they trying to hear the whole statement.
What men see in women is not her maturity. A woman is ready for a man when she's physically able to sexually take him on.
Yeah.
That's the litmus for a woman. What she becomes, he has to build. A woman is going to be built by something, whether it be her job, whether it be her career, whether it be her fraternity, sorority, whether it be her friend. She's adding. Somebody had to download something somewhere. So the problem is a lot of men may not be able to mentally mold her into what they need her to be, or to be a better woman. But that's not what they're looking for. It's when she's able to handle that man's sexuality. That's when she's ready. That's why I hate to sound weird, but I'm just saying that's.
Now that you heard the whole thing, sir. Now that you heard the whole statement, I believe it was Be Nice. I don't know where you went. Do you agree with what he's saying? This is crazy. This is crazy. Let me see. This is crazy. What? Where we at with the likes? Nah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Where we at with the likes? Y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. We down there got 200 people in here. We don't got 100 likes? Nah. Nah. Y'all get the likes up. Y'all get the likes up. Y'all got me effed up. Y'all got me twisted. Y'all got me twisted. Get the likes up. Clearly, y'all need a break. Clearly, y'all need a break. I don't know what's going on. Maybe you just forgot. But clearly, y'all need a break because y'all forgot to hit the like button. I'm going to give you some time. Go ahead and hit it.
Cheyenne Bryant, come face me. All love. But we saw the case be. Boom. Hey, this the Wilder Wake Up Show. Lights on, case closed. Sips on deck, no capping. Just proof exposed. Facts. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. Cheyenne Bryant, come face me. Truth gon' win. Night turns to evidence. Mics, receipts in the file. We talk that street gospel. Broadcast live. Wilder's Wake Up Show. The truth unfold. Ain't no games, we chasing facts, we taking hold. Lights low in the studio, the tension thick. Chat scrolling, comments heavy, they expecting this. Look, I drop a jewel, it explodes, scatter in the crowd. You talk tough in the ends, but vanish when it's loud. I've been smelling smoke, fakeries and fraud. Boss frontin' in the streets, but the paperwork flawed. Receipts stacked tall, timelines crossing the line. This is ghetto court with a beat and a rhyme. Bring your courage, bring your proof, or get exposed tonight. I ain't afraid of the truth, I live for the fight. I'm sure I call your name, come stand right here. It's all love, but the case gotta end this year. It's the Wilder Wake Up Show. Lights on, case closed. Receipts on deck, no capping, just proof exposed. Challenge me, let's see what's happening. We don't pretend. I'm sure I'm bracing, come famous. Truth gon' win, man. Witnesses calling, testimony heavy. Facts, city on my back. Foundation steady. This ain't petty beef, this a purge of the lies. We strip masks off, truth televised. Every edit erased, no escape from the lens. Your moves documented, beginning and end. I'm the host with the hustle, the streets on my chest. No capping, the truth manifests. A lot of them scared when the light hit true. Scared, hide in the shadow, ducking the proof. But it's the arena, respectfully loud, where the righteous get heard and the fakes disavowed. Stream overflow, donation, captive vibes. We dissect illusions, stitch timelines tight. March through the smoke, no fear.
All right, like y'all got it somewhat together. That's just crazy what this man just said. That's just crazy what this man just said. I don't think we're gonna make it to Cheyenne Bryant.
I'm not, because I'm trying to take it on the question, because we're saying why isn't that girl held accountable? So I took it away. 16 is legal. Let's say we're in a state where it's legal. Let's just talk about it. Why it's frowned upon is the question is, regardless of the age, she could be 18. The question is, why does but we're not calling an 18-year-old a pedophile for talking to a 16-year-old. So he's like, there's a backlash. The question is, why is a man attracted to a 16-year-old? You said
That wasn't the question. That's the question you proposed.
Wait. But a 16-year-old can only have access to a grown man that already sees her attractive. So regardless of the fact, you have also had men that used to tell young girls, get your fast ass in the house. You have those men too. So the men that don't are the men that we see hang out. We know them all of that. I have female friends that dated older men in high school and they do not feel like they were in any type of mental whatever because they were having sex regardless. But I'm saying the reason why it's frowned upon is the question that men always get away from and they never can answer, matter of fact, is why do they find teenagers attractive, even if it's 14, grandma, whatever?
He just told you that.
You just worded it. But it's just the way you're wording it. You keep saying,
so a 20-year-old is not attractive?
I'm going to answer it.
You know what I'm saying?
You keep saying the word teenager. So when people hear the word teenager, let me finish. Let me answer. You say the word.
So, all right. So you don't want to call her a teenager. What would you rather us call her so we can have the conversation? Right, because saying a teenager, it makes it seem like something that is not. If a 16, 17, 18, if you don't want to call them teenagers, what do you want to call them? Should we have a different name for 16, 17, 18, and 19-year-olds? Should we not call them teenagers? I'm confused. Why is it an issue to call a 16-year-old a teenager? Is that not what she is? I thought the Rim Bros, they deal in red pill, they just deal in the truth. Is she not that?
For teenager, an image comes up. But attraction is one thing. Acting on attraction is another. There you can see a girl that's 17 that looks 25 and be like in your mind like, yo, she look
right.
Like
but once you know,
but once you act on it, it's another
it don't
thing.
change.
Why? The question you ask me is why they're attracted. They're attracted because they look like an attractive woman.
But
they
once you realize it's just like you can be. But Illa, that's just like saying when you see something walking down the street, you don't know it's a man. But once you find out it's a man, it doesn't change what's attractive, but you change your desire because you're not attracted to men. It's the same.
That's wild. That's wild. That's a huge difference.
Yo, the fight for man. I think that's a valid point. You see it walking down the street, your eyes say, hey, she looks like she's grown. You walk up to her, you start talking to her, you realize that she's not grown. At that moment, you as the adult have a decision to make. Are you a creep and predator? Or are you an adult that make decisions? Are you gonna go to a situation and then you're gonna tell all you're gonna tell everybody like, hey, she knew what she was doing. She did it with me. Because if you see something walking down the street and she got all the things that you like, you go up to her, you find out she's grown, and then next thing you know, you find out that her voice is just as deep as yours. All of a sudden, you have to understand that, no, I'm not going to go there. Why you don't have that same discernment for when somebody is a minor? To say, oh, my bad, I was mistaken. I didn't know you was not the proper age for me. Just like I didn't know you was the proper gender for me. It should be the same conclusion. That is logical. Because it means that you was just attracted. I was just attracted to big butt titties, blah, blah, whatever it is that you're attracted to. From a distance, it looked like something that it wasn't. And when you got up on it, you realize what it actually is, whether that is a T person or underage person. Once you realize that, you as an adult need to make a decision.
It's
If I see a
nah.
man, if I see a man and I'm like, dang, he's fine, and he like, oh, I'm 19. Oh no, that's the instant thing.
But we didn't ask you why are you attracted. You the question you're asking is why are they being with them? That's a fair
Because they
question.
know her
That's
age.
different.
So
That's
the
a different
question is about
That's a
once
different
you
question.
know her age, you are attracted to a
That's a different
teenager.
So look, hold on. So look,
And
wait.
see, this is what the issue get because it
No,
makes it
because
seem
you-
like I'm wrong for asking. Instead
I'm,
of
I'm
just
trying to
thinking
answer.
about-
No. Let's really talk about it because I'm gonna say the weird shit, right? Because see, you win it because the nigga don't want to be weird. All right, just
why is it weird?
Hold on,
though?
wait,
You're
wait,
trying to
wait,
convince
time,
me it's not weird, so
because
You know, the wildest part about it, both of these brothers admitted to having weird thoughts. Both of them. They admitted to having weird thoughts. 2K saying he don't want to seem weird. Philosophical is saying he don't want to be weird. Even though his eyes is about to pop out his goddamn head, looking like Rango from the goddamn cartoon. He look just like Rango from the cartoon. Goddamn, my eyes is all over the goddamn place. Don't. I just want to remind all the men that's in here that just listen to what the men are saying. Just know what you are protecting. That's number one. Also, that man philosophical is a man that had to ask another grown man for a laptop. He's also a man that called another man at 3 a.m. for a shoulder to cry on. He told him how much he miss him and how he loved having conversations with him and how they used to beat up women together on panels and be the most logical. That's just no. Who you supporting? You supporting somebody that has weird thoughts, cries at 3 a.m. on another man's shoulder, that has no discernment once he's attracted to something. At least he's making an argument for the men at all, because he said that he don't do age gap dating, but he understands why men that do it. That's what he said. That's how he opened it up. He said, I don't do the age gap dating. That's what he said. But somehow he found a way to defend grandpa because he don't want to put grandpa under the bus. But, you know, if a woman was to say, hey, I hollered at this dude to get a laptop and a computer, I wonder what they be saying about that girl. Insane.
No. Hold on, look it because we in today's society. It's bro. Some of the shit that we do not weird, but you just can't say out loud because they're going to deem you as weird. Okay, now what you said, Lucky, was, hey, how can you say, oh, that 16-year-old cute, find out that she's 16 and still find her attractive? No, if she was
that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
You said, how can I say that 16-year-old is cute?
You said teenager.
The understanding was you didn't know she was 16.
It don't matter. You learning her age, if you are attracted to her, you learning her age means nothing. That just means you don't pursue her.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I literally just said. So if you know her age and you pursue her, the question still remains because you know her age now. What are we missing?
So that's why you shouldn't be with them. But you said attraction. Attraction
because
means I look at something and find
okay,
attractive.
so now we want to be word playing.
No, that's what you said.
Attraction could be a mindset. Attraction could be a lot of things. I'm not just talking about physical. Because to even pursue beyond that, something else is attractive. Because okay,
that's like if a woman that's 20, if a woman that's 20, she sees a 19-year-old 5-star All-American college player.
Yeah,
She
but
may
he
not
don't want
deal-
the
let me
19-year-old. He
finish,
wants
let
the
me finish.
16.
He may not deal with. She's 38. He's 18. Say he's 17. Ryan Williams, he was a freshman for the University of Alabama last year. He was 17. She could look at him and say, oh, he's in shape. He's attractive in her mind. That don't mean she got to deal with him. So what I'm saying is there's two different. You asked why are they attracted? And I told us that they're attracted to them because they look like grown women. But being with them is another question.
Yeah.
You said why they're attracted to them because they have breasts like a grown woman and they have bodies
That's
like
not
a grown
why
woman.
though. Because the same way once
that's
you
what they're attracted. They looking at their body. That's the only thing they looking at.
okay, so y'all gonna just hold on to the attractive word instead of just addressing the issue.
Well,
But
like
we are.
Lucky
We
said,
just-
no, Lucky said, she said, okay, but once you find out their age and you still pursue
that's a
them,
different
why are you
question.
still
That's-
pursuing
that's-
them
that's
and
different.
having sex
Yeah.
with them when you find this out?
That's different, right?
That's a different question.
That's a different
She
question.
said that.
No, that's
Well,
no.
those are
That's
two
what she
different
said.
questions,
Why are
and
you
that's
Now it's
what I
just
agree
two
with
different
that.
Why are
questions.
you
Now
still
they don't.
So it went from but that is the conversation. The conversation is not the dudes that is hanging around. What so the conversation started because of the 24-year-old dealing with a 16-year-old. The conversation is from the grown men going to high schools to holler at or picking up young girls that you, philosophical said, you witnessed. So why are we trying to act like it's not beyond attraction? They are acting on the attraction. 2K and Illa, why are we acting as if we don't understand what is going on, what the conversation is? They are hanging around high schools to do what? Exactly. They just to say hello and just say, "Oh, look at all these fine things," and then they pick them up, put them in a car, and do what? Just buy them Jordans and give them candy until it's 10 years later and say, "Never touch a boy. Wait for me." So this idea of getting stuck on attraction, we understand that part. That's why she brought up the attraction part too. If you see something across the street and it looks like everything that you like in a woman, then you find out that it is a man, you're like, oh, my bad. I ain't attracted to you no more. So the same thing should be logical and follow that same line of thought and say, hey, you are how old? Damn, my bad. Let me go about my business. And you should say, damn, it's strange that there's a whole bunch of high schoolers around a high school. Just be honest with the conversation. That's just crazy to me.
With a teenager when you find out she's 16.
That's a fair question. But the first question is a different
How
question.
can you
So
still
it's
be
an
attractive
unfair
to them?
question. Once you know she's a 16-year-old and you
I
continue
agree with
to be
that.
attracted to her.
Yeah.
So we have her, don't use that word because it makes it sound weird. Why when it's legal?
No, I'm
That
saying,
we took it out already. So it shouldn't be weird to mess with a legal person.
bro. So listen, okay.
Unless we're saying it's weird.
So-
like I don't get it.
Okay, so let me paint you because obviously you don't know what society is and how they judge me.
Okay, well,
Okay,
I guess I'm the dumb one.
So let me address it. Okay, a woman, I said this yesterday. A woman can see a kid and be like, "Oh, look at, oh." A woman can see a little baby. Oh, she baby so cool. Oh, girl, my ovaries. And
she's a predator.
No, she's not.
Needs to be called out.
You see how, man. Shout out to Lucky. Shout out to Lucky. Why was that so easy for Lucky to call a thing a thing? She said any woman doing that is a predator. She called it out right away. If a woman is saying that about a little kid, she called it out quickly. That is a predator. So you two brothers here and the other ones that follow this Rimbaud ideology that is rocking with this whole biology situation, why y'all just can't call a thing a thing? Salute to the GOAT for putting me on to this situation because I would not have no idea that this was going on today. Like, this is in recent time. This young lady, she was quick to say that woman is a predator. Why are you men so afraid to call a man a predator? If that man is doing predatory behavior, then he is a predator. Straight up. If he's attracted to something across the street, he walks across that goddamn street, and then he realizes that it is a man or a minor, that man should say, oh, I'm not attracted to minors or men, whichever one it is. And say, have a good day and go about your goddamn business. The problem is once you act on the attraction of something that it's something wrong with your brain. Your grandpa should have been thrown under the bus. It's okay to say that your grandpa is a goddamn degenerate. Your grandpa was a goddamn predator. It is what it is. Your grandpa was a goddamn predator. If your grandpa was 26, he hollered at grandma at 16, your grandpa is a goddamn predator. Straight up. Don't try to say, oh, it's different when it's 36 and 26. Yeah, we all know it's different when it's 26 and 36. If he met her when he was 36 and she was 26, okay, that's fine. But if he was 26, she was 16, your grandfather's a goddamn predator. Call him out. Call up your goddamn punk ass grandpa and say, Granddaddy, why were you a predator? And do you think it's okay to be a predator now, Grandpa? That's part of your DNA. I'm glad I don't got that. I don't got that predator behavior in my DNA. Maybe that's why I think differently. That's a part of your DNA. Your DNA got that predator vibes. Maybe that's why y'all think in predatory behaviors and you find excuses for predators because you have it in your DNA. I don't have that bitchness in my DNA. You got sucker inside your DNA. You got predator inside your DNA. You got goofy inside your DNA. You got I like to coddle other men in your DNA. You like to see yourself in other men in your DNA. I don't see myself in other men. This is what this man is saying. I think we almost through with this because I don't even think
women get away with this shit all the time. Women say, "Oh, my ovaries. Oh, I'm getting baby fever. I'm getting baby fever."
And they're
at what point can a man see a baby and we're like, "Oh, my nuts."
You're right, Lucky, but they don't.
Oh, my nuts.
Is what I
okay, but that doesn't change.
And hold on, and also that premise was crazy. If a woman, like, you cannot say that a woman sees a baby and say, I'm having baby fever, and she looks at her husband or her boyfriend and say, oh shit, baby, I'm having baby fever, the same as a man seeing finding out that the young lady he was attracted to is 16 as the same as baby fever. This is how far these men will go. That baby fever and men and predatory behaviors in the same conversation is wild. Baby fever got something to do with that woman and her husband. Nothing to do with doing something with a baby or with a child. That is a wild statement to try to. And y'all be having smoke for me? That is crazy to me. That's insane. This show should easily have over 150 likes. We should easily have over 100 shares. Easily. Should be no problem. We had 180 people. It should be no issue to get over 150 likes. We're not even at 100 likes. Hit the like button if you love your mama. Maybe that's what I gotta say. If you love your mama, hit the like button. I don't know. This should be the easiest like and share show I ever did. The easiest. If you disagree with grown men chasing down 6-year-olds, and then after they find out they're 16, if you disagree with grown-ass men dating teenagers, you should be hitting the like button. You should be hitting that share button. Easy, hands down. Hands down. Crazy. We're gonna let this go for a little bit longer.
It's a problem. You see
It
what
is
I'm
a
saying?
problem because it's not.
It's not societal. That's what I'm saying.
It's
But
not
the
equal though.
question was, why is it backlash? So that's what I was addressing, and it still hasn't been addressed. We're arguing why words exist in the area of the how.
No, he said, why is it backlash when she exposes somebody for doing when she do something grimy? It ain't a backlash because she a child. That's what you heard. The backlash was why is she not getting backlash?
When she was of age, would he get backlash?
For calling him out. That's the
For calling him out.
If she was of a certain age, would she get backlash?
Yes, matter of fact, listen. So
is she 16 now? Is she 16
no, she's not 16 now. She older now.
16 when they started dating.
Listen,
So how old is she now? So how old is she now?
She probably like 22, 21, 22.
So a 22-year-old did this.
No, she was 16 when they started dating. He was 24.
No, I'm saying she was a 22. No, I'm saying,
Don't just skate past that part, bro. That is not something that you just glance over to try to turn her into a grown person. You don't skip over that. How can you just skip over the fact that he said she was 16, he was 24, and then now you try to jump to what age she is today? You can't skip past that. That's not a skippable moment. That should be addressed. Shit.
Exactly. One time when she exposed him, she was grown.
Yeah, she's 22 now. Like 22, 21, something like that.
So I feel like the question you was asking is why is she not getting backlash for exposing him, right?
Yeah, because listen.
Yeah, that's
so she knew about it. Yeah, she knew about it the whole time. She was a participant. Now that they broke up, and we kind of just seen Brandon do the same thing about the older nigga she was talking to when she was in the industry, right? She went this whole time. You fucked the shit out the.
Yeah, that is just wild. That is just wild. Right, the wording, right? Exposed. I don't even know if we're going to make it to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I wanted to have a cut. Maybe I had to save. They might have to change the thumbnail. I'm about to. I didn't know it was this bad. I really didn't know that it was. Bruh. I had no idea it was this bad. That is just crazy. That's just crazy.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. It didn't pin it.
Okay. So we also got it seems like he reviewed it because so Taz was the one that brought this up and started reviewing this. Shout out to Taz, the GOAT. I'm not sure if he's still here in the chat, but salute to the GOAT. And so Philosophical was addressing the GOAT and what he was saying. Let's see what he says about that.
But the link is available.
All right, the link is available.
If I'm advocating for grown men to deal with children, please hit the link, y'all. Okay, we got our first contestant on the Summer Jam screen.
The Summer Jam screen. Okay.
So we're going to get to the bottom of this. So, based on what I presented, how am I advocating for a grown man dealing with a child? That's for one. You need to prove that. For two, what part of looking like a grown man or grown woman as a young man or young woman attracting grown people, what part of that don't you understand?
So let me be clear. I've definitely jumped into your lives a few times when you were talking about other things. You just never acknowledged me then, because I've definitely have supported you before. So I just want to clear that up. It ain't just this, that. I actually was waiting on this because I wanted to hear your point of view, because I'll be honest, when I heard that conversation, it was a little weird. Now, I'm not saying you're advocating for it, but you're almost rationalizing. Like, well, it's okay.
What am I rationalizing? But what am I rationalizing?
Can I finish?
No, you can finish, but this is my show. So I'm going to ask you, what am I rationalizing? Answer that question. What am I rationalizing?
Sir, I'm about to tell you. Relax.
I'm relaxed.
So let me park. So you're rationalizing, saying, well, when a young girl becomes, pubescent and she starts to develop, men are going to naturally be attracted to that because she's developed now. And that's okay because
who said it was okay? We said it happened. Wait a minute.
Let her finish. Hey, and they be saying I be cutting people off. All right. Shout out to Black TV. I'm not sure if you was there at that show. It don't seem like you was at that show. Man, there was some wild stuff being said on that show, Black TV. Woo! That was crazy. God damn. I'll be dropping a link shortly. We're going to see if he allows the conversation. It's going to seem like they're going to go straight into an argument. I think he's upset at whatever she said beforehand, how she tried to frame it. It seems like he's upset. He's not actually trying to hear nothing that she is saying right now. He ain't trying to hear nothing Jazz is saying right now. That's what it seems like right now. But we're going to see if she's going to be able to get out somewhat of an argument so he could understand what she is attempting to communicate with him.
Wait a minute. It shouldn't happen, Philosophical.
That's
my point.
How?
Because as a grown man, you should not be. As a grown man, you should not look at a child's body and sexualize it just because she grew breasts and hips. You should know that as a child.
You're talking about somebody who's watching a child grow up.
Nothing in your mind should say, well, she got titties and she got ass. So naturally, as a grown man, I'm going to be attracted to that. But that's what you're saying. It's still a child. It's still a child, and you shouldn't rationalize being attracted to a child's body part just because they are. The problem is that society sexualizes women regardless of what she's wearing, regardless of how grown she looks, regardless of what she's wearing. You said it just a few minutes ago. Women are doing all of the things to try to look young because grown-ass men are attracted to super young people.
Okay, at least he got majority of it out. I don't think he heard most of it because he's ready to go ahead and jump right in. All right, so this is crazy. Yeah, women do. That's fine if we talking about, but we're not talking about women at this moment, Tommy. We are not talking about women right now. We're talking about a man that sees a woman across the street, and then he go holler at her. He realized that woman is a girl. At that moment when he realized, oh, that's not a woman. She's only a teenager, that's when that grown man should be like, oh, my bad, and not act on his initial attraction. That's what the conversation is about, Tommy. So women over sexualizing or women sexualizing themselves is a different conversation to what this man was having at the time. He's talking about a man seeing something across the street. He's attracted to it. Then he goes across the street. He finds out that this thing that he's attracted to, this woman that he thought was a woman, is an actual girl. At that moment, he needs to be an adult, and you cannot put no blame on that teenager by saying, oh, she know what she was doing. That's where it's a problem. I'm telling you what right, maybe that's what you got from what she's saying. I'm telling you what the overarching conversation is actually about. So this way you can have full context before you jump out the window and you start sounding crazy. I want you to understand what the conversation is supposed to be about before you jump out the window. Hey, if you want to go ahead and keep on jumping, hey, it's up to you after you know what the conversation is about. All right.
I'm not going to let you say what you want to say. This is my show.
You
I heard enough.
that, though.
You got your point. We heard your point because you ain't saying I heard your point. You made it. I got it. But that has nothing to do with the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. You took something and made it young. You said you being very using hyperbole, and that's why y'all that's why y'all be full of shit in these spaces. You said super. You said you said this is why men are attracted to super young women. That's a fucking lie. And I never said nobody about nothing.
You
super
said young enough to look youthful.
Hold on. This ain't them other niggas. You can
So how young you think?
Listen to my point. I'm not putting a number
How
on
young are they attracted
No,
to?
we heard you talk. I'm not putting a number on it because I'm not into this. Okay. I'm not into this. This is not my interest. What I'm talking about is biology and science. Right. If what you just described is somebody who's growing up with a little girl and watching her turn from 10 to 11 to 12 and then pursuing her once they watch her develop. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a young girl entertaining in an environment where adults are. Looking like an adult. If a man is in a club, inebriated with his homies, y'all, you can lie.
You just said a young girl in the club.
Liars. I don't deal with liars. We honest over here.
What am I lying about?
If you're in the club with grown adults dressed like a
little girl in a club, a little girl in the club, a little club in the club.
In the club.
Where are little girls ever in the club?
You're an adult. He will be attracted to you because
where in the world are little girls in the club with grown men? If you're in the club,
you're gonna tell me you never seen teenagers sneak into clubs? Where the fuck is you from?
Listen. Whether they're sneaking into clubs or
not. Ain't no weather. It ain't no weather. Because you're not gonna change the narrative of what we're talking about to fit some Me Too moment for you. We ain't doing that.
All right, so. So the issue with this this teenagers sneaking into the club situation, we need to put that in its proper context. When we talk about teenagers sneaking into the club, usually 9 out of 10 times we're talking about 18 to 20. They are trying to go to a 21-year-old and up club. That's the issue that we are having. That's the issue that we. Oh, shout out to yes, for you. She said this link is yes, absolutely, sir. Yes. This link, you know what? I got you, Lucky. This link is for because I don't have no other way to. I wish I had your Instagram or something. Hold on. This link is for Lucky Marie. Here you go, Luck. We need more likes. Shout out to over the 200 people that is in the chat. Salute to y'all. Make sure y'all hitting that like in that share button. It really helps out. If you have 99 cents, I will appreciate that as well. It's much appreciated. I just dropped a link for you, Lucky. Hopefully you see it. But yeah, so when we talk about girl or human beings sneaking into the club, we are usually talking about 18 and up. Those are the ones that sneak in their club. It ain't a bunch of 60-year-olds sneaking into no goddamn 21 up club, because they have their own club, and that's called the teen club. I don't know why we try like we don't understand that. And regardless, so now that this grown man finds out that this young lady, good day to you, beautiful. How you doing?
Hey, Sharon. Hey, chat. What's up? I just want to shout out to you. This conversation is making its rounds, and I just thought it'd be kind of, since I was a part of the conversation, to just since listening to it, it's like I see where everybody's taking it, which is the same way I was taking it. But I just wanted to add this context because I think at this point the conversation keep coming up, so we can have it all honestly. What I understood as far as the attraction, I'm gonna use myself as an example. When I was 17, I had a lot of friends that were 19, 21, stuff like that. I got into 21 and over clubs before I was 21. So people did not know that they just assuming that I'm in this environment. I hung out in this environment. Me too. I like the attention, right? I think what I understood with this conversation is the term for the teenagers who we keep saying little girls. I've never seen, and I'm just adding this to just so we can have a conversation because it seems like you haven't honestly. I never seen a little bitty girl get into a club personally. So if we talking about puberty or a certain age, we talking about the ones that are old enough to pass as adults. I think that's where the conversation was about. Where I was taking it was, I think the 2K part wasn't what Illa was saying. The 2K part was like, why can't she be held accountable? Which is why I'm saying overall, if it's legal, why don't men just do it? If we can't tell she's a teenager just looking at her, it's legal. Why aren't they outwardly doing it? What I was trying to get to the bottom of, it must be something internally that they know is wrong. Or, are we saying, and you can open up, I'll drop after this, is this a social thing? Because it's like, when we read, I think somebody had brought up the Bible to me behind the scenes, different things. It's never, even in the Bible, it was never condemned once a teenager, 16 or something, got pregnant. That wasn't like them saying that it was a sin and things like this. So it opened up the conversation. And just for me personally, I just don't agree with it. You know what I'm saying? But if we're talking about on the teenagers aspect of what I thought 2K was trying to say, was like, okay, is there what about the little girl who is being manipulative, or she's sneaking out, or, doing something rebellious of what we all know to be quote unquote fast? Where is her accountability? My point is, like, if there's no laws, or if the person is sneaking out, or like, if your house, the accountability should come for your parents. You know what I'm saying? They should come for the people in your house. But I don't know, the conversation just kind of seemed like it's taking it as though we're talking about, little bitty girls and like this. I don't know how you feel about it overall, because are you from New York? Do you see girls typically who sneak into clubs and stuff like that? And do men generally know, what they look like? Because I can only go off of my experience and the people that I know who did it when we were, you know what I'm saying, in high school, we was young.
Yes and yes, absolutely. It have a small group of young ladies that would try to sneak in the club. And yes, the men know that those girls are young. This idea that these men are so tricked and fooled, after you have one conversation with the person, you know that this person is not an experienced human being that has gone outside and being in the club. You can tell how they move, act, talk, dance, and everything. You can tell by the songs that they don't know. Because when you 21 and we are all up in the club, they are playing. So they're not just playing the brand new songs. They are playing songs from when you was a kid. And so those things give you, and you could tell by the reaction who is up on what. It's a lot of social cues, even when you're drunk, to understand that this person is a younger person. And then after you have a conversation with the person and you realize that this is a younger person, that's when I have a real issue with it. So yes, it is some young ladies that can fool aesthetically wise, what is a woman. But
Yeah,
after you find out that she is a girl that
that's where
snuck
I
into
was
the
going
club
to.
with fake
That's where
ID,
I was
that's
going
when
to.
the adult needs to take over.
That's where I was going to, because then it raised the question while me and Fantasy was having like a chit chat, and I'm like, do you think and I'm asking you and anybody, crazy question, but do you think girls in high school right now would have sex with Chris Brown and they know he's older? Just
If
from
he
there, so do
pursued
you
them,
think
yes.
they would? Okay, so
Yeah,
that's where I
if he
was
pursued
condemned on the back end thinking, hey, Lucky, this is really the conversation. Just different people hit me up about it. Like, well, no, if the fact of the matter is their ability, the fact that they want to. And to me, I just I can't hear it like that, because to me it doesn't matter if they want to. You know what I'm saying? It's just more so whose responsibility. See, I just wanted to kind of add that into your review, as far as if you asking like, do you think that's a thing of where you from, or do you know that girls who like the Kylie Jenners of the world, when we watched her go with Tyga and stuff like that, Kylie Jenner at her age, I wouldn't say she looked set 16, 17. You know what I'm saying? She had a lot of cosmetic surgery, but she don't look like the average girl I see. So it's kind of like, is it those one-offs, or do you kind of see in New York those people that be sneaking in? But yeah, I just asked that question. I didn't mean to take up your
the
show.
issue with the Kylie said everybody knew her age. So it don't matter what she looked like. Tiger knew how old she was. It ain't no question. She ain't sneaking nowhere. Everybody knew who she was and what age group she's supposed to be a part of. So,
Exactly. And nobody said anything. Actually, I think Kanye West said he don't fault him, because if it was him, he'd do the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
that's
And
crazy.
there's no, we still listen to these artists. I even hear a lot of people rationalize separating these people, the artists, from the situation. You know what I'm saying? So when we having these conversations in the sector and people are talking about fake outrage, or lucky you did this, or lucky you should have said this, it's like I'm just trying to have it as far as all sides to see how are people thinking. You know what I'm saying? As
Mm.
far as, do you recognize these girls? Do you not recognize these girls? You know what I'm saying? So that's just where I just kind of wanted to add, because this clip keep being circulated. So I just
I
had that
think the
question.
issue is, Lucky, is that like men are not willing to just hold the standard of what is decision making is, right? We
Hmm.
understand that it's going to be some one-offs that a 17-year-old can pass if she put enough aesthetics on, she could pass for being at least 21, right?
Yeah,
Okay, that's
exactly.
fine. However, that's not the majority of young ladies. That's number one. And number two,
Exactly.
once you know that she is not that, that's when we have a problem with grown men acting as if these younger girls is manipulating. Are men that dumb and weak to fall for any aesthetic? So therefore, I guess if he falls for a T-man or transformer, I guess we can't call him a tambourine
That's
player.
why I brought that in. Because if it just looks okay, then people look at stuff all day long. But then beyond knowing, are we saying that these men who find themselves in that situation can't assess the situation even when you having a conversation? That's where I was trying to go with it. And that's why I just brought the question, as far as, what do you think about that?
And I agree 100% because you cannot say that this girl is mature for her age and then not say that the man is not immature for his age. Because I thought y'all was upset that the grown women are immature. And then now you are going after somebody that after you know her age, you are literally chasing after somebody that is immature and dealing with an immature person, literally and figuratively. That is an issue that men need to hold a standard and say, no, we are not going. I'm not going to allow somebody, a teenager, to trick me because of my biology. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. And any man that is trying to defend a man for being tricked by a teenager, you men are dumber than I ever thought. It's crazy to me. And I ain't know, Lucky. I mean, you could tell me better. I guess you know men are dumber than I ever thought, but shit, I didn't know it was that dumb.
Look, I don't know nothing. I just had a conversation, and I'm just like, look, this conversation, I was trying to be honest. I wasn't even sure where we were going. I don't even know who the people are. So I'm just like, okay, like what we talking about here. But yeah, I just wanted this conversation could go many different ways. I hear different people. I'm just trying to be careful not to put jackets on people, from our recent situations in the space, and just stay out of it. But yeah, I seen you review it.
So
I'm like, how should I? Go ahead.
You know what I got a question about, Lucky? So when you was 17 and you was in these spots, did majority of the men figured out that you was too young to be there, or did you fool everybody?
No, they didn't know. I mean, even now, people think that I'm younger than my actual age. So
Mm-hmm.
no, they never asked. It never was nothing like that. Most of my friends were older. Most of the people when I started dating, even with women, she was older. She was like 10 years older than me when I was turning 18. So it's always been people older. It's never
So
been.
therefore, so they just so they was on moving with you with a don't ask. Then therefore, I don't know. They gave themselves some plausible deniability because you saying even now you look young. So then imagine when you were 17, what you look like.
Yeah, I actually have pictures. So yeah, I think physique or maybe body wise at that time I was, much more full. But no, when I ran with different women and stuff like that, like no, they never asked. It was like a we assuming type of thing. They're not really carding me in a club already or nothing like that. If I got their number in that type of environment, but nothing happened until like, I turned 18 with the woman or just different situations. But yeah, no, they weren't checking. It's like if you in a card environment, adult environment, no, I haven't really been carded by anybody other than the person at the gate. I mean, at the door.
That's crazy to me
Yeah.
because
Okay.
it's just so wild to me. I guess maybe I'm just a little bit ahead of the curve with responsibility with that, but I
Yeah.
was asking for cards a long time ago. I did not allow myself to get fooled or tricked. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. You're not gonna trick me out my freedom. I had too many.
Yeah.
Nah. After I
Yeah.
turned like 20, 25, 26, I knew that you cannot just trust because somebody's in the same place
Right.
as you
Right.
that person, right? It's like, oh, they checked everybody at the door with metal detectors. So now I'm supposed to assume nobody got a weapon in here? Get the hell out of here. Most of the places that have the metal detectors, guess what happened? Somebody's the ones that's getting stabbed or shot.
Yeah, and I think to me, it just gets weird, like when we start talking about the grandparent age, because now it's just like, because a lot of times with these conversations, I think it's weird is when we say, oh, there's men who want to, quote unquote, mold. But it's like, why are we going to something under 18? That was just my personal opinion. Like, ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. Because if that's the case, why did you pass up 22 if you a grown ass fucking man? You know what I'm saying? Why did you pass up 21? Like, that's just my personal opinion. So like when we bring up the grandfather's age and stuff like that, we keep going all the way younger. That I don't think that was okay. I think that we come from a society, even when you bring up what they're doing in the Middle East, different things, I think it's more so like a grooming of society to be okay that this is normal. But I think as we evolve into society and we see certain things, it's kind of like, should we still highlight years ago to be a thing? You know what I'm saying? So it just kind of gets a little tricky, a little uncomfortable when we start going into different ages, me as a woman. But that's why I just kind of want to ask you as a man, because a lot of people on the back end makes it seem like, oh, you as a woman feel this way because you're a woman, but men generally think differently. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to ask you as a man.
So what I think with that part of the concept with the grad, I think they are afraid to call their heroes a predator. It is what it is.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
I'm happy that I don't have that history within my family, at least from the observable relationships in my family that I know about. Because I could go, maybe if I go 100 years, maybe it'd be different. But for the ones that I do know, they didn't have no grandpa was 26 and he started dating grandma at
Yeah,
16.
exactly.
So, for me,
Exactly.
it's easy to say grandpa was a goddamn predator if that was the case, because I don't have a grandpa like that. You know what I'm saying? So maybe a lot of men, they did have grandpas or uncles, or maybe they big homie or whoever was putting them under their wing, whatever the case is, they resonate with somebody that is a part of that whole, he was a predator. And so that's why they
Yes.
don't want to just
Yes.
go ahead and be like how what you have said within that show, you immediately jumped out and said, yeah, that woman is a predator. I
She
don't know why
was.
it's so difficult for men to say, hey, these things, I know men like this, I know people in my family that did it, but still, he's a predator. It is what it is.
That's the thing too. Even if that's where I just, it's like I don't know what that is. It's just like if you say the P word, right? They have to say, "Oh, I need a victim." No, but if you openly express that you have sexual attraction for a minor that and a minor, then you're the thing. You don't have to actually victimize the person yet. You know what I'm saying? That's what I understand about that. However, I guess I was accused of not really understanding because it was like, oh, it was just attractions. So that's why it's like I try to open the conversation up as far as legal, because if it's just about attraction and it's legal, and you're saying she doesn't look this age, it's like, why aren't more men doing it if this is something that men in generally do? So that's just where I was trying to have the conversation, with who brought it up, because it's like it must be something with your conscience that tells you it's not right. You know what I'm saying? Other than what society has to say, something, because society could change the age of consent to something egregious like they're trying to do. Are you going to participate? No, because it should be something that you yourself feel is wrong, unless you're telling me you don't think it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I'm coming up to say. Sorry, y'all, if y'all got confused. I'm gonna leave your comment alone.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Luck. Thank you for hey, sometimes it's not easy having these conversations, and I think a lot of people's going to be on the wrong side of history of these conversations because they want to just be right instead of just being like, hey, grandpa was a goddamn predator, bro. It is what it is. I don't know what to say about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been in situations where I would have to say I was doing some predatory things too. I was trying to get women drunk too, right? It doesn't matter. I was with her for 5-10 years. I was like, yeah, one more sip. And then I had to grow up out and say, oh, what the F are you doing? Like, we got to act like, we got to understand what actually, what we was a part of. Just because we did it and we didn't do something in a malicious way, it doesn't give it an excuse. It's never been a part of time when I should have been trying to get anybody drunk to have sex. I don't even, at my grown age for the past 10, 15 years, I don't even like the idea of having intercourse drunk. I don't even think that's a cool thing to do. You know what I'm saying? So, and it is okay that we was raised in some goddamn degenerate times. I don't know why we act like we don't understand. Shout out to Lucky for hitting the panel. This conversation was interesting. She wanted to put some clarifications up there, so shout out to that. The link is pinned. I think I'm gonna have to change the goddamn thumbnail. So anybody that's here, you would like to join, maybe I could get back into watching the review of Jazz and Philosophical. Okay, that's pinned. Man, that's crazy. Let me read some of the super chats that I missed. Did I miss any? Let me see. We got the verbal assassin. F around and find out with the fireball. Sharon, this panel is going to reveal the predators amongst us. Listen closely. They always tell on themselves. God damn. And also we got Gordy 513. Support the stream. Thank you so much, Gordy. I appreciate that. Thank y'all. Shout out to everybody that's hitting that like and that share. Good day to you, Taz. I'm glad. Hey, listen, we might clash and we might scream and yell at each other, brother, but this one, you was 100% on point. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm glad you brought it to the forefront.
Yeah, we ain't gonna never clash on this, though. This won't be nothing we clash on. I was trying to catch Lucky before she got up out of here, though, because I feel like I don't feel like I know I'm a little confused at her position. So I want to know what she thought that man meant when he said that women are grown when they're able to accept a man's body. Right? You know what I'm saying? She up here playing, and I don't play like that. I gave her the benefit of the doubt in going against the conversation because she left the conversation when it seemed like they was doing too much. But now that I'm listening today, it sounds like she may not want no issues with him, so she willing to play games with him. I know what he said because I reviewed it, and I take issue with that. So because he hasn't explained it and he did a fake review acting like he was going to explain it, maybe she can explain it. I want to know what it means for a woman, a young lady to become grown when she can accept a grown man's body. I want to know what that means.
Yeah, that is an insane statement. Hey, look, I seen the review that you did, and he said, hey, you could have reached out to me so we could have a conversation. So I reached out to him. He told me to suck his peen. I was like, whoa.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
That's why I don't reach out to these. That's why I'm just go live, bro. That's crazy, bro. So you tried to reach out to him to have a combo, and that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
That is insane to me. And that's why I'm the same way. That's why I tried not to I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me. You saying some wild stuff. I didn't even know he said these things. I seen that you pulled it up. I was like, all right, I got your back. You saying you ain't got. No, we're going to talk about, we need some more coverage of this then. No, you can't be the only one out here swinging. I'll be swinging with you. Hey, listen, when we on the same page, I'm swinging with you. You feel me? I ain't going to let you just be out here just swinging for the fences by your goddamn self. Hell no. This is crazy to me. That whole so now what about the women that are all flat? They got no titties, no ass. What is that? What is that, Taz? Is that woman not? I don't understand what these men are thinking.
Yeah, because it's no standard for the conversation, which is why I was trying to figure it out. Like, are y'all just making excuses as grown men? Are you incapable of saying we shouldn't be messing with no young girls? If you saying 15, 16-year-old girls tricking you, that's you. You're dumb. You're pathetic. Say that. You're so dumb a 15, 16-year-old girl can trick you. But don't try to convince me that you shouldn't know any better. That's the problem.
That's a huge problem. You know better. Stop acting like you don't. Let me also welcome into the show Rush. We got Shadow. We got, let me see what her name is today. We got Ms. J keeping it. Hold on, let me see. I can't read it. Hold on. I can't read it. Hold on. I can't see.
I'll change it. I'll be back. I know. I'm rushing. I'll be back.
And then we got MJ. So go ahead, Rush, Shadow, and MJ.
Yeah, man. A 24-year-old dating a 16-year-old is crazy, man. That's not acceptable, man. I got young nieces and all that. If I hear something crazy like that, I may make a few phone calls to get something done. But yeah, man, that's totally unacceptable, man. I mean.
So what is your thoughts on these rim bros that is out here giving excuses for a grown man, saying that they biological imperative is what make them attracted, and what else? What's the word after attracted? And also they react on the attraction too.
Those dudes, man. Those type of dudes, man, they also wrong too, because they're trying to obviously men are attracted to younger women, but not to the extent where she's 15 or 16. Those niggas is just trying to cape for those type of niggas that move, and I kind of like, you know what I mean? And I'm against that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's crazy.
Okay. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, the beautiful conversations with MJ. What is your thoughts on this? And before you go, Mont and Daisy with the $4.99. Why do we need women in our families to say that we aren't okay with something? I don't think that is a wise way to develop our moral compass. Why do we need women in our families to say that we aren't okay with something? I don't think that is wise to develop our moral compass. Go ahead, MJ.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on to the panel? Yeah, very triggering situation. I really did not like what Philosophical said when he said that a young child or even a young lady is becomes a woman when she is physically ready to accept a man. That's crazy, especially coming from New York, because you know how it is in New York. Sharon, there's 9 and 10-year-old girls, which these predators will believe has a woman's body. They have all the boobs, all the butts and thighs and everything, and the hips and all that stuff. So now, because she physically look like she can take on a man, that makes her a woman now? Is this the conversation that we're going to have? And it's like what I said in the message before. I don't care how many times we have this convo, it's never going to be okay. It's never going to be widely accepted. You got me fucked up. You got everybody else fucked up. All right. And I hate the fact that you want to have conversations like this, but then also get mad about your reputation or people looking at you funny and weird, because it's the way how you're even having the conversation. You're not having a conversation talk about, oh, let's get these guys out of our neighborhoods. Let's get these guys out of the streets. Let's stop these guys from going to our schools to be around our young daughters and shit like that. No, you're not saying that. You're saying, oh, well, it's within his nature to be physically attracted to a female, and if it doesn't matter if the female is this young or that young, but once she becomes physically attraction and my hormones start looking at her in a sexual manner, then she's ready for a man. This is normal. Like, no, it's not fucking normal. And I'm sorry, 16-year-olds do not look like 21-year-olds, okay? Like, I was literally around, on post around a high school where all the kids was coming out of high school and stuff like that. And while I'm doing like surveillance and shit, they look like little girls. You can look at their face and tell that they're little girls. I don't care how much skimpy shit they trying to wear. They're young. They're young, and you could definitely tell if they're trying to wear skimpy shorts and stuff. You could just tell, like, yeah, they're trying to make us young. So, like, I'm just tired of these conversations where we're trying to excuse this type of behavior, and in one breath, you want to condition people to be okay with it, but then you also want people to protect your reputation as in you not being these weird motherfuckers out here.
Very well said. Mont and Days with the $4.99. Basically, when a man says, oh, I have a daughter or I have a niece, so now something isn't okay. Okay, now I understand what your super chat saying. It becomes wrong when it affects their daughters, their nieces, and nephews too, goddamn. So, okay, now I understand what you're saying. So a lot of men will have all this BS, remedial rhetoric, until they have a daughter. Then all of a sudden, their eyes is wide open. They see the problems of this thinking, this problem of seeing just a body as this is the problem why lust and degeneracy is a serious issue for men. Men need to change their idea of how they are thinking in society. We need a cultural shift in the mindset, because once that changes, then they would not be just looking at bodies and say this body is ready. Because when we have it, when we say that T person could have a body of a woman, and then all of a sudden they can understand that it ain't just her body or the person's body. That's when they can understand it. So I call BS when they saying that is just attraction. And this is why MJ is 100% right. It is not just the person's body too. It's also the skin texture, right? We could also see that as well. We could see a grown person's hands. We could tell that just looking at somebody, you could see their hands and you could tell how old they are. You're like, oh, okay, you ain't no damn kid, because you can see how old that hand been through some work, washing dishes, picking up, whatever the case is. You could see some kind of age on a person. If somebody look like a baby, it's most likely they are. Most likely.
And I just want to say one more thing before you pass the mic, okay? We just need to be honest, and the real conversation we need to have is about this obsession with youth, right? it seems to me this obsession with youth has to go with the palatability that they think that comes with youth, right? The way that you can probably have a leverage over someone who is younger than you or look more youthful than you, or this naivety that you think that they have by them being young. That is the real conversation, this obsession with youth. Because if it had to be with someone just being healthy, looking youthful, and keeping up with themselves, there's plenty of women within all age ranges that are adults who do that today. So you going after a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, someone who cannot even get out of high school yet? No, it's deeper than that.
Yeah, I'll be. Welcome to the show. We also have Chicago Rilla in the place to be. We got Rogue C in the place to be, and we got the Verbal Assassin and Miss J. Hide Your Kids. We can start with. Can y'all hear me? We can start with Miss J.
Yeah.
We start with Miss J.
Yeah, we see you in the dojo,
Assassin.
Mr. Miyagi. I'm changing your name to Mr. Miyagi.
So we got Miss J, Verb, Chicago Rilla, then Rogue C.
Real quick. Every single time hi everybody again. What I'm gonna say is that when I hear these conversations, like when you bring this up, and I've seen in the past, the immaturity. This generation is so immature. When you're having the conversations and talking about, like, especially in the chat, it was just totally disgusting. There were young girls in the club, especially in New York, below 18 years old. Okay? But like I said, I think it's a region issue, like the different states, because there was everybody kept saying, like even the gentleman down there, he's saying the state age, but what you're trying to say, and everybody, and Taz also was trying to say, where is your mentality, men? Where is it when you say she is a little girl? He is a young boy. When do you stop and look that they're innocent, no matter what age they are? 16, 17, 18. Just because the local drug dealer is at the school looking at these kids, you're going to do the same thing. Oh, he does it. I can do it also. Oh, if he, do you guys look at the registry? Do you put in your zip code and see how many red dots live by the park, by the schools? Do you even check it before you come on these panels? Do you really do your research? When you open your mouths, think before you open your mouths, and then we won't judge you. When you're texting in the chat and the things you're saying, y'all think because this is just the internet, y'all keep doing that. And this doesn't only go for the girls. This goes for the boys. You know who I was looking for, Sharon? I was looking for Bomb. Bomb, if you hear me, I need, because Bomb did a video, and she made me cry last year. Okay, she did a real strong video last year, and it was about children. You people think this is a joke. This is not a joke when you come on these panels and do this disgusting garbage. This is not funny. Y'all too busy looking for your celebrity status on YouTube. This is not funny. It really isn't. I don't care if you make fun of me. Honestly, protect your kids, everybody. Look in their phones. And I'm going to bring this up one last thing. I don't want to get long-winded, Shimon. That David kid is the perfect example of what happened on that panel. Okay? She was 11 when he started and deleted her at 14. and he paraded her around on social media, and no one did nothing. No one protected that baby. She was a baby. You're blaming his parents, her parents. No, you talk about social media. We see it every day. We see it every day. Siobhan, I gotta get to a meeting. Thank you.
All right. No problem. We got Chicago Gorilla, Verbal Assassin, then Rogue C.
Peace, family. Yeah, I've been in and out, man. You know, I'm at work, so I've been in and out of the show. I really only came to lend voice because I'm confused with the brothers who support dating underage girls. You know, earlier I know Kulu was saying, well, what if the person is 17 and this person is 16 and that person's going on 18? The key word is teen, right? So we understand that. I think we're talking about grown adult men, right, dating underage girls. So I don't really have much to add because I just, you know, had a second to pull up. But if there are any brothers in the chat or on the panel, I don't know who's on the panel, defending an adult man being able to date a underage girl, then I just, you know, wanted to lend some brevity to the conversation. I don't know if Taz on the panel.
If one of them niggas was on the panel, hey, bro, one of them was on the panel, you wouldn't you wouldn't even got no room to get in, really. You ain't, you know what I'm saying? We wouldn't made room for you if one of them was on the panel. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
Yeah, I clicked your joint. I clicked the video. I don't participate in those discussions because in 2026, I get what happened in the 90s, 80s, 70s, you know, and it's easy for us to judge, you know, the people of those times by our lens today. But in 2026, there's no way grown men of age and maturity and who know better should be having conversations about dating underage girls, right? My youngest is 20. Ladybug will be 21. Ladybug don't know shit. You understand what I'm saying? Ladybug don't know shit. There's no conversation that an older man could have with her or whatever, right? She don't know shit. So I don't know what these dudes be talking about when they talking about these females, and especially these underage young ladies, especially if you talking about you attracted to they. That's some nasty work, fam. You attracted to their bodies. That's nasty work. It's nasty, but I'm on mute. Shout out to Taz. I didn't know you was up here, G.
All right. We got Verbal Assassin, then Rogue C.
Hello. So first of all, I just want to say that, okay, so when I first saw this whole conversation yesterday, also on Taz's from Taz's video, and I want to say that I was shocked. I wasn't shocked. I was a bit surprised because I didn't know that, to Rilla's point, that in 2026 we were still having these kinds of conversations. I know they were rampant on YouTube in like 2019, 2020, 2021, or what have you. But I thought we had grown a little bit from this disgusting predatory conversation. I just wanted to say that first. I'm glad, so glad that Taz is willing to have those hard conversations, because a lot of people are not willing to have those conversations, right? I wanted to talk, though, a little bit just about the age of consent. Now, anytime I hear men bring up, well, the age of consent, you're already telling me where your mindset is and that you are a predator. Yes, I will use that word. You know, Lucky was up here talking about how, well, I don't want to put no pea jacket on, but baby, sometimes the jacket is tailor-made for them. So we have to be meticulous about putting those jackets on the people that need to wear the damn jacket, period. So when they talking about the age of consent, right? And in what, 30 states, it's 16, you've got 16 or 17. There are so many parameters and regulations and caveats around that. But these dudes, they will read 16, 17, and then they just stop reading, which is why in those states, they be going to jail, okay? Because it's more generally about the Romeo and Juliet laws. It is not saying that a 16 or 17-year-old a 45-year-old can go ahead and prey on a 16 or 17-year-old. It is not saying that. It's basically a 16-year-old who has a relationship with, let's say, a 19-year-old. It's a difference of 3 to 4 years, okay? Not 30. So y'all better read the whole entire thing and fully understand it before you get thrown up underneath the jail where you actually belong, if you're even trying to argue age of consent. Okay, and that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Verb Assassin. Very good information. We got Rogue C, and then we're gonna bring in Trey, the truth teller. He's going to give us his commentary as well. Go ahead, Rogue C. Good day to you.
Good day, Sharon. Good day to the panel on the chat. Can you guys hear me okay? I was having some issues with my mic earlier.
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Peace, love, girl.
Hello. And, shout out to you, Sharon, of course, Taz. Taz has been on this for as long as I've been on this YouTube platform. And even to Verbal's point, as far as the age of consent, it was strictly for the teenagers. It was strictly for the younger, I don't want to call them younger adults and everything like that, but like she was saying, it is more so these children, because when it comes down to someone 30, 40 plus their, senior, that was what it was for. So children could not get in trouble for experimenting and, having natural feelings with people their age. But then when you have these conversations, it is refreshing to hear men speak out against it. And, I'm not promoting any kind of vigilantism, but I don't feel like the consequences are really being there for the men going against men like you all who are saying, no, there should be no attraction for that. And even I saw someone try to bring it into the chat talking about women, those women belong in jail or under the jail as well. We have to start calling out and actually putting action on people when they think that this is normal. Because at the end of the day, the world is trying to keep turning this into something that we should all be okay with and familiar with. And I don't hear or see enough the consequence of people being able to say these things. These people can come right back to YouTube a week later after the quote unquote shunning period. And that's where I'm kind of frustrated, because where is the actual action to make this not okay? Not just people saying, no, stop, don't do that. We know that doesn't work. So I would like to hear from the men on that point.
Okay. I like it. Welcome into the show, Trey, the truth teller. Good day. What is your thoughts?
I think it's weird for men to be dealing with women young enough to be their kids. Just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? That even crosses over into adulthood. That's just my personal opinion. Some people disagree, and everybody has their perspective on it. You know what I mean? Me personally, I tell people, hey, I'm not going under 10 years, not going over 10 years. And you go into that, I feel like if you date or deal with anybody that's young enough to be your mother, father, it's a problem, or somebody young enough to be your child. It's just my personal perspective, but
It is a wild thing. Why do you think so many men are willing to fight for the argument of legality's sake? Like, for example, in the chat, they saying in Georgia, you could be 40 and be with a 16-year-old, and that is legal. Why do they want to fight for this legal argument for a 40-year-old to be with a 16-year-old?
You niggas is lame. And they ain't never had no real emotion. They're not used to women. So, a lot of times, just like I said last night, because I had the same conversation last night. And it was brought up about, the whole legal thing. I don't care about it being legal, right? Think about this. We as adults, we all know we done seen a teenager, right? Because the fact that they got teen on their age, is, that's enough for me, right? So we've all seen a teenager, and we were teenagers at one time. And when you see a teenager doing something that that's not beneficial to them as adults and as mature people, we try to give them guidance and say, hey, that might not be a great decision, because we've been there, we've done it. Just like when you give your kids wisdom, we foresee the consequence before they even make a decision, because we have that experience. So to sit up here and say that just because they're a teenager, teenagers make illogical decisions every goddamn day, especially if you got one in the house. You know what I'm saying? So you have to redirect teenagers. And then when you go, let's just say this, because somebody in the conversation in the comments say cat, right? Now watch this. majority of the decisions that we made, if we could go back with the mindset that we have now, we wouldn't have made those decisions.
That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how can you hold a teenager to being mature enough to open their legs when you know for a fact, hey, there are a lot of decisions that you would have things you done different when you was a teenager. 100% of anybody with some common sense as an adult would say, man, you know what? I wouldn't have did half the things I did. So holding a girl to, you know, opening her legs at, even if she's 17 or 18, my personal opinion, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's insane. Okay. And I don't mean to, you know, to keep going. I'm going to say this one thing. We had a girl on the panel last night. She said she was 18 dealing with a guy in his 30s. So she said the 30-year-old wanted to marry her. She was 18, quote unquote legal. I said, man, he out of pocket. You ain't number 18 years old. Even though you're legal to me, you got teen on your name, it's still out of pocket. Now, out of pocket. We asked, why didn't you marry the man? That man want to marry you. She said, because she wanted to be outside. He wanted her to be in the house, but she wanted to be outside. So then she's 36 now. I said, well, if would the 36-year-old you still would have married that man? Guess what her answer was? No.
Wow.
But that's the thing though, Trey, right? So what I hear most times when older men dating younger women, right? Even when we had the dope boys pulling up to the schools and all that other stuff. That stuff was about control, G.
100%.
You could. So my age range, I hear you with the 10 years. I've always dated within a 5-year range, right? My wife, I call her cougar because she actually only 2 months older than me, but she a cougar. I'm saying taking advantage of me like that.
Really? What up, baby?
But you got it, Trey. But I date within 5. I've always dated within 5 years. Now the cats that has always been on that whole dating these underage girls, that's a control, man. You ain't, like you said, you ain't have no motion. You definitely ain't have a masterpiece mouthpiece to get a female in your age range, right? You couldn't control that. So it's easier for you to impress these impressionable young girls who see an older man with resources and whatever, right? It's easier for you to impress that, and it goes the other way, right? I don't want to speak for women who deal with younger men, you know what I'm saying, but I'm sure it goes both ways. Nonetheless,
I mean, we all seen Juice. We all seen Juice.
Hey, I was gonna say that. I ain't know if y'all had talked about that, right? Like that ain't just come out of nowhere. That was written into the movie because that was actually happening.
Yeah, it's control on both ends.
But the Antoine Fisher piece happened as well. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just on the men head, man. Like I just will never understand that. What type of conversation are you having with a girl, who's barely learning how to formulate a full sentence?
Hey, Rilla, did you hear the conversation between Shannon Sharp and that young girl? And she was, from my understanding, 19, 20.
Right. I didn't. I don't remember.
No, they had the phone call. You didn't hear it?
I don't remember it.
No, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, go ahead though.
Hey, find it out. I'm just saying, whenever you get a chance, just go listen to the conversation.
And I think it's also crazy. Like even when we had this conversation about the so-called 17-year-old, the senior dating the freshman. Like that is not the conversation that we are having. We are having a conversation. Like, so even Chicago is saying 5 years and Trey's saying 10. We're not saying when Trey was 26, he was willing to date a 16-year-old.
Hell
right?
no.
So
No.
Let's understand the conversation.
Right.
Just because Trey said he's willing to date 10 up and 10 down, that doesn't mean when he was 26, he's willing to date a 16-year-old.
Right.
And so Chicago Real is saying that he do a 5-year difference. It doesn't mean when he was 20, he was looking for a 15-year-old. Let's have let's not pick and choose when it's okay to run a narrative because you know what I'm saying? Because now all of a sudden, because we are holding men accountable, it's okay for people to run a narrative to misquote and misrepresent and mischaracterize what y'all saying about holding men accountable. Now they trying to say, hey, Trey, so when you was 26, you wanted, that is insane. But imagine, and we was having a different conversation nobody will allow that framing to happen, and it'd be okay.
Here's
Hey,
the
real
thing, though,
quick,
Sharon.
and I didn't real quick. I really didn't do the 10-year thing until after I got a divorce.
Much older, right?
And I got divorced at what, 35. That's when I really started. Because I was married. I was married before then. I wasn't dating like that. So you know what I'm saying. And then and before I got married, most of the women I dealt with was the same age.
Absolutely,
and
that's
again,
what most people would usually date. Especially if you're a confident young man, you go and date within your age range because y'all into the same things. Y'all want to hang out the same kind of parties, clubs, music.
No, but that was the
clothes, y'all
challenge
into
in
the
our
same
day,
things.
Sharon. That was the
You know?
challenge. The challenge wasn't going for little girls. The challenge was, can you holler at that one? Can you holler at that? And by the time I moved to Atlanta, hey, at South DeKalb Mall, you had to ask, like, how old are you? And if they was not of age, you had to step off at 20. Like, yo, my mindset was not getting a high school girl. I don't know why it clicked like that. The crew I ran with, by the time we got to Atlanta, we was 2021. We were not looking for, a sophomore in high school
At all.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
And bro, I had a car and a house at 16. So,
but the thing that is weird to me is that, like, especially when we talk about 24 and up, because that's where this conversation started. It was a 24-year-old hollering at a 16-year-old. At 24, you knew even if you are in the club and a girl's in the club, if you have a doubt, you should ask for her ID. Hey, how old are you really? Because you look too young. Like, that was a thing once you hit 24 and up. And I don't know why. Let me welcome into the show. So, it's just a weird thing. Welcome to the show, the Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Good day to you. How you doing? And yes, George Clooney and Donald Trump, if they gotta holler at things that is younger than them, then they don't got the confidence that they trying to act like they
Leonardo DiCaprio, Jack Nicholson, all of them too.
Yeah, I don't
they
respect
all
none
in
of
that
them.
boat. You heard, they all in that boat. Is something wrong with them? Sorry, go ahead, PH Diva. What's your thoughts?
I agree with everything that the men are saying.
What? Shout out to PH
Shout out to
Diva.
my nigga.
I'm just playing. I ain't hear nothing y'all was saying. What I really wanted to come up here and say, I ain't hear nothing y'all was saying. So I don't know.
Diva ain't shit.
For sure. What you want to say, Diva?
So I was listening to a program this morning on my way while I was getting ready for work. And they were talking about how Black men specifically were targeted during the political campaigns or whatever, because they referred to Black men as low information, high opinion voters. And when I heard that, it just resonated with everything that I be saying up here day in and day out. And so, yeah, I think that's like a lot of the crux of the problem. Low information, but a lot of opinions and always wanting to talk.
That is a interesting way to correlate it, because a lot of men do have high opinions with low information. Like, even with this conversation, when Trey gave a little bit of information of 10 years up and down, people was trying to correlate that to their opinion of down when he was 26, he was willing to date 16, right? That's low. Like, that don't make no sense to bring that into the conversation. Yesterday, when we was having a conversation about nutrition, the man want to have all these things to try to educate us on what nutrition is, and then when we just ask simple questions to show that he don't know nothing about nutrition, that's when all the backlash and all the vitriol and fight want to happen. He want to curse us out and all these things. It is an interesting concept that we might have to have a real deep dive into about low information, high opinions.
Hey, Sharon, are there brothers in the chat? Because I can't see it.
Like that, you know what I'm saying? Chicago Real, like this conversation is kind of like that, because everybody always have this conversation and understand that the degenerate men were the one that was trying to hang around the high school. Those were not the upstanding citizens of our community that we are supposed to be modeling our younger men after. Nobody's telling, hey, young man, go ahead and be like the older men that have to hang around high schools to deal with women. Those are not the model men. We need to hold the standard and talk towards the standard. And those men that had to do that, like Trey is saying, like, we got to say something about them because they ain't the same. They ain't like me and Trey. Me and Trey is holding his hand like, nah, that ain't cool, bro. If he was in our circle, we would have a serious conversation with a homie like that.
I don't know what to call it, but R. Kelly, I don't know if it, like in my day, R. Kelly was a whole thing. He was known for hanging around Kenwood High School, right? Like he was known for that. Like it was like you know, the Chester molesters, you know, that. I don't know how to term it, what it was for us back then, but I did want to respond to Rogue C. Rogue C, I come from the I just haven't had the, you know, I haven't had the opportunity, or, you know, I move a little bit differently, you know, as a husband, brother, father, so on and so forth. But I absolutely come from that school that, you know, Chester molesters did not live in our community. And in my block in Roseland, you know, in my vicinity, those brothers actually moved them cats up out of there. It was hard for them to show face if you was known as a Chester molester, because you said something about you don't feel like the men are going hard enough. I would point you in direction of Zeke and them boys in Detroit, New Era Detroit. Even some of the work that they doing over there on the west side. Now, I know stuff is still happening. I got cats that's you know, the girls here are still coming up missing. We still looking for Kiara Coles, right? That said, I absolutely come from that train of thought. You put them black gloves on and you put in work. You know,
look, I'm not trying to say that men should put themselves in any type of danger. They should not put themselves in any type of risk of jail time. But I do.
No, I believe in policing our own, Rogue.
I mean, but I'm just saying, you know, I don't want to act like I'm promoting that. I just want to ask, what other thing besides no, don't do that. No, y'all sound crazy. No, you sound stupid. Like even Trey was saying, even if the girl at 16 is willing, she's not really willing. She can't consent to that because she does not have the same life experience as someone who is 30 years, 20 years older than her. And again, like he even said, when she gets older, she is going to realize, we saw it with Brandy. Brandy changed, like said with Wanye, no, this wasn't cool. Even if I feel, you know, may Aaliyah rest in peace, but I feel like even Aaliyah, if she was still alive today, she would kind of come back and be like, nah, that wasn't it. Because what you see as a teenager, the excitement, the rush, all that kind of stuff, it feels good because it's that kind of forbidden
it's in the
situation.
moment,
Right. And, you know, even at that moment, now you realize, oh, I was taken advantage of. Even if that man wants to believe he loved that girl, like when you were bringing up R. Kelly. R. Kelly wants to believe he really loved Aaliyah. He wants to believe he really loved these women. You can't, because you don't even know who that woman is, because she doesn't even know who she is. She has not even developed her frontal cortex, frontal cortex lobe. You know, everything about this woman hasn't even developed. She hasn't even lived enough life. And I feel a lot of men see something that is quote unquote pure and they end up dirtying it.
He saw his mom.
I'll say this real quick about R. We got. I'm just saying real quick, and I'm fall back. We got to put context about R. Kelly, right? Remember, he was operating out of pain and trauma.
Well, that's what a lot of these cats are operating out of, though, Trey.
Hurt begets hurt, but again,
no. I was
but a lot of these cats, though,
validating your statement about R. Kelly. I'm just saying that he didn't.
I wouldn't even isolate it to him. A lot of them cats are operating out of that, right? So I would agree with you. He thought about his moms when he saw Aaliyah. Yeah, you're right.
That's my whole point for saying that. When you know the backstory of a lot of the individuals, then you can go back and see why they operate the way they operate.
Yeah, still no pass.
But are we justifying when we say that?
Are we justifying? Are we justifying?
No, we not. No, he's not.
That's not what
he's not justifying, Verb.
Hold on. Trey, how are you get there with justifying when we're just acknowledging that in our communities we got men operating like this and women, and then they're preying on our people because of what they went through, not justifying it. We're talking about the reality of what transpired.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't
And
care.
right, so just like
That's
it's
not
okay. So
right.
just like when we catch, just like when a serial killer is caught, they go ahead and find out they do a deep dive and find out what is the trigger, so they can understand what to see before it happens, so they can have at least some kind of defense for it, so you can start recognizing things a little earlier. So
There you
you
go.
can recognize it.
Thank you.
You can recognize the
Now, how
pattern.
do we
So Trey just
justify that?
wanted
That
to
don't
point
make
out.
sense.
I think Trey
Again,
was
I
attempting
said
to point
I
out.
don't care.
Hold on.
I'm talking
believe
to
Trey
him.
was just trying.
I'm talking to
Now,
that dude right there.
now you tripping.
Hold on. I
No, we
think he was
with you,
trying to
Verb. We
point out.
agree. We all agree.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead, Sharon. My
I
bad.
got it. I believe he was trying to point out patterns, right? So it's not just R. Kelly that have that pattern. It's other men and women in our community that have that same pattern, and we got to stop sweeping that under the rug. We got to call a thing a thing. When because if we could call that thing a thing earlier, we'd be able to catch the predator before they get to R. Kelly. Then R. Kelly turns into the same thing as well, and it keeps going into this goddamn circle. We keep having a blind eye to it. It's an issue that we have in that these men on these panels, they want to be traditional until like they forget that traditionally as well, the men was regulating the neighborhoods. They'll say, hey, leave that little girl alone. Leave that little homie alone. Little
That's a
homie
fact.
ain't built
Yep.
like that. Little homie needs to go to school. That, like it was regulations throughout the situation. We understood who was the goddamn this, that, and the third, who belonged in this part of the situation and who don't. It was at the barbecue, it was a certain time where you can hang out with Unc, and then it was a certain time where it said, little nephew, we are going over here.
Right.
We go this way, and you cannot come over here. Like it was all those things was unwritten rules that we used to have. That was the traditional way, and now we just act like anything could be available to everybody.
Hey,
we got to
Sharon.
get back to
Hey,
official
Trey,
tradition.
wait, real quick.
One second,
When Sharon say regulation, that includes violation. You understand what I'm saying? That includes violation if you was out of pocket and you didn't adhere to what was being said. Go ahead, Trey.
No, I'm just trying so y'all can understand why I even said it in the first place. The only reason I said it because somebody said that he could not love those girls.
Y'all got to get out the comments, man.
Yeah,
get out the comments.
No, not in the comments. The lady
we
on
all
said that.
Yeah.
So I was identifying. You said one of the ladies. I don't know who it was. Said R. Kelly could not love those girls. So I was identifying. Of course he couldn't because he was operating off trauma.
Right. And I don't disagree with you, Trey, because even when it comes down, and again, we're not justifying anything. I don't believe anyone was justifying it. Even with my mindset, I know a lot of men and the women who do this with underage teenagers, they kind of find themselves in a arrested development because a lot of times you'll have these people as, well, what do you have in common with the 16-year-old? What do you have in common with an 18-year-old? You're 30.
Correct.
And it's a matter of somewhere that person got stuck at 16. They got stuck at 15. They got stuck at 14.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, again, not to justify it, but where do we break the cycle? Because if an R. Kelly situation happened, R. Kelly should have been in therapy. With whatever happened between him and his mother and any other women that did this to him.
It was his sister, remember?
I thought it was his mother, but okay, so his sister. But at the end of the day, we as a
Trey,
he had
Rogue, just because Trey keeps centering on R. Kelly. His mother he held as deity. What Rogue is saying, what his sister did to him physically, that put him on that path. His mother he held as purity and deity, and that's what he saw in Aaliyah, allegedly, from what we know and what's been written. But go ahead, Rogue. My bad.
So this is what I'm saying, though.
I'm sorry.
So look, here's the problem, man. Fuck that predator ass nigga. That bitch ass nigga knew what the fuck he was doing, and he covered it up. He kept it all covered up. So there's
we all
even though but we don't, because what's happening here is you're giving him a level of benefit because it happened to him.
I didn't do that.
Okay, okay. So maybe I misunderstood it. Maybe I took it wrong.
Yeah, you clearly misunderstood.
Not okay. So So let me say what you said. What I've heard you say was we have to somewhat slow down because R. Kelly ... as if there were some extenuating circumstances that weren't being taken into consideration.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. No doubt. Because all I'm saying is when it comes to somebody like that, if you don't break the cycle, you're part of the problem. You don't get to use what happened to you as, this is why I did it because it happened to me. No, you're part of the cycle. You're continuing it. And
we don't care about what happened to you. If I'm being honest with you, we gonna put one in your head.
I mean, I'm
okay.
We in the same place, bro. We're in the same spot.
The other thing to Taz's point, and I'm just gonna say this because I have to get off real quick, but to that point, and why I said I don't care is because here's the thing. There are a lot of people who have and go through the same type of trauma that R. Kelly did. And the majority of those people do not turn around and predate on other people. Okay? So I don't give a shit about that. I don't care. He did what he wanted to do because he has a degenerate, disgusting, predatory mindset.
But again, we all agree, and you're saying a mute point because at the end of the day, somebody else brought up R. Kelly. I didn't bring it up.
No, what you said was a moot point.
No. I tell you
what you said was moot. Because it doesn't matter.
No, Trey, y'all agree. Trey, y'all agree.
Ma'am.
Y'all agree.
Somebody said R. Kelly could not love those women. I said that. Validating her point.
I said that. Okay, so the reason why R. Kelly even came up, I think Rilla said something earlier, but we also know.
Oh yeah, he was a meme here in Chicago for sure. I don't know how to say it.
We obviously know when it comes down to celebrities. Celebrities are the main ones that you see in the camera every day. So even people in the chat that are saying stop bringing up R. Kelly, we use these as examples because we see it.
Yep.
Not everyone is seeing the neighbor from across the street right here, right now. Not everyone is seeing the uncle
those red
who goes
dots on
to
the map.
Thanksgiving every day.
I agree.
So what we're using this is the example. But yes, the whole point is the pattern must be broken because it keeps happening. Because we see children as disposable in this community. Oh, she's acting fast. Oh, he's going to be a lady killer. There's no reason to be doing this in the first fucking place to begin with. I'm sorry, Sharon. I'll send you some money for that. But there's no reason to be doing this in the first place because these are children. Even when they become teenagers. If I am 30, I'm literally 30. There is no reason for me to be looking at a 16-year-old when I'm watching my little brother play in his high school football game. What am I doing? I even had to make sure, love the Michael Jackson movie, Jafar Jackson. I had to even make sure that my radar works perfectly fine. Jafar Jackson is a year younger than me. And I had to make sure that there was nothing wrong with Rogue C's brain if I find someone attractive. And I need a lot of people, even when you say, oh, this is an attractive person, let me pause right here and let me make sure I'm doing the appropriate thing before I move forward. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Because a lot of people don't stop and think about consequences, and they don't even stop and think about, is this even appropriate before I even continue? And I have that issue with a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't give dude that grace though. Like, I don't want to take the conversation too far away, but dude was accused multiple times as well. And people running to watch a movie about him and celebrating him and whatnot. I wonder what people think that adds to this conversation. Because if anything, I feel like it takes it away. That man jumped on TV and said it's cool for somebody else's child to be on his lap and sleep in the bed with him and all that. Like, that ain't it, fam. And I'm saying, I don't know how he, how he's still respected in that regard.
I don't even listen to R. Kelly music at all.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I won't even listen to his music.
No, Trey.
The same people, but the same people that talking about him, they still listen to that nigga music. I don't listen. If R. Kelly come on, cut it off right now. I don't even want to hear the nigga music.
No, Trey. Listen, I'm from the crib. You have no idea. Taz lived it for a minute. Y'all have no idea what this man mean to the city, and I don't listen to his music.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's a lot of people with outrage, but they still listen to it.
They still listening to it. No, I agree with you, but listen, y'all gonna wind up killing a lot of y'all heroes. But he definitely, my personal opinion, nobody should be listening to the music. That's me, and I don't impose that on anybody else. And I don't want to keep it centered on him because I think to Rogue C's point, or maybe you were saying that, Trey, about we don't see the Uncle Leroys and the Jeromes and the Bettys in the community, right? So we use a central figure that we can hone in on and have the conversation. But the truth of the matter is, in 2026, there should be no adult man, especially if you pass the age of 30, having a conversation about dating young women. That's the point. And the era that I come from, the Chester molesters did not live comfortably in our neighborhood, and that's a fact. I was damn near wanted to give y'all my block and everything where I lived, where that did not happen, but my family still has the house there, so I can't do it. I don't dox myself.
Don't dox.
Yeah. But they know I'm in Roseland. They know I'm in the hundreds, right? And my family has had that house for 53 years this December, and I seen a lot, fam. We didn't tolerate those type individuals disrupting the community. Facts.
Absolutely. Diva, you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. The official YT Purge, aka Aardvark, the ugly, $5.
Diva
Do
ain't
you
shit.
really think do you really think that this daily gender warring group has the level of maturity to engage in this discussion or even consume content such as this? Why is the first letter of every word capitalized? The official YT Purge, $2. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
So I want to address the first thing. So yeah, we are having a very mature conversation about it, in my opinion. Even when it did get somewhat heated, it's still, we got right back to level and have an understanding of what each person was trying to communicate. So we are absolutely 100%, in my opinion. So hopefully that answers your question. I believe we absolutely can. Go ahead, Diva.
Vegetarian terrarium, $5. Brother Sharon. Oh, excuse me. Brother Sharon. Nah, I can't even do it. All right. Everyone knew that what R. Kelly, everyone knew what R. Kelly was on years before the trial. They listened to the music still. Ask them if they still listen to Jay-Z. Laugh out loud.
Damn.
Nope.
That's a tough one.
Nope, I don't listen to Jay-Z either.
Yeah. That was a hard decision for me, but I don't listen to a lot of music anymore because of a lot of my morals and how I stand for. I don't want to listen to negativity, so I can't. If C Murder come on somewhere, I don't want to listen to it, but that's one of my favorite songs growing up. But it is one of the most negative songs probably in hip hop history. But it's probably one of the greatest records I ever heard in my life. Yeah,
I'm down for my niggas. Yeah. Oh no, I'm playing that at the rally.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But I understand that I'm trying to be in a certain mindset, so I remove all of that, trying to destroy our brothers and sisters from out of my mind.
Understood.
And you know what I'm saying? But it's a very difficult thing because I did love hip hop at one point in my life. So it's very hard to just only find the great productive and positive rappers that's talking about promoting food and health and wealth. And I enjoy it. But it took me a while to really get into that more positive role of music. It's not an easy thing because sometimes, God damn it, I want to put on my.
See that formula? Hey,
Sharon, can I touch on something real quick?
Hold on, before you go ahead, Rogue. Say that we welcome everybody. Hey, Smart into the conversation. Go ahead, Rogue.
My bad, because I have to drop down in a second. I just also wanted to point out, because I am just seeing people saying a 16-year-old is not a young lady. 16-year-olds are not young. That is literally somebody who has been on this earth for 16 years. Out of 11 of those years, they were a child. And the fact that we are even trying to put that jacket on somewhere, I have an issue with that, because that is the type of mindset where people are now able to say, well, if a 16-year-old is old, well, a 13-year-old, well, a 12-year-old.
We don't even know if that's about talking, Rogue. Don't entertain that shit.
Well, no.
Hey, keep pushing that lover girl.
Because it's really dangerous thinking, for one, that people do not see 16-year-olds as young people. That's weird already. But the fact that dangerous thinking can now lead down to the pattern of, well, I can go lower and lower and lower. Because that is why we have
I'll chime in with that.
About children being called pizza. That is why those situations are happening, because people don't care. And that's why I keep saying children are disposable. The moment, especially with Black children, especially in our community, the moment they can throw a football, they're no longer a child. The moment they have a little sway
Damn.
in their hips, they are no longer a child, and that is an issue.
Well, it's also why the
Damn.
crimes look the way that they do.
Damn.
You're right. You're right.
So as soon as they
But that's all
And
I
I
wanted to
also want
say.
to say,
Thank you,
like, hey,
Sharon.
look, yeah, no problem.
Peace,
And
bro.
I think Taz wanted to jump in on that point. But also, I want to say, like, just because we are men up here that is attempting to move in our standard of the way how we think today, and we trying to always progress, it doesn't mean that we attempting to be perfect. Hey, just because our mirror is showing something inside of you, hey, maybe you need to look in that mirror and decide to change your ways. Because that's just crazy to me that you think that we are attempting to be perfect just because we are moving with our own standard of the things that we accept and not accept. That is wild to me.
Or pull your ass up and have the conversation.
I think Taz wanted to jump in there.
No, I just wanted to thank y'all for being willing to say some of this shit, because I say because I ain't trying to have no sentimental moment, no shit like that. But on some real shit, fam, it's many years on this platform where men would not say that shit is wrong. And I'm saying being outcast because I'm saying it's wrong, it kind of put me in a different place with a lot of niggas. You know what I'm saying? So it's refreshing. I just want y'all to know that there's a level of appreciation just for y'all saying it, because it's refreshing to know that we're in a new age in this YouTube space where men will say it. Won't just be 4 or 5 of us. It's going to be 35, 40 of us now saying, nah, fam, miss me with that bullshit. And I appreciate y'all niggas saying it, bro. I appreciate it.
No doubt.
Peace, Taz. The good niggas got to start speaking out.
Absolutely. Everybody hates mine. Good day, sir. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
What's up, y'all?
Go to sleep, nigga.
What you say?
Yeah, here come this smooth nigga.
Go to sleep, nigga. That's what you do.
I'm driving.
Here come that smooth Philly boy.
Nah, but I just wish I wish we could I'm noticing like a pattern of, about my people, like, black people, and the way that we communicate. And I think that we over utilize the method of shame in order to try to get done what we want to get done. And like black people, we still think we can shame the gay out of a motherfucker. Like, we think we can shame the gay out of a motherfucker. We think we can shame the whore out of our daughters. Like, we think that like shame is just so powerful, and I think that it can be, but in a lot of these conversations, I would wish we had like professionals up here sometimes who deal with people and deal with these in these fields, and they were able to kind of help us have these conversations to get to a more productive place. Because I do find that it gets really muddy because we want to so bad express our disgust and how we feel, and we want to express that really bad, and I understand where that comes from, but I just don't think that that's going to have the people who really need to be in this conversation, like people who really think you should be able to date a 15-year-old, right? They're not going to hear us, and they're not going to participate in this conversation because because I want to try and change their mind. Like, I want
You
them
wrong
to, like,
about that.
yeah,
No, you
and
wrong
I
about
might be
that.
wrong.
That's come on, that
I might
just
be
right
wrong.
quick, fam. Not even to interrupt you, but just so you know, the only reason you don't know they hear us because they ass ain't gonna say nothing no more. But if you want me to point you to people who used to say it, I can. They just say it now because there's a different day. There's men saying, nah, they don't want to be outcast. They don't want to sound stupid. So you're not going to see them and hear them anymore because there are greater numbers in the space now speaking against it. But don't believe they don't hear us. Oh, they hear us, bro. They just ain't gonna say shit no more. But they hear
Oh, no,
us.
for sure, and this is one of the examples, because I'm not like, for example, right? I think that if we stopped being, if we had a different conversation around people who have, like, for example, HIV, right? I think that those individuals, if we stop shaming them so hard, instead of them just kind of hearing us and being quiet, they may join the conversation, and they may be like, you know what? I'm going to get tested, and I'm going to actually tell people. I'm going to tell people, I'm going to feel more comfortable to come out and say, yo, this is what I have, and I'm not going to have sex with nobody else and not disclose these things. I think when we shame people so hard, they just go quiet, and they continue to do their bullshit, right? And that's just always been my mindset. I just never understood how, you know, by us just making motherfuckers want to not show themselves, I just didn't think that it made things better. And I might be wrong. You know, feel free to let me know. I might be wrong.
I think the reason why you are wrong is because we need adults to be adults. So if us saying this makes a man realize that, damn, I used to think like that. I'm glad nobody found out. I got to change the way how I think. I got to look in the goddamn mirror and realize that I've been attracted to people that I know is underage, and I have to change that mental imbalance in my head because I'm the one that's responsible for it. Good. Change. Do it. Stop thinking about it. Stop trying to whisper about it. Stop trying to do dog whistles about it so you can find your other bro that did good. Change your goddamn ways or get beat up. Go hide. Go be a hermit. Don't be a part of society. Do all those things. Leave. We don't need you. Don't care about you. That's the one man I want that man to understand. I don't care about you, bro. Whatever happened to you happens to you. Hope nothing good comes into your life if you move.
Back in my past, I used to be a fuck nigga, right? I used to be a player fuck nigga, right? And once I stopped doing, and I like, you know, I got serious with, like, you know, basically got met a woman. I'm like, yo, I want to be serious about her, right? All of my friends who used to be college were cheaters and all that type of stuff. Like, once I started to, like, really speak about my woman and the positive things about, like, how I want, like, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Like, I'm just about her, right? Slowly, all of my homies started to be like, you know what? I respect that. And they started to come around, and every time they would meet a girl they like, they were like, yo, I like this girl, I need your help. Like, tell me how should I go about this and stuff like that. And they just started to slowly change versus, like, if an individual, I'm like, yo, cut that shit out. That's some bullshit. You cheating and all that shit is corny, right? I don't think they would have had the same feelings. I think they would have just been like, all right, man, we just can't be friends no more. You know, because we don't align. So they just stopped fucking with me.
So
they actually started to change.
you starting to break up. And that's why it's important for the men that is moving in the right direction to speak up about it, because they would start to see and say, hey, I want to move like that as well. I feel like I move like that as well. I want to be a part of the brothers that's moving like that. So if Trey is moving in a certain way, they like Trey because of X, Y, and Z, and he's saying that, hey, men, we need to stop looking at young girls a certain way, they're going to start to receive that information. They might like Chicago Rilla for whatever the reason they rock with Chicago Rilla. He says it as well. They're going to start changing they thought patterns on it too, start challenge whatever remedial rhetoric they used to have, or they old uncles or whatever, Taz and so on and so forth. So if we are being the standards of certain things, then other men are going to be willing to move in that standard as well. And that's what we need. We need the degenerates to not be the only ones with a goddamn microphone. It's been like that for a very long time. It's a serious issue.
I disagree.
So let me read this super chat, and then Trey want to respond to that. Go ahead, Diva, and then Trey want to respond. And I believe Shadow's almost ready to talk as well. So go ahead, Diva, then Trey.
Vegetarian terrarium, $5. My friends have baby mamas who are 15 to 20 years their senior. Nobody hopped on those women like y'all are the men. Why? Lock all the predators up. Y'all so stupid. If women are going against, you know, the men who are preying on and taking advantage of girls, y'all should be doing that for yourselves, right? And for young boys. Don't sit there and wait for us to go out and advocate for you. And that's one of the issues that I be having with black men. Get up off your ass and do it yourself.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Okay.
Okay, well,
go
call it
ahead,
what
Trey.
you want, but y'all got to get off the titty at some point.
No, I'm actually agreeing with you though. When I say that's the problem, I'm saying more so like the only time you ever hear the conversation about boys is to offset one about girls. And in this conversation, it ain't either. There's no gender that's above the other. For example, R. Kelly was messing with boys too. So why would we make it a gender thing? They're all victims.
Right.
So now I was agreeing with you.
All right. Go ahead, Trey. You want to? I think I missed a super chat.
Yeah, I understand what Monk was saying, but I got married and all my friends told me I was crazy, and that was years ago. They not married, they don't want to get married, not thinking about getting married. They told me I was dumb. And my matter of fact, one of my closest friends' brother was married, wife cheated on him. Now he got married again, and my same friend told his brother, "Nigga, you crazy." So, Monk, I understand what you're saying, but that's not true across the board.
Okay, I think maybe either he driving or mine is conceded. Go ahead, Diva. I missed a couple.
Oh, okay. The official YT Purge, $5. Told you, Rogue C. Now you want to question the level of maturity over here.
Why? That's crazy.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's crazy.
Rogue C, 54.77, $2. How much is the F-bomb fee?
Yeah, I think it's crazy that this is a very mature panel today. As I don't know. I think when numbers get big, people try to say things that's just not applicable. I don't know. It's not part of the topic. It's just a weird thing. But shout out to Auntie. I don't think he really means anything negative about it. I think he just focusing on the wrong thing today. Yeah, shout out. You want to jump in on this conversation? Because I know you was waiting to get into some quiet time.
All right, so obviously I'm agreeing with everybody in this entire conversation. I think the issue that we have is a lot of people are trying to find a way to excuse what makes a child, because that's what they still are, regardless. 13 to 18, you're still a child. It is what it is. 13, 17, child, whatever the case may be. Like I said, I've got a rule of 7 years, and that hit when I was 28. It's 7 years one way, 7 years the other. I'll date somebody when I was dating, because I'm married now. I would date somebody who might be 10 years older than me, but we had to have something in common. Somebody mentioned Arrested Development earlier, and I agree with that because I've heard some of the stupidest explanations for why people do what they do. I've seen the dope boys in front of the high schools. I've seen, but there, I had one of my adopted little sisters looked very old for her age, and I knew for a fact she would get into those bars to try to, date people, which was crazy to me. But I wasn't much older than she was, so there was nothing I could really say about it. Mom and dad did what they did, so it is what it is. At no point should it ever be okay to try to justify what makes a 13-year-old look like she's 25. That just sounds crazy. A 17-year-old when you see a 17-year-old. We've had this conversation before. And yes, this conversation isn't gender neutral. It happens with men, it happens with women. A predator who goes after kids is always in that same boat. There's certain things you can't stop, but whenever you have to stand it.
All right, and like I don't think people understand how these when we see people try to say these things and rationalize these things, how it can hurt people for real. Like this man saying that once the young girl body is able to receive a man sexually, that's one of the wildest statements I've heard. I didn't like it doesn't, I can't believe that I still keep getting surprised at the things that these men are saying. Like, what do you mean once her body is able to receive a man? That's the wildest thing I ever heard.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to really compute that for real.
Yeah.
Because I thought
bro,
it would be like, hey,
twice.
nothing, you know, Taz, I thought it was like, nah, ain't nothing gonna surprise me. And then that happens, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm surprised again. That's crazy.
Well, see, he said it twice, right? And again, in reviewing the video, to his credit, he said, I don't like young girls, I don't date young girls, right? So he excluded himself. But to me, the issue that I had with what he said is you're lending credence to it happening, though. Like there should be an age on that when you speak on it. There is no looking at her or when she comes to a certain age or a certain phase of her life, then she's suddenly grown. I've heard other men speak to that context, right? So if you're not saying 18, what are you saying? And you know what I'm saying? I question it because he didn't clarify it even in doing a response to me. There's no clarification of that statement.
And so who is this? Because maybe Taj, you understand it, maybe Trey understand. Who is Teacher Bay? This is like the 10th time I see this.
Yeah, Teacher Bay is that weird ass bitch who was dressing all, you know, provocative and shit in front of them young boys and as a school teacher and going viral. And instead of her getting checked, she got kind of like a 50-50 response. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, a woman that looks good is going to get that ooh, she this, she that anyway on social media. So while half the audience saying that's some predator shit, you got another half saying, man, I don't give a fuck, she bad.
What was she doing? Predator behavior, or she?
I would say it's predatory. I would say it's predatory because she's wearing provocative clothes in front of young boys as a teacher. I think she's a substitute. So when she goes in, she's going in. You know what I'm saying? Titties out, ass, everybody can see it. Tight clothes. You know what I'm saying? She dressing to go to the club, but she a teacher.
Oh, yeah, she dressed like she going to the club.
No, she's wearing body contouring clothes. Her everything is plainly visible. Yes,
doing too much. She was doing too much. Yeah, hell yeah, she was doing too much. But you see but just right quick though, you see the affectionate title she was given though, Sharon. You see the affectionate title she was given? Man, fuck that bitch. And that's what I'm saying. That's what when people start saying, well, y'all don't care about the boys and this and that. That's why they saying that, because of just little situations like that where she's given more of a subtle, maybe even affectionate title. No, that bitch a predator, dude. Like who wears that type of shit around young boys? Why?
And do we know who gave her this title, Teacher Bay? Was it the ladies that gave her this title?
The internet. The internet.
Just the internet.
Yeah, okay. The internet.
Nah. Hey, Trey, did you know about Teacher Bay? You know who this person is?
Yeah, I know about him.
What's your thoughts on Teacher Bay? Do you believe she's a predator as well?
I'm not gonna say she's a predator, because to be a predator, we have to give context to like her actually dealing with kids or pursuing kids. But she dresses. I used to be a teacher for 11 years, so I was in education for 11 years. She's out of pocket for how she's dressing at 100%.
Okay.
Because I think the way she dresses is more of a cultural thing.
I like Taz's position on this. I think that he's fair on both sides. Like yo, nah, that bitch is a predator. I'm sorry, I cursed. That chick is a predator too. You know, I like his position on it. I don't know which teacher y'all talking about because I've seen it.
I know exactly what you're talking about. The light skinned chick, that's fine, but she dresses like she going to the club, but it's more of a cultural thing the way she dressed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
That's just like me, right? When I was a teacher, you can disagree all you want, because I was a teacher. So when I was a teacher, I dressed based on my swag. You understand what I'm saying? So when I wore suits every day. As a matter of fact, I haven't taught in 6 years, and I seen one of my ex-students, and the first thing that they recognized me, oh, you the guy who used to wear all the suits. I said, yeah, that's me. So I dress based on my swag and the way that I like that she's doing, versus her putting on clothes for those little kids.
Wait, Trey, Trey,
That's what I'm saying.
but Trey, you don't think she leaned into the image though? Because again, once she realized, you know what I'm saying, she was teacher bae, she began to lean into the image, you know what I'm saying, and kind of benefit.
No, I'm rocking with you 100%, but I think she was to say that she leaned into it is to say that she changed the way she dressed when she was already dressing like that.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right about that.
Hold on. No, let me know. Hold on. Let me. She was dressing like that before she went viral.
She's dressing like that. She just continued to dress like that.
She's being who she been. That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
you're right. Most women that dress a certain way, they dress the way because of the culture or who they are. Like, if I seen Sharon out and about, if he dresses like that every day, and then somebody say, hey, matter of fact, prime example, the quarter zip thing. Those young men were dressing like that already, right? So now there were people that caught on to it, and now, hey, are they trying to be preppy? No, he dressed like that.
He already dressed like that. No, I got you.
She wasn't dressing like that already, Trey. Like,
so yes, she was, Mark.
Hey,
hold on.
How did they get the picture, Mark?
Hold on, Trey. What I'm
about already had it on.
All right,
but even the school district said that would have violated policy, bro. Bro.
It would have violated policy. Okay, if it would have violated policy, hold on. Why did she do
dress code for the student?
If it violated policy,
that dress code.
Hold on. Listen,
what are you even talking about?
This is my question. Hold on. So let me help you out. If it violated policy, how did she get in the building in the first place?
Pause. Because here's why.
Why did they send her home?
Hold up. Because here's why it happened. Because when she initially brought it up, because I followed this issue, because I was fucked up about it to begin with. Because male or females, teachers shouldn't be in that fucking position doing that. And go ahead and tally me up, because I'm on one now.
I don't care.
You did exactly what Taz. Hold up, you did exactly
what does that mean?
What Taz said you do. Hold up, you did exactly what the issue was. Because again, you're like, oh yeah, that fine one right there who did that.
That's not what I did. See, now, sir,
so you didn't say that.
That's not what I did, sir. Hold on. Again, if we're going back to the R. Kelly thing, somebody else brought up R. Kelly, and the lady, I think her name was Rogue, she said he could not love those women that he was dealing with. And I agreed because I said he was operating off trauma. Duh. So how you trying to validate that I was trying to co-sign it? That don't even make sense.
Did you or did you not say that fine light-skinned lady? Hold up. Did you not say that fine light-skinned lady, nigga?
She fine. I'm not gonna retract my statement like she wasn't fine.
So cool. So let's go back to what we were saying. All that fishtail and shit don't matter to me, bro. Sorry.
And what you saying don't matter.
So what you just said is you
ain't never been in education. I have.
Okay, so again, you're still talking. You even defined what you were. What you were, did it violate your school's policy? Yes or no?
It did not. No, it did not.
Okay. Is there a dress code for students?
Some schools have them, some don't. Sir, I was in education. This is a conversation. Come on.
All right, cool story. So, is there a manner of appropriateness when you're teaching in a school, sir?
Depends on the school district, sir, and the dress code policy. I was at a graduation yesterday where girls were walking across the freaking stage with skirts on, like right there at their butt, bro, and they let them walk.
What?
So hold on. So who was wrong? Was the school wrong? Was the parents wrong? Who was wrong? They allowed.
Yes.
Well, hold on. Watch it. Shadow. The parents seen the goddamn kid come out the house like that. They drove the kid to the goddamn school, and guess what? The administration let the kid in the school and let him walk across the stage, and I'm talking about a centimeter from her butt cheek. I'm looking at this. So why did they allow that little girl to come out the house? Why did they allow her cross the stage? So this is my point, Shadow. This is my point. If she violated school policy, my only thing is, why? Listen, I've been in education, so I know. When you violate something, they send you home as a teacher. They will not allow you to walk in the building. I'm telling you. They say, hey, this is inappropriate. You need to go home, come back, and change. They did not do that, Shadow. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying she was right.
Bro, I'll give you that. No, I'll give you that. But Trey, one of the things, the reason I brought up the policy is because one of the first things that happened when she came to the school, the day she did in that body contour to begin with, the first thing that happened is they tried to send her home. and she appealed it with their school district. Do you know why she ended up doing that? She did that because she said y'all are having issues because I'm a curvy black woman and I'm wearing clothes that fit.
Mm-hmm.
So what she tried to do, and again, one of the arguments that was made at that school hearing by parents there, where this even violates the school district's policies, but she's like, it's all clothes fit on me like this. There's nothing I could have worn better. After that, she started wearing body contouring bodysuits during it. That's why when they said, did she lean into it? Because she actually went deeper into it because she won that initial argument because they couldn't counter her on it, despite it actually violating the policy. And that's why I brought it up. And one of the reasons why I said I brought it up is because even when I was in a Catholic school, bro, our counselor got arrested from female counselor got arrested from 3 other schools from doing the same. She would have inappropriate dress in a closed room while there were students there. And no matter how many students reported it, until parents actually called cops in that situation, that lady and obviously I'm not doxing her, but she's already caught a new case over it. Literally.
So you're talking about a different lady caught a case, right? Not the same.
We're talking about it. No, not this lady. A whole different lady.
Okay.
Whole different lady. Same situation.
Yeah, but we gotta stay. But we gotta stay with the lady we're talking about. Respectfully.
Right. Yeah. But respectfully speaking, the reason why, even in that case, because she says it's okay to be a sexy teacher. The problem is she's saying it's okay to be a sexy teacher as she's teaching young men. She's teaching, and that's where the appropriateness becomes an issue.
Now listen, again, I'm not saying now you gotta understand this, right? Shadow, I'm not saying I agree with her. That ain't what I'm saying. So I hope that's not you think that I'm taking a position that she's right. It's not a right or wrong from my perspective. My thing is this: at the end of the day, she's dressing based on the way she like to dress. And then my counter to you is, if they still allow her, if they went to the school district and they had a board meeting, et cetera, teacher, parent call, whatever, and she won the case and they allowed her, there's nothing we could do. But my thing is, I don't believe she's going there and put on a skirt. Hey, little boys, come look at this. That's the point I'm coming from.
And so I'll give you that because I actually agree with you. Because she's not physically affecting the students and physically engaging with them. I'm trying to make sure I say this right.
Shadow, watch this. Let me help you out. Watch it real quick. Bro, I seen a woman walking down the street with her toes out. That was a video that went viral lately. And the man was attracted to her goddamn feet. So hold on. What if that man attracts her feet and then he look at her butt and be like, ew, I don't like a woman with that's curvy with big booty. Is she still wrong then?
So then it becomes, I agree with you. I can see that point as well. But we're not talking about men, and we're talking about this 26-year-old lady.
Shadow. So hold on. This is my point. I'm rocking with you. This is my point. Do you believe that every single little boy in that school finds her attractive?
No, but I believe that.
Hold on. Right. So if that's the case, if not every single boy is attracted to her, then it has to be a matter of what? Exposure on the little kid and preference. Would you agree?
I agree with that too. But so we had a conversation.
Well, we gotta stop the predatory conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute. But here's the thing. That's when it becomes an actual question now. When is it considered predatory behavior? When you are intentionally sexualizing yourself in the company of exclusively minors. Because 80% of her entire time in that building.
Sharon, you mind if I jump in next?
Hold on, I'm rocking with you, but again, you just conceded to my point. If every little boy is not attracted to her, then how do we tip the scale?
That's a crazy point.
Because the child's attraction, does not wait. The child's attraction.
Hey y'all, and my brother. That's my brother.
I got you.
Say what
but a child's reaction does not equate to an adult's responsibility for what she's causing. This issue, this is the adult. Hold up, wait a minute, girl, hear me out. This is an adult taking an act in the presence of children. This is her conscious decision. We're saying because these little kids, these little boys are not responding in the way that, again, could happen, doesn't equate the fact that she's still doing this intentionally.
All right, now hold on, watch this. Hold on, I got you. So watch this, right? I'm a trainer. I think I have a pretty nice physique, right? So I can wear full clothes and women can still see my body through my clothes and objectify me. Am I wrong?
Depends on what you wearing.
Ain't nobody talking. Hold on.
We need to see you stand up right now so we can do it. Let's see. Stand up. Let us see the
I'm not going to stand up. I'm not standing in front of no men. Come on, PH. Don't do
Hey, let me add one more thing to that.
There's too many men on the panel.
So let me ask you a question. But would you wear?
You didn't answer my question, Shadow.
Hold on, I'm about to. Trust me.
Answer me first.
Because so you're talking about adult men, adult women.
Yes, sir.
That's the same category. But you're not.
No, hold on. So hold on. This is what I'm saying, Shadow. What I'm saying is, because we're having a conversation, and I'm enjoying the conversation. What I'm saying is that my intention was not to attract. That's my point. My intention was I'm wearing the clothes that I like to wear, and I have a body. And I've actually had a student come on to me, and it's on record. I went to the and I had a student when I was a gym teacher. I had a student literally come on to me, and I had to go to the office, call her parents, the whole shebang. Guess what? I was being a freaking teacher.
But get this. Yeah. Here's where the difference comes in. And the reason I'm standing on this specifically because I've got a personal experience in this situation.
For sure.
And what her actions are, because we have to hold her accountable for this specific thing. Because not only did she realize it was a problem, it wasn't just a problem for the students, it was a problem for the parents involved, and even some of the teachers who were present. Because while there were some teachers who co-signed, she's just doing what's socially acceptable. But again, socially acceptable for adults does not mean socially acceptable for children. It is not the same conversation. And again, she is intentionally doing something and she started doing it for the clout afterward. She would start enhancing what she was doing. Body contouring clothes in a classroom setting is period inappropriate. And look, you're saying you're wearing a suit, you're fit, cool, bro. I can respect that. But here's where my issue comes in again. You were not putting yourself in that position, understanding that you were in sexually appealing attire. She literally not only understood it,
yes, I was. I wore fitted suits. That's sexist. Hey, what you talking about?
Bro.
I got a screen share up, Sharon. I just want to know if this is appropriate because maybe not even as a teacher to wear to school, but I'm saying my kids graduated, right? They're grown, so it don't apply to me. But I put this picture in the back. I want y'all to see this. Is this appropriate for a teacher to be on social media doing this now?
That's crazy work right there.
No. Right, here was the point that I came up to make.
No, that's not her. That's not her.
That's her. No, that's the original. That's the original teacher, babe. All of the others came after her.
No, that's not the girl I'm talking about. I'm not talking about her.
Sharon, drop the link.
Yeah, that's the first one. That's the first teacher.
Hey, Taz, that was the point that I was trying to make. Is it appropriate? I think we would all agree that it's extremely inappropriate.
Now, that girl right there, she leaned into it for sure. The girl I'm talking about, no.
Hold on.
So, I want to pass it to Ant because I think it's a two-part question. That picture that you just brought up. Was she at school? If she was at school doing it, or was that in social media? That would be my question to Taz. Do you know if it was in school she was wearing that, or that just on social media?
No, that's a social media picture. But in school,
Okay,
she
that wasn't
chose
into
that
class.
line, is what I'm saying. But yeah, that's a social media picture.
All right. I just wanted to make sure we was clear on that part. Auntie was trying to jump in on this part of the conversation for a little while. Go ahead, Auntie. Say your thoughts.
No, real quick. Okay, is it inappropriate? I think we would all agree that yes, it's inappropriate. But just like Trey was saying, that's kind of up to the school board. That's up to the parents to complain and all of that, and it all really depends. But is it inappropriate? Yeah, I would say the same thing. But when we start using words like predatory, words have meaning. So just because a teacher comes up there dressed a little provocatively or even inappropriate, that doesn't make them a predator. We see videos and we see stories all of the time of actual teachers that are predatory towards students. Okay, we see the videos of them having, all types of, weird escapades with their teenage students and stuff. That's predatory. But just coming up here talking like.
And them same teachers don't even be sexy. Hell.
Yeah, you're right about that. They're clearly mentally disturbed. We done heard things about, parents going off because of the even when it goes as far as them just sending crazy text messages and stuff like that to their students. We done seen that. You can find body camera footage of these teachers getting busted doing all types of stuff. All right. And a lot of those teachers be female teachers. So this is not a gender specific thing. Some of them be male teachers and a lot of them be female teachers too. But I'm just saying that's predatory. Can we please not use the term predator just because of how somebody came up dressed?
That's all I was
saying. Inappropriate don't make you a predator.
Thank you. That's all I was saying.
And you know me, bro.
Yeah.
There's times I agree with you and times I don't. And this time I don't for a reason. So hear me out. Whenever you put it in actual context now, though, the reason why I'm using the phrase, and I'm using a very specific phrase of predatory behavior, it's a behavior that can be deemed to be predatory towards a target audience, right? So if someone is intentionally sexualizing themselves, and we've all agreed today that children should not be in a sexualized environment, right? We've all had that conversation. We've all co-signed it. So how can we say, on one hand, it's not okay for a child to be put in a sexualized or be sexualized, and then in the very same sentence, when this lady is intentionally sexualizing herself and implanting herself into this child exclusive environment, that is not predatory behavior.
I'll explain.
By definition, that would be.
Drop the link.
No, I'm just saying, I'll explain, just like what Trey was saying. Look, you can come wearing form-fitting attire or whatever and be provocative, whatever, kind of attractive, and maybe even cause a distraction. Is it inappropriate? Absolutely. But I'm just saying, words have meanings. And when you just put words like predatory on somebody because they dress inappropriate, believe it or not, you're actually letting actual predators off the hook.
Yeah, I'm the one saying it.
Clear definition of what a predator is.
Hold on, let me say one thing. And Shadow already conceded to the point when I asked him, do you think she's putting on the skirt and the clothes so she can say, hey, little boys, look at this? And he literally said no. That kills his whole argument.
Yeah.
That kills his whole argument.
Because I know it's inappropriate, and I agree that it's inappropriate. I'm just saying I'm not going to call that woman a predator unless she's over there trying to screw her students and literally prey on them. She's not a predator. She's just dressed inappropriately for her job. Absolutely.
Right. So let's clear this up so you understand what I'm saying. I'm not finna wait till the bitch go in there and fuck with one of them kids. I'm not finna wait till it happens. You're positioning yourself to make me look at you and question why you're doing that. So if you don't have the decency to make sure you're moving like a teacher and have to question what you're wearing, yes, that appears predatory. If you appear predatory to children, I'm calling you a predator.
Taz, 99% of the people that end up doing these things don't even look like predators.
I'm not saying. I don't
disagree. You identify him. That's my question to you.
Yeah, but there's no disagreement in that.
Hold on. So from a visual standpoint, how can you identify a teacher that's a predator? Taz, help me out.
Right. I'm telling you, there's no disagreement in what you're saying. However, what I'm telling you could be a possible red flag. You're willing to overlook it.
No, I'm not, Taz. That's not what I'm doing.
No, I would agree with him that it could be a possible red flag, and it would lead to further investigation. It should from the school board. But I'm like, bro, let's draw a line in the sand as far as what's predatory and what's inappropriate.
I think that
because words have meaning. That's all I'm saying.
I can't draw that line, but because I'm saying the reason why it's predatory because you're doing it knowing it's inappropriate. That's what makes it predatory. You're knowing it's inappropriate as you do it.
You just said you can't even identify.
No. Because what Taz is saying is facts, right? Because not women, some teachers do things that are inappropriate and they get in trouble for it.
Those are actions, not the way you dress.
Hold on, that's an action also. Well, hold on. What I'm saying is you might get in trouble for something, but you didn't actually cross the line, like break the law. But you got in trouble for being inappropriate with a student. Maybe you were just texting your student a little bit too much, right? Maybe you were just there are things, maybe you followed them on Instagram. These things are inappropriate, but we can't necessarily deem it predatory until something happens.
No. A teacher following a kid is inappropriate, period, my nigga. That's predatory. Like, you tripping now. You talking about what you doing?
Because I'm saying that is an action. Predatory doesn't even necessarily mean you touched them. Because again, I question why she's doing it. That's why I'm saying it's predatory. I'm saying in some ways,
and PH is a woman. I would assume she would agree with me because she thinks she look cute in it.
That's the problem.
Right? That's your beard. That's your problem.
That's the problem. Like when you a teacher, when you in spaces that are for children, right? Predominantly for children, I think that you need to make yourself smaller. I don't think that you need to be the star of the show everywhere you go, and I think that's the problem. Like if I was a teacher, right, I wouldn't be trying to let me throw my J's on, let me kind of put this on and put that on and all. Like I'm not trying to be in here.
Hey, Mark, do your daughters dance? Like on dance?
They love to dance, but they not in no type of formal type of dancing, but they look like dancing.
Like me, this is me personally, right? And I could be wrong, and y'all could disagree. Like I don't agree with how they have these little cheer teams and little dance teams.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff them little girls be wearing, I think it's out of pocket for a man to go watch them do that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Trey, I know how to stop this whole conversation. Oh, sorry.
Hold on, that's not. Well, why would that? If they go into a competition, they babies are in the competition, but we talking about like 14, 15, and they daughters is in that competition. They going to watch the competition. Why would that be inappropriate?
Hey, Sharon, see your girlfriend or your wife.
I would say it's inappropriate if your daughter ain't in the competition.
Yeah, if she's not there, then yeah.
I'm being petty, man. I'm just being petty.
You know what I'm saying? But like, if my daughter's in any competition, I'm there. You know what I'm saying? And
I'm there.
You know what I mean? There's nothing inappropriate about that. But if you don't have a child in the competition and you had a 14, 15 youth girls event, this is what I'm saying again. Now somebody else might say, well, they didn't do nothing. They're not a predator. I'm saying that's predatory though, fam. They ain't got no business there. So I'm not waiting for them to do something.
I'm not with you. But
okay.
You know what, Trey? And like to even build on that conversation, one time at my child's school, when I had my kids in school, it was a man just at the park, at the school park. And they called up a bunch of the dads, the involved dads, to, if you have time, can you please come up to the school? Because there's a man just standing here. We don't know what he's doing, but so that we had security. So a couple of dads came up, a bunch of security guards came up, we'd rather piss off this man and be safe than sorry. So that's what Taz is saying. Like, hey, you displaying this red flag, we're gonna treat that red flag as the violation.
So Sharon, agree. So again, this is my whole thing. Just like Shadow, I already conceded. If y'all can agree and say that she put the skirt on, because I remember I think it was a beige skirt. The girl I'm talking about, she was in Arizona. The girl I'm talking about, I'm not talking about that girl now. That girl Taz talking about. Yeah, y'all showed a picture of. Yeah, she a straight up thigh. She done became a whole Instagram, internet, all that. That's not the girl I'm talking about. I'm talking about the substitute, the teacher that was.
You talking about the slim chick, slim light skin John?
Yeah, the light skinned chick that had like a beige outfit. She had a white top and like a beige outfit. I don't know if it was a beige. Now it was a beige skirt. That girl right there, you cannot tell me that she put that skirt on to sit up and want for little boys to look at her body and look at her butt. You can't.
Trey, you mean to tell me she put that skirt on, and she ain't look in the mirror and turn around? Like all women do?
Bro, she fine, look.
Like all women do when you put a slim skirt on. You mean to tell me she didn't turn around and look in the mirror?
I literally said a few minutes ago she thinks she cute. Did I not say that?
She think her ass look nice in them pants too.
She does. I agree.
Hey Trey, so I'm gonna ask you a question. Whenever you're a teacher, you have a code of ethics that you have to follow with that school, right?
100%.
So there's things that you can and cannot do even outside of school because it could misrepresent your school district, correct?
100%.
One of the things I can have this conversation. The reason I have this conversation is because right now one of my sisters is a teacher. We've had this conversation about this lady. So when she posts, because you can post something on social media as a teacher and then get in trouble for posting it because if you're in your capacity at the school, correct?
I agree.
So the reason why I'm able to use this conversation for what it is because the way that this lady is moving intentionally. Yeah, bro, you have to. Yeah, the way she's moving is she's doing things on social media specifically that would have, again, we know they violated because they had to have a school board meeting on it, right? And keep in mind, she was only a substitute teacher when all this was going down. So
yeah, it's the fat bad built mamas that had a problem.
Even if I were to give you that, the fact that she's still doing it in front of the children, because if she posted a picture of just her in lingerie, she would still violate code of ethics, correct?
Yes.
Then why wouldn't her wearing a body contouring suit do the same thing?
Because
that's her actual body. It's their actual body, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I don't like it, but you know what I'm saying? I do know she ain't doing nothing but putting on some clothes. You know what I'm saying? So I wear something more loose fitting. I know she don't have to wear that, but technically it is her body though, fam. It ain't a lot she can do to make it not her body. She would have to wear something to just simply cover it up. You know what I'm saying?
No,
so I just don't like it.
Taz, so I'm gonna agree with you because I understand where you're coming from. But bro, you have to understand, because the reason I'm looking at it for what I am is because there are teachers who do this because they're garnering a lot of us had that hot teacher who was very pretty, right? Super attractive teacher. But again, we're not looking at her as she's insinuating, she's literally adding to the thing that she already had. She's shown a body contouring, it's literally glued onto your body. She knows she's thick, so why are you doing this in front of 9-year-old boys? Like that is predatory behavior. And that's why I'm using the word predatory, because she doesn't have to be a predator, but she's doing things that can be deemed predatory. Things that can literally affect little kids.
But Josh, this was the point. This was the point that I was just making. If you're gonna group just somebody that dresses inappropriately, possibly violates that code of ethics at their job, with actual predators, and you talking about teachers that have either impregnated or gotten pregnant by students, you know, and had all types of other escapades and all of that. If you group all of that stuff together, I can't group somebody that's just dressing inappropriate with somebody that's literally preyed on students. I can't put them in the same damn group.
So Auntie, I'll accept that because I believe that there's a scale of predatory behavior. Wait, I think there's a scale to predatory behavior. We can you agree with that? Like, not all, if you see a guy sitting at a park, but he doesn't have any kids and there's a bunch of kids out there, you'll say, hey, that might be a little predatory, right? You say, hey, what are you really doing
at a
here?
Park?
Huh?
It's a public park, bro. Anybody can sit at a public park. What are you talking about?
But if you see a guy with a camera, you're gonna.
Hold on. No, anybody cannot just sit at a public park if it's a tight community. Absolutely not. I literally just told you I have a story where they called me, the school called me and said, hey, it's some strange man standing at the park.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, if that strange person is just gazing at children and all of that other stuff, but if somebody's just going to a damn public park, get some fresh air and whatever, just enjoy the damn birds and the scenery or what the hell ever, I mean, they allowed to do that.
But if a guy's sitting there with a camera in a car,
and we also, as concerning community, is allowed to say, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing here watching birds here?"
And yeah, you have a right to ask that question. You have the right to ask that question, absolutely. But just because.
But Auntie, could that be seen as predatory? Like if he's sitting in his car with a camera, where there's nothing but a little bunch of little.
Yeah, that's weird.
We might, but he's not a predator. But would that be predatory?
What I'm saying is like, what I'm saying that you don't even have to build it to where it's like full blown creepy. Like, so even that it could be just a regular dude sitting at the park, mind his business, how Auntie said it, and he possibly not doing anything. Still, if he don't have no children, there's a bunch of kids there. Majority of parents are going to be focused on this man. And they're going to call up dads and they're going to call up uncles and say, hey, it is a man standing here and he don't got no children. Why?
So is it wrong? Is it wrong to call him a predator?
No,
because I'm calling that motherfucker a predator. You know what I'm saying? I'm not waiting. You know what I'm saying? I'm not waiting. Like if you putting yourself in weird ass positions with kids, bro, that's like you a predator, nigga. Stay out them positions.
Right. And that's predatory behavior. Here's the thing, you don't have to be a predator to exhibit predatory behavior. So I understand why you're like, we don't want to mix the people who are actually diddling, you know, and then turn around and say, oh, well, this person who's just trying to look sexy in front of a bunch of kids. Because in my eyes, they can easily become the same person, even if they're not the same people right now. And the thing is, I don't want to play Monday Night Football and have to wonder what happened to my child. When I'm looking at them and I say, I knew this person was out of pocket when they were doing this to begin with because they were exhibiting predatory behavior. That's all I'm saying. I don't have to call her a predator. In fact, I haven't called her a predator specifically. I said she's exhibiting predatory behavior.
And also,
and I've got feelings when it comes to kids. I'm sorry, bro. Certain things are not appropriate with kids, and that you can't. There's no way you can sell me that should be okay, especially to a bunch of young boys.
Yeah, and also if you enjoy, I can't hear you, Sharon. My bad. Are you on mute? If you enjoy getting attention from young boys, right? Because women know how they, depending on how they dress, they know the type of attention they're going to get. If you enjoy getting attention from young boys, like I just think that's just weird, right? So.
Man, you just reach it up. Reach.
I'm serious. It's a fact.
You just want to sound good, but man, get out of here, bro.
I don't agree with the 9-year-old boys thing. I think that's too young. But I do think, yeah, I mean, the 9 might be too young for that conversation. But I certainly think again is that they have fathers, they have parents that come pick them up. All of that type of shit is just unnecessary. So that's why I question it. It's not necessary, but. You know what I mean? I can see why somebody would say, well, don't call her a full-blown predator. She ain't get shit. I know why you saying that. I just don't like, again, I don't want to wait for somebody to do something either. You're doing something questionable. You should be called out on that, but maybe it is better to say it appears predatory as opposed to not that bitch a predator. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's interesting?
Nah, Taz, I can agree with that. If you're doing something that's questionable, then yeah, you're open to questioning. Like you should be able to answer a few questions. Hey, we got some questions. Why are you here? Why are you doing this? And all of that other stuff. Understandable. Right. But I can't just group everybody in the box of a predator, especially just because of how the hell you damn dress when you go to work.
So pretty much Taz is just saying, hey, we're not going to be reactionary. We're going to be proactive in it. I got a question.
Just like you were saying, even old boy in the park. Yeah, you got to be proactive rather than reactive. You don't want to wait for somebody to do something crazy around children. You got to question them. But some people just go to the park just to get a little fresh air. They ain't concerned with all that stuff going on. They just want to go and have a seat on the damn bench to get some fresh air because people be cooped up in the house. It happens, you know.
Hey, y'all all made a good point. Most of those teachers who became actual predators, nobody saw coming because they didn't look like predators. They weren't doing things that engaged in it. I'm just saying, bro.
All right.
I'm just saying that doesn't necessarily make them a predator
or a non-predator. All right. So I think we belabored the point of the dress code part. Also, I want to know, because I wanted to figure out a way to tie this into Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, because I wanted to have two topics today. I think we belabored the first point. I think we beat that one up. I think we knocked that one out the park. I think everybody held it down and did a good job on that predatory conversation. But I think we can do anybody believe that we could consider Dr. Cheyenne Bryant a predator as well? Did she prey on people that are in trauma, that is in drama, that feel low self-esteem by putting that doctor title on herself? Or
1,000%.
did she just or she did a harmless situation, and we shouldn't be attempting to hold this beautiful Black woman accountable for putting doctor in her name, because she's only a life coach. It is nothing wrong with her being a life coach. I do not know if she had any victims that she hurt, or did she prescribe anybody with something? Did she misdiagnose anybody? So in my opinion, I don't think she was moving and acting as a doctor. I think she used it just like how Dr. Dre, Doc Rivers, she was not attempting to be a so-called psychologist doctor. She was just using it, Dr. Cheyenne, so this way she could go ahead and push out her career as a podcaster and a social media expert on life. That's what I think she was doing.
Saran, you can't say that.
He full of it.
You can't say that, Saran. Let me
making a face at me. I got
Saran,
Trey making a face
hold
at
on.
me.
You can't say that, because when you go listen to what she actually said and how she was operating like that. Take her word for what she said. Go look at several videos of her talking. She would tell you that she was operating as a doctor or a psychologist, or she would tell you that.
Yeah,
and she told us she had sessions.
She has even backed up her credentials, and then said something about the school that where she got her qualifications and her PhD or whatever. She couldn't get her transcripts, and she don't even remember her dissertation and all of that BS. That's BS. That's extreme. I think it's predatory. And it's extreme, and it's not the children or anything like that, but it's extremely disrespectful to those that actually went through the steps to get a damn PhD.
Okay, so now, all right, so we're saying that she was preying on the weak. She's preying on the community. So who did she harm in our community by being a life coach? Because for all I understand, Trey, for me personally, you look at her website, when I looked at it, it says she's a life coach. She didn't say she could give you no prescriptions. She ain't diagnosed anybody. And so what would be the issue of her being a life coach? Because as far as I understand, it's plenty of life coaches out here that is out here doing the damn thing, and they are in the manosphere harming people literally.
Okay.
Sharon, she said she practiced. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I never said that she diagnosed. Well, let me take it back. She did diagnose. She diagnosed Cam Newton. She said that he was high functioning and low functioning. That's actual diagnosis for people that which one is it?
Artistic.
No, Trey, that's a little bit of a reach.
People that are no, it's not a reach, because that's what she said. That is an actual terminology used for people that are autistics. So if you're gonna use that and you misdiagnose him, because that's an actual terminology that's used for autistic people, man.
Well, Trey, what the reason I say that's a reach.
Other people as well, though.
Okay.
It's not just limited to autistic people, right? So if you're say an alcoholic, they might call you a high functioning alcoholic. The alcoholic who can get up every day, go to work, keep a job.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. But again, but hold on, and I'm glad you said that, right? So to your point, PhD, again, that does not describe Cam Newton.
But neither does autism. So I think that's why it's a little bit of a reach.
Right.
That one. I'm not saying. I'm just saying I'm on your side with this, but I think we need stronger points.
It's not a reach when you actually use the terminology when people are usually diagnosed with that term, whatever that is, man.
So that's the problem, because Cam Newton can't walk somewhere and be like, "Yeah, I was diagnosed as low functioning." A doctor will be like, "What are you talking about?"
But if she's not an actual licensed doctor,
she shouldn't say it.
She can't give an official medical diagnosis. She just give an opinion.
Yeah,
just give an opinion because she's a life coach.
But here's the issue, right? which from her mouth, she says that she's been practicing for like 18 years. Like she says, this is what she does. She practiced therapy and all that. She's a doctor, whatever she a doctor of, and she said that she's been doing that for 18 years and she stopped doing it, whatever. Right. The problem is when you call yourself doctor, and then you go on Cam Newton and you say, oh, you're exhibiting narcissistic, blah, 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 whatever, all these personalities and all this type of things, and you use these terms, and then you say, oh, my sessions are live, all of my sessions, so people can see what I can do and all that type of stuff. I get that she's switching it up to life coaching now, but people don't realize like how dangerous these things are, because the people who are having adverse effects aren't telling their stories, and that's kind of normally how it is. You just get the good reviews and all that type of stuff. Like something happened to my sister a while ago because she met some people who were telling her about some sort of practice and all these type of things, and my sister ends up 2 weeks later she jumps off a building, right? And I'm like, and there's no recourse for that, right? To say that y'all was practicing these breathing techniques with my sister, and y'all not doctors, and you know she had a psychotic break because of some Kundalini awakening, out this bullshit, right? There's no recourse for that, and who do we tell our story to about what happened to her, right? These people are probably still practicing telling people these type of things, but these are very dangerous things that these people are playing with, right? So that's kind of like my point with that's why I think what she do is dangerous.
Taz, you said like Taz, do you believe she's a predator as well, Taz?
So I really just start paying attention to it for real. I didn't know a lot about it. From what I can see, she would have to be taking advantage of people who's kind of looking at her thinking that she was a doctor. I see some of her old content where, you know what I'm saying, she kind of was positioning herself as a doctor and telling people she was a doctor. And so when people ask for your credentials in that regard, I think because you did position yourself saying these things and now you kind of switching it up, you ain't really standing on that. You know what I'm saying? It does kind of look kind of scamish, you know what I'm saying? And so with that, you know, you creating victims. And I seen a video of someone saying they were a victim of her. So, you know what I'm saying? At first I was kind of joking about it and whatnot, but once people are saying that, you know, you took advantage of me, I thought you was a doctor. Well, fam, I gotta give them that point. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I would have to say she.
I'm gonna have a real strong conversation with Dr. Dre when I see him. God damn it! Because what the hell? What credentials do Mr. Dre have to be calling himself a goddamn doctor?
Sharon,
what he's saying is that he knows music so well that he is the equivalent of somebody who has a doctorate in music. The thing is, when Cheyenne Bryant calls herself a doctor and then like what Trey was saying, goes up there and has the type of conversation that she has, she is leading people to believe that she's a psychologist. She calls herself a psychology expert. And I actually think she switched it to psychology expert after all the degree stuff came out. And so she was calling herself a psychologist before. Now, you don't have to have a license to be a psychologist. All you have to have is a PhD or a PsyD, some type of doctorate. But you know that she was positioning herself as a psychologist, because when you listen to her now, I was listening to somebody review an interview she did with, what's that white man name who finna marry Taylor Swift?
Travis Kelce
his ex-girlfriend, the black girl he used to go with. She got a podcast, so she was on there.
Kayla Nicole, is that her name?
And yeah, something like Kayla Nicole, yeah. And so when in that conversation, she sounded very different. Now it's all quoting Bible scriptures and telling you about God and religion. So she done even switched her conversation, which let you know, right, that she was doing it, and now she done had to pivot.
So Diva, do you believe that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is a predator?
If she's treating people as a therapist or whatever, if she's interacting with people, practicing psychology without a license, then yeah, she would be a predator.
But if she's just a life coach, would you still consider her a predator, even though she trademarked her name as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, so nobody else could go as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, and she's saying she's going as doctor, but she's just a life coach, and it's up to you to have some discernment. Would you still consider her a predator?
I'm gonna say yes, just because what Cheyenne actually is a con woman. She's a confidence woman. And when you are a con person, yes, you are preying on people. That's the purpose of you being a con person.
Yes.
And a liar. She's a liar.
Damn.
I have to agree on. I have to agree with that. I can't even disagree with that. You're preying on the trauma of people. You know, right there, the trauma, gullibility of people because they're not going to check your credentials. I mean, she was representing herself as something that she wasn't. You know, she could have just said, "Look, I'm a life coach," and left it at that because you don't need any credentials to be a life coach. But she chose to go the step further.
If Cheyenne Bryant would have said a month ago, wait, let me just clear this up for a second. I've never been, I've never been diagnosed. I've never been this. I've always just been a life coach. So sorry to everybody who thinks that I'm out here doing, these other type of things, but I'm just a life coach. She never took that position. She wanted to tell us, oh, well, I no longer have my license because I don't want to bill insurance anymore. And this is the reason why I don't have all this nonsense. She just been like doing these taking us back and forth with all these new lies and new lies. I think she's like Nature Boy. I'm gonna keep saying that. I think she's crazy. I think she's crazy. I think certain people think certain people are crazy.
That was crazy, man.
I really think that she think that she's like one of God's chosen people and she's supposed to be out here doing certain things. And I think she's crazy. And I think that she believe her lies and stuff like that. Yeah.
Ooh, to put her to Nature Boy, that's a whole nother...
Nature Boy started somewhere and then he finished another place. So it starts small, right? It start with just thinking that you got a certain amount of knowledge and you just here to do certain things, and then you start to get people following you, and then the people who follow you start to make you think that you somebody else, and then it get real deep.
Just a quick question, real quick. Just quick panel question. Would we consider people like Fresh and Fit predators to lonely men?
I do.
What was the last part of that you said? Say that last part again. What's the last part of that?
Would they be considered predators to lonely, men bros?
Preying on lonely men and shit. Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
would say the same thing. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a need to highlight Fresh and Fit when there's a ton of others, right? Like we can add up.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Trey.
No, I apologize, really. I'm confused. How are they preying on somebody when you got to click on their channel?
No, they praying.
No, really. Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're not, but this is me. If somebody puts something on the internet, if I don't like, and I'm not trying to listen to what they're saying, I'm not going to go to their channel. I look at praying as, hey, I'm trying to force something on you. So when you go on somebody's channel, they're not forcing you to listen to them.
No,
they're trying to persuade you.
But no, Trey. What's their demographic?
Lame niggas.
No. So when we talk demographics, you also have to include age in there, right? Because that's a marketing term when you say demographics.
You got lame, old, and young niggas. What you mean?
Right. So let's say they lame young cats, right? And that's what we honing in on. That's the predatory behavior. That is the reason for that documentary on Netflix, right? My point is I just would not center in on Fresh and Fit, and I know they're the easy scapegoats. There are a ton of people that came up off of relationship conversations and pitting black men against black women and dividing the community. I participated on the stage that did that. Right? So Taz, would you consider Angry Man a predator? Hey Taz, would you consider the Angry Man a predator?
Oh, absolutely. You know what I'm saying? And again, the thing I think with him that I see now is he ain't as much. He don't do it.
I ain't gonna participate in that one. Yeah,
I can't.
I ain't even for the dissing though. I ain't even for the dissing though, for real. I ain't even for the dissing though. I ain't even for the dissing though, for real. I'm gonna tell you the real though. Like there was a time again.
Hold up. We holding people accountable. We holding predators accountable.
Hold on, that's a conversation. That's a conversation. Hold on. Me personally, I feel like you should only have that conversation unless he here.
Hold up. No. Because he just brought up Fresh and Fit. He brought up Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. They're not here.
I'm
So I don't see how it's okay to talk about the other ones
I'm
when they're not here.
I'm talking about people that we can get to pull up. That's what I'm talking about.
Trey, it's the same.
If that's the case, you ain't talking about nobody that ain't here.
No.
You stated your position. I think that's fair.
I only said
what he really mean to say is, hey, him come to his channel, so he don't want to engage in that conversation because you don't want to.
Guess what? I can be the medium man. Hold on. Anybody, listen, I can get it. I can make it happen on my channel. So let's just put it out there. So
yeah, but I'm not finna diss him. It's not even like that. I was gonna tie it back to even myself. So again, I don't like people said I preyed on hurt women or you know what I'm saying, single moms and this and that. So I would argue that there was a weak group of men that flocked to his channel at one point. I don't think he even do that type of content no more. Whether people realize it or not, the dude don't even do the shit he used to do. I got a whole bunch of motherfucking proof of that. He's nothing like he used to be in that regard. So I wouldn't consider his content today predatory, but some of his early content when I first got to YouTube, the same way they said I was preying on the women that they were going at, well, yeah, you preying on these goofy ass niggas that I'm going at. See what I'm saying? So that's in that regard.
I just got on YouTube in December, Taz. So
no, but you good, Trey. I mean, the thing of it is,
we good, man. It's old shit. That's old. You know what I'm saying? It's an old.
Yeah.
I wouldn't diss him and he ain't here. And you know what I'm saying? He don't need to do that.
I ain't gonna lie, like man, that nigga rock for real. Like
no. But this is what I'm saying, Trey. And even I have to bow down sometimes. I came into space in 2020, but you get somebody up here like a Taz and a Aunt T, they got more visibility and insight, right? So even for me, I got to step aside to like acknowledge what they saying. But your point in terms of your position is 1,000% truly heard. You understand what I'm saying? There's no indictment on you. So
but I feel like, but check this out though. This is what I'm saying. I feel like it's imperative to say he moved away from it, and that somewhat points to not being as much of a predator. Because but like some of the shit this nigga said is wild. I'm saying
when he's over there on Trey channel, it's a different conversation.
Because that I'm saying that group of men still exists though, where he could tap into that, and he just ain't. There's that content that he used to do for angry me and used to, you know what I'm saying, it used to be different, bro. And it's still being done. He just don't do it.
So hold on, before I bring somebody up, all I'm saying is that if Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is a predator for what she's doing, and she also pivoted from being doctor to now a gospel, he went from the low life degenerate Rimbo men to now Republican. So it ain't no difference. It's the same thing. He just moved a conversation to a different scenario. Now he's just a black conservative worried about the black community and talking down on black.
Sharon, I would disagree. He's not up here saying he's a doctor.
Hold on, and he's saying black culture is trash and black people need to hold black people accountable. All that BS. It's the same thing.
Have you heard him? Have you heard him on my channel?
Those are opinions, though, bro.
Bro, it's one thing to give an opinion, and it's another thing to say I'm a doctor and start giving out medical diagnosis to people when I'm really not qualified to do it. I believe that anybody that's going to tell people what they want, like what they want to hear, as opposed to what it is they need to know, especially when you got the intellectual and mental capacity to do it, you just choose to tell people what they want to hear just so you can put a couple coins in your pocket. Yeah, I think that's extremely predatory, and I don't care who does it.
I just want some clarity. All right.
Now, especially when you attack a specific.
Good day. Welcome to the show. Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Brownsville.
What up, Brownsville? Give me 1 second. I just want to land real quick. I'm just saying, especially when you attack a specific demographic, You know what I'm saying? Like you find a specific demographic to attack. I mean, just like what Diva was saying earlier, these are actually the like the characteristics and traits of con artists.
Okay.
Like con
Okay.
artists, grifters. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna attack a specific demographic, they're gonna hit you with the damn sales pitch, and they're gonna put some coins in their pocket and move on to the next grift.
But how? So okay, so if you, so how? Because see, that's why I'm questioning in terms of doing content. You saying that there's a way to be predatory in content creation?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh
yeah,
bro. Listen, and y'all can still disagree with me. Just my opinion, right? If I take my goddamn phone and I go to a nigga channel, how is he preying on me?
Because
that's what's being
because he's
said on the channel.
psychologically setting it up to have
You gotta, hey, Taz, fam,
I think it's what's being said.
You still gotta go to his channel, fam.
Okay, so that's a good question. So hold on. So Mont want to answer that question. Taz want to answer that question. I think Shad want to answer that question.
Come on, man.
And then we'll check to see if Brownsville.
Mont, if you don't make nothing, hey nigga, if you don't make sense, nigga, I need you to say
you gonna tell me I'm not making sense, but
you don't, bro, you never make sense.
But look, check this out, right? Most people who are con artists, people come to them willingly, right? You can't make anybody really do anything without putting a gun to their head. You think there's people in these mega churches who happen to be con artists, you know, you think they like, yo, y'all gotta come to my, no, they like, yo, I'm preaching.
So you blaming the pastor, Mont?
I'm saying that some of them,
are you blaming the pastor?
Then you want to cut me off. All right, cool.
So ask the question.
That's the best method, is to cut me off, because that's the only way to get, to stop this from happening. Go ahead.
No, I just asked, are you blaming the pastor?
I'm just giving you an example of how they're not putting a gun to somebody's head. However, they're still coming in willingly to be used in that way. That's how these things happen. Pastors, let's say hypothetically, let's say Dr. Umar is a complete fraud. I don't know people's position on that. Some people got the position, some people don't. Right? He didn't put a gun in nobody's head to give him money for that school. What's the other guy name who Morris something Morrison, the black guy Morrison. He ain't put a gun in nobody's head to give him money.
Talking about Jay Morrison, man.
Jay Morrison.
Yeah.
He ain't put a gun in nobody's head to give him money.
Yeah,
the Tulsa Fund. He didn't put a gun in nobody's head to get people to give him their last.
And neither did Bernie Madoff.
Yeah, so you don't gotta make somebody do something for you to be a scam artist or one of these types of people.
Go ahead, Taz. I know Taz, guy, you can answer the question as well, if you remember the question. All right, while we wait on Taz,
I forget what Trey even said. I forget what I was responding to. I was responding to something from Trey. What was it, Trey?
I just don't believe. Taz, I don't believe.
It's about content creators being predatory.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So so
be predatory if the consumer is coming to the content creator.
I got you. Okay, so in the context that Trey that you put it in, you said scrolling through and just looking, you can click off. I agree. But the issue, I think, is when your content is directed at younger men, and then when you get those men to come to your channel, everything that's there is it's to push your own personal agenda, and it's not a good agenda. So I could click off, but I know who your target audience is and what you're feeding that target audience.
Hey Taz, let me ask you a question. All right, I'm 45. We about the same age somewhere in the ballpark?
49.
All right, we about the same. You would have been a senior when I was a freshman. Cool. All right, so when we were younger, did older niggas kind of used to tell us things and try to sway us in a direction based on their life experiences and give us game on certain things?
My bad. Say it one more time. I was looking at a message. My bad.
Say it one more time.
My bad, bro. My bad. I'm say my fault. Say it one more time.
I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you. No, so what I'm saying, when we were young in the streets doing our thing, right? Weren't there older men that used to tell us how to do what we were doing?
Oh yeah, all the time.
And then a lot of times we sat there and listened, just being respectful, but we still went and did our own thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, one ear after the other, no doubt.
Exactly. So my question is, why would, and these are niggas we knew, fam. These are some of the OGs on the block. So why in the world would we not listen to them and still do our own, make our own decision? We got some niggas on the internet that ain't had no motion until they got a little money and got a little fame on YouTube. Niggas ain't had no motion, fresh and fit. Nigga, want nobody looking at them niggas, bro. Let's keep it gangster. But I'm gonna listen to these goofy looking niggas.
The issue is though, they start selling products and you see people following them. You see people buying their merchandise. You see people supporting their message. And when their message is counterproductive to the point where you see it and you see people following it, financially supporting it, now those financial supporters of theirs are invested in them. So while we discount them as just simply being content creators, now they got a legion of followers that's, willing to go out and do the silly shit they talk about, mocking black people and all this monkey stuff and all that silly stuff they do. It's not good for anyone to follow, but they're giving that to younger men who are invested in a platform who may not have came for that reason. Some of them just want to watch women and then they get deeply invested into all this. You've heard the term radicalized. It's real. People get wrapped up in this shit, man.
But Taz, it's I understand what you're saying, and this is where I find predatory. Is kind of like Dr. Umar when you say, "Hey, we're going to take up finances to build a school for the community," and it never manifests, it never materializes. Now that's predatory, right? But me just saying, "Hey, treat women like this." Do this, do that. In my opinion, that's not predatory. That means
it's the exact same thing.
It's some lame, goofy niggas.
No, Trey, it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. Because I would put
Umar charges people to keep saying that stuff.
I would put Umar, but Ant, I would put Umar over there with Malachi York. Right? So if you say, and so listen, if you say it's like, hey, Taz, but listen.
Yeah, you took it up a whole nother level, really.
No, but here's the thing. If you saying that Walter, and I can't even pronounce the Sudanese name, right? Because I'm okay with calling people by their government. Okay. So if you say them dudes are attracting the lames, right? The same case can be made. They're attracting people who have autonomy, right, over their decision making, right? So I would say the same thing with a lot of these cats that flock to manosphere. The difference is, again, when I asked about demographic, I have to give credence to these young boys that are leaning in and regurgitating. Go to some of these streaming platforms where they gaming and all this other stuff, and listen to these Aiden Rosses and the Neons and the academics and all these cats that regurgitating some of these points. Agreed.
Look, there are levels. Real quick. There are levels to the whole, like preying on folks and stuff like that. So when you're talking about just spitting out content and all of that and attacking a specific demographic, I equate it to, it's just like the dope dealer that just gives people samples of what it is they like so they can keep on coming back. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. It's just as predatory.
How did we just agree that there's levels of predatory behavior? And we couldn't say the same thing about the That's wild.
Hey, wait, we got to respect the money real quick.
I didn't disagree with you, Josh.
Let me just read some of the money. Let me also check on a couple of things. You there, Diva?
I'm here.
All right.
All right. Vegetarian terrarium, $5. People with our level of morality are actually a minority. Most people are evil. It would just depress us to admit it.
Damn.
Aron to Lucas, $2. She's just like Mike Ross from Suits.
That's actually hilarious. If anybody wants Suits, that is a hilarious comparison. That is funny as hell. Great TV show.
I can't watch shows with all white people. Aron to Lucas, $5. Misrepresenting as a psychologist from a university and had sessions or betrayed public trust in certain states, that's civil liability and or criminal.
Well, lock up then.
Hulu live streaming, $369, $10. So when the predator, AM, is your friend, he don't want to speak or
Damn.
say anything. Crazy the fakeness is real, dang. If you can't hold all preds accountable, shouldn't be speaking on these topics.
God
Kulu
damn.
got to pull up. He talking
And,
about
and,
Trey.
and I would say this right here, right?
My
You
nigga,
got
what that nigga
just
didn't
like what
say.
Josh was
That
saying
nigga didn't
earlier.
say
So I
nothing.
didn't,
If you niggas believe that, you niggas is goofy, nigga.
bro. I didn't disagree with Josh when he said there's levels to it. Like, look, you got people like a Bernie Madoff or even maybe an Umar Johnson that might be, or Jay Morrison that runs a Ponzi scheme. You got people that commit different levels of fraud. You know what I'm saying? You have, like the PDFs, you know what I'm saying, that commit that. But also, you also got cult leaders too. Now, would you consider cult leader behavior predatory behavior? I think most of us would. We would. And that's what I would equate your fresh and fit and a lot of these people online, I would equate them to like cult leaders because they pretty much run their platforms like cult leaders do.
Let me check to see. Hold on. Let me check to see if Brownsville microphone is working yet. Brownsville, you good? Your microphone working?
Peace and love. Can you hear me, Cuzzo?
I think so. Now I can. I think you're coming through now. Say something again.
Go out, come back up.
I can hear him, Sharon.
Okay. They said they
That's
can.
right, we can't
can
hear
be on
you.
my side.
Nah, he might not be able to hear us, so he might need to go out and come back in. I don't know what's going on with Trey.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear him loud and clear. I can.
Yeah, I can hear him pretty good. Yeah, as long as ain't nobody talking over, I can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear him too.
All right, so they said they can hear you, cuz. So go ahead. So they said they can hear you. Go ahead. I can't.
First of all, peace and love to the queen on the panel, the supreme goddess PH Diva, and then peace and love to all the kings and queens on the panel, and as well as the chat, man. And I gotta disagree with the brother Mont. He called the queen, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, a predator. Nah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't jacking that.
Damn, there wasn't.
I ain't jacking that, my brother.
I just was.
Listen, if Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, if she did anything wrong, right? Maybe it's overselling her credentials, right? I believe that she's already been verified as having transcripts of a master's degree already, right? And the only question that was out there was whether she had
She said she can't even get
degree.
Just so you know.
Right? What'd you say? Can you hear me?
She said she can't even get her transcripts because the school is like gone. It doesn't exist no more.
Yeah, the brothers should stay far away from that and let the sisters check her.
That was referring to her.
I agree with that.
No, but also, like, what do you mean you believe she's verified her master's? I don't think any of us are privy to that.
That someone has already verified that she has a master's degree.
She hasn't verified any of them.
But I could be wrong. If that's incorrect, right, then that's incorrect. But here's the point, right? My point is, if she's guilty of anything, it's possibly overselling her credentials, right? I don't consider her a predator. Matter of fact, I think she's closer to Dr. Septi than anyone else, right? The reason why I say she's closer to Dr. Septi is because Dr. Septi, he didn't have a medical degree from a distinguished, accredited medical program, right? But he understood medicine more than a lot of medical professionals who did have that degree, right? And I think the beauty of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is that she understands the mentality, the mindset, and the flawed ideology of men more than a lot of mental health professionals.
How do you know he didn't have a degree?
Bro, I would equate the woman to damn Dr. J, Julius Irving, or damn Dr. Dre, the producer.
Yeah, but how do we know Dr. Sebi didn't have a degree? How do we know that?
Can I finish
no. Don't. Yeah,
can
don't.
I finish? Can I land?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
So, Dr. Septi, right? Did he have a medical degree from any accredited university that you know of?
No. Dr. Sebi, no.
Right. So that is why I'm comparing her to Dr. Septi, because through all accounts, right? People who have taken advice from him and put into practice the things that he prescribed, right? They received results, right? And they pretty much said, hey, Dr. Septi is the real deal, right? Um, and I believe the same can be said for Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right? The same way Dr. Septi knew medicine better than a lot of medical providers is the same way Dr. Cheyenne Bryant understands the misogynistic nature of men better than most mental health providers, right? And I believe a lot of men are upset with that is because she has the keen ability to be able to see these men coming and expose them in a way that would potentially make them less credible, right? And we can go and see the men who she demasked, right? She got on a platform with Cam Newton. We all know that he's a misogynistic creep, right? We all know that he believes in creating broken homes everywhere and having multiple kids and multiple baby mamas. And he thinks that's right. And he thinks that's okay. He thinks he's a great father by doing so, right? She also had to sit down with Nick Cannon, who has that same misogynistic ideology, right? She also had to sit down with Shannon Sharp, same thing. And she's able to expose these men as degenerates, right? So I think there's a place for her to go on these platforms and continue to do her thing because she has that ability to do so. And I believe that maybe a lot of mental health professionals who are men, right, are jealous of her, and now they're coming after her by way of, well, let me see your credentials, let me see your transcripts, let me see what gives you the ability or the qualifications to speak the way you speak and articulate yourself the way you articulate yourself. Maybe, just maybe, God equipped her to do that. Maybe the Spirit equipped her to do that. Maybe,
Come on,
maybe,
bro.
maybe,
Yeah, I gotta
maybe,
jump in on this one,
maybe
bro.
she has an ability that supersedes the ability of those men that they picked up from other white men. Peace and love to y'all.
Got you. So Brownsville, the interesting part about what you just said, right? You spoke on all the men that's coming after her who are professionals and who have PhDs and all that. But oddly, from what I've been seeing, it's mainly women who are credentialed who are coming after her. So it's very interesting that you named the men. But the difference between her and Dr. Sebi, and I asked you, like, how did we know Dr. Sebi didn't have his PhD? Well, we know that because he told us, right? He told us that he just learned in Honduras. He learned under somebody else, and he just and he learned from like some sort of ancient knowledge that was out there, and somebody told him, right? And a lot of us sought him out for that, right? Versus Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who was like, "Yo, I'm speaking as if I'm an authority on these things, and I am an authority because I have degrees and I have my PhD, right? Those are different things. When you give somebody the ability to make a decision for themselves, that's completely different of robbing them of that ability by saying that I'm credentialed, I'm qualified, these other people, these other doctors are my peers, right? That's misleading, and that's why I think that's predatory. So when you bring up the Dr. Sebi example, I think they're completely different.
Where they're the same
I'm
is
sorry?
where they are the same, my brother. And I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, maybe Dr. Septi, he didn't oversell his credentials, right? But what he was doing was probably violating medical ethics, right? I think that's what a lot of medical professionals accuse him of because he didn't have a license to prescribe the holistic medicine that he was prescribing, right? And they were saying it was dangerous. They were saying that there was no peer review in order to dissect the information that and the prescriptions that he was given, and therefore they were calling him dangerous, right? So what I'm saying is the same ridicule and criticism that he was getting from people who was hating on his ability to heal people in a natural way, in a God-gifted way, in a way that was separate from the principalities of this world, is the same way that people are criticizing Dr. Cheyenne Bryant for being able to pretty much expose these no good suckers for the degenerate, misogynistic creeps that they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also her ability to pretty much allow women to see warning signs and different signals in order to point them in a direction to recognize when they're with a degenerate, when they're with a wolf in sheep's clothing, so that they can turn and run the other way. So instead of trying to verify Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's credentials, what we should be doing is lifting her up for her ability to expose degenerates.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? So Brownsville, if it's the case that God or the spirit might have equipped her to do all these things, then why would she need to lie about having a degree? It wasn't necessary. You don't need a degree to be a life coach.
That's true. And maybe that was a requirement for her to do so in order to reach that plateau and get on that stage so that God can use her in the way that he used her. Right?
Okay, so God will use you through sin. God will want you to sin so he could use you.
Well, deception is the
we
word you're
find
looking for,
instances
Diva.
in the
Sharon,
Bible.
when they're done, can you
Right?
put
Hold
me in
on.
the box
Hold
for
on.
Brownsville real
Hold on.
quick?
You tell me what word I
When
was
they're done.
looking for.
She asked the question.
I said
right?
that, Diva.
Oh, okay. All right, Rilla.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, my bad.
God would not use deception to elevate us. At no point in time would he use deception to elevate. But go ahead. My bad, Diva.
Go ahead, cuz.
I just want to say right quick again, I'm not even familiar with her no more than 2 weeks. Fam, I'm not seeing this call out on men and this and that you talking about, Brownsville. She kind of reckless, bruh. Like that woman ain't just calling out no degenerate men or no shit like that, bro. That woman say any
Brownsville just
goddamn
dropped for a
thing,
second.
bro.
No, he just dropped. But here's what I wanted to say real quick. I
That's some
don't think
dangerous
Brownsville
work.
really knows most of this story right here, and I think he should do a little bit more homework and research, because I get it. He want to talk about how she's calling out men and quote unquote no good suckers, but just like Mont was saying, the most outrage from this stuff coming out was from actual black women that have worked their asses off to get real PhDs and practice psychology and medicine under the credentials that this woman claims that she has, but can't verify any damn thing.
Yeah, and we should let those women handle that business.
So let me say this. Can
Real
y'all
quick,
hear me?
Brownsville, I'm gonna land. I want you to respond too. I'm just saying. So if you're gonna be an advocate for women, which, hey, I get it, I feel you, because hey, in this case, I would be an advocate for them too. But the ones that actually have those credentials, I think it's extremely disrespectful to them that have worked their asses off to get those. I got an aunt that went through it, the dissertation, graduated 4.3, all of that, had a bunch of student loan debt, everything else. Okay, everything else. And for somebody to just come on the internet and just say that, I think it's extremely disrespectful to black women that have put in that work. Forget what she's saying about men. I care less.
Right. And to that, I would say this, right? Those black women who have those grievances, then that's for them to articulate those grievances and for her to respond to them, right? But you shouldn't be responding for them, right? That's number one. Number two, to Chicago Rilla's point, right? God doesn't use deception. That's correct, right? Let me ask you a question, Chicago Rilla. Did God use sinners?
He used people who sin, yes.
Right. So that was my point, right? When you look into the word, right? All the people that God used, were they perfect or were they imperfect? Chicago, really,
They
that's
were
a question for
imperfect.
you, my brother.
Nobody's perfect.
But
right.
just
So
like what
here's
Brownsville
the
just
point.
said, he's saying that it's up to them
Hold on,
to hold her
Let him
accountable.
say it.
I can
Aunt
show
T,
you
damn.
multiple
let him get
videos
to
of women that have been able to show their diplomas,
Oh, okay.
show their
Sharon,
degrees.
the
All right, pull
bounties
up.
Can you
on?
hear me? Hold on, Aunt. Let them get to the point.
No,
Let
my
them get to
bad,
the
my
point.
bad.
Are the bounties on,
Okay.
Sharon?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I know it's been a
Getting
while.
paid today, dog.
I know it's been a while. I know y'all miss hearing from me, and I get it. But the point is this, right? If the Supreme Goddess PhD diva, who actually has a PhD, if she has a grievance with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, then that's for her to articulate that grievance, right? That isn't for men who aren't even as credentialed as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant to then criticize her for distinguished women that they aren't even in rooms with. That's my point. That's not their place, right?
Brownsville,
And
we are just as credentialed as Cheyenne
what I'm
Bryant.
saying is Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right? She didn't give out any prescriptions. She didn't give out any advice to nobody has come forward and said, hey, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant told me this, and this is how I was harmed from what she told me. I haven't seen anybody say that, right? So therefore, all she did was demask degenerate men who were predators, who are predators towards women. That's a fact. Cam Newton is a predator towards women. Nick Cannon is a predator towards women. Shannon Sharp is a predator towards women, right? So there we have this woman, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. She's very articulate. She knows how to disarm these men. She knows how to expose these men. And then now, yeah, sometimes you got to go through trial by fire, right? And maybe she's telling the truth. Maybe it's a possibility that she got her PhD and that program no longer exists and she can't verify her dissertation or transcripts or whatever. Maybe that's true, or maybe it's
No,
false.
it's not. Maybe it's true. There's no way that that's true, right? And this is the thing. So remember, and let me bring it back to the first point I made when I came here. And I'm not talking about you necessarily, Brownsville, but so it's interesting to me that we're having this conversation. And the one person who got the PhD ain't the person who really talking, right? And so low information, high opinion. But back to Brownsville. Brownsville, no, there's no way she did, because when you do a dissertation and you submit it to your school, it automatically goes into an online database. So any body can go and access at least the abstract of your dissertation if you actually wrote one. And you're never going to forget what you wrote it on just because you spend so much time writing it. You ain't going to never forget what you wrote it on. And again, if she was being used by God, her attitude wouldn't be, oh, well, I'm not going to address it. I'm not even going to address it, right? That's not of God. And this is the thing. That book tell you what you're supposed to be looking for, right? And especially when it talks about the Holy Spirit is God's face in the world and in people, right? And so for us, but it just seems like a lot of times Christians don't lack discernment. Y'all can't see, even if it's right there in front of you. And so no, she is lying. She is lying. And honestly, I think she could have came and did everything she's doing. You know, she's very attractive. She is very articulate. She could have did everything she was doing without the lie. It was no need for it. But that's
And
why I
you're,
think
you're,
she's a
you're
con artist. Go ahead.
and you could be correct on that as well, right? But all I'm
No, she is correct.
by the fruit that they. So I'm looking
And
at
let's
the
keep it real.
fruit
The lie is what
and
put her
looking
to
at
the
the
top of the list.
conversations that she had with these degenerate men and the way she was able to disarm them and expose them to the world for having that nefarious ideology, right? So even if she oversold her credentials or she embellished or whatever she did to get to that stage, right? What were the fruit of her getting to that stage? That's what I'm willing to critique her on, right? And I believe that when I seen her on those platforms, I seen a very articulate Black woman who was doing good work for the community, because we need more sisters like her. We need more sisters like you, Supreme Goddess PH Diva. We need more sisters like Verbal Assassin, Rogue C, all of the sisters that are willing to come on these public platforms and challenge the nefarious ideologies of these sick men, right? Who are still trying to convince the world that for some strange reason, they can't tell the difference between a 16-year-old and a 25-year-old woman, right? That's what they want us to believe. That's what they want women to believe. And there's a lot of men who are going along to get along, right? Because you know, as a man, you walk in a club and there's a 16-year-old girl there, there's no man on this earth that can convince me that he can't tell that that's a 16-year-old girl if he's observing her, right? Because maybe you're looking in the wrong places. For one, you should be looking at her face. You should be looking at the way she talks. You should be looking at the way she walks, right? And you would know right off the bat that that's a girl, that's not a woman. But because you're prioritizing lust and degeneracy at the top of your value system, right? And you are in active practice of degeneracy, and you're probably in an inebriated state, you're willing to dismiss all of the signs that identifies her as a girl, right? And there's not a lot of men who are willing to come on a public platform and state that, right? So we need more women like Cheyenne Bryant, like the Supreme Goddess. Supreme Goddess, don't you get this same thing where these men are trying to expose you, criticize you? They want to know what you look like. They want to see your credentials. They have all these, they levy all these criticisms of you. You don't carry yourself like a PhD scholar and all of those different kind of things, right? But I don't look at it like that. I look at the fruit. I look at the work that you're doing. I listen to you intently, right? And I understand what your goal is. And that's all I'm doing. I'm giving Dr. Cheyenne Bryant that same grace. I'm
PhD
looking at
ain't
her.
lying to get there.
I'm seeing the good that she's doing, and I want her to continue doing that, because the degeneracy of these predatory men have to stop. And I
The
know you're
messenger
going to say, well,
matters
there's
just as much as the
predatory
message.
women as well.
Brownsville,
Well,
you
You can
just
say said the is don't
go
justify
ahead
the
and
Hold
look
on,
up
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold
the
on.
Maryland study when it comes to sexual abuse from December 2025. And they'll tell you the difference between women being essayed and men being essayed, a woman being groomed and men being groomed, and different things like that. The numbers don't even compare. The numbers don't even correlate, right?
Brownsville,
So
you
I don't
so
want to hear nothing about these men being victims until we address that Black women are overly victimized in our communities in Chicago, New York City, LA, Charlotte, you name a city, it's happening. And my daughter next month turns 16 years old.
Oh.
And there's no man on earth that can convince me that that's not a child when they look at her. Peace and love. Y'all got it.
Brownsville, you so biased that you didn't even
You did a
listen to
whole good
Diva.
pivot right there.
He didn't even
Yeah.
listen to Diva when she educated him, and she has a PhD, and he just still like, well, maybe it might be like she just told you
No,
the thing.
he's like maggots when they defend
Hold
Trump.
on, y'all. Hold on.
No
I
matter
know
what
y'all
he
see. I'm
does,
trying
he's
to.
here by God's hand.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let the person with the PhD respond, and also, can you read the super chats as well?
Sure. Aronto Lucas, $5. Many actual licensed psychologists, Black women, have reviewed her interviews and talks. Every single one of them have said she's dangerous.
Damn.
A random independent, $5. Dr. Bryant's mistake is she lied on something that can be proven false. She should have been like Sebi and lied using abstract mystical BS. You know what? The official YT Purge, $2. Get that money, Sharon.
All right. So, David, you want to address anything that Brownsville said before we pass it to the fellas?
Look, I understand where Brownsville is coming from. And I totally agree, right? Your 16-year-old daughter, no, you can't convince me either that any man could look at her and think she's an adult. And even if he can look at her and think she's an adult, when he speaks to her, he should automatically know she's not. So, like, they never getting off the hook with that one with me. But with Cheyenne Bryant, with all the stuff that's going on now, it's like she shot herself in the foot, right? Because again, she could have did everything she's doing now. She's attractive, articulate, well put together, all the things that translate well for doing what she's doing, right? Being in the public eye, giving advice. If you got a microphone these days, you can give advice. So I just think it was unnecessary, and especially with her attitude towards it now, and then the subsequent pivot to the Bible quoting and all that other stuff. Like, yeah, she was lying, she got caught, and she needs to be more contrite about it to try to move on from it, so she can keep doing what she want to do.
But what about, but Queen, I want you to address though how you are overly criticized in comparison to her, right? Because I've been listening to you and seeing what's been going on for a few years, right? And these men are criticizing you based upon, well, why don't she never turn the camera on, right? And then they'll say, well, how do we know she really has a PhD, right? Then they'll say things like, well, she doesn't talk or speak like or act like somebody that has a PhD, right? So my issue is when it comes to Cheyenne Bryant, right? It doesn't even matter if she has a degree, right? They want her to be perfect, and they expect Black women to be perfect in all areas, right? Because if it wasn't that, even if they found the doctorate degree, they would find another reason to criticize her and ridicule her and try to run her out of the room. And that's what I want you to address, Queen.
Yeah, so I agree with everything you said, right? So yes, they do criticize me, even though I ain't studying they dusty asses. And how you gonna criticize me and you looking up at the soles of my shoes?
Goddamn.
Nevertheless, right? Nevertheless, uh, so yes, they do, and they've questioned the degree or whatever. Um, and so that's just what Black men do. But again, I just don't think she had to lie. I think she could have done it all, by being honest and saying, I'm a life coach and I got all this experience, and I look this good and I'm putting it out there, and come on, what's up? So, but I agree with everything you're saying.
But it's also fair. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I got it. I'm sorry. Aron to Lucas, $5. If it's so easy to tell, how do all these 16-year-olds sneak into the club? Easy. They know somebody at the door, or the person they coming in with knows somebody at the door. That's how we used to do it. How did they convince the public that Aaliyah was a sex symbol at 15? I was around when that happened. Sex symbol? She wore baggy clothes, oversized clothes. And that came later, the sex symbol stuff. Anyways, the official YT Purge, $5. Miss J N's best friend has 4 paws and coughs up fur balls. What?
I know Mont wanted to say something, and then Auntie wanted to get in the box with Brownsville. So we got Mont and Shadow, because I know Mont, Shadow, and Ayal, because they wanted to address Brownsville as well, and then Auntie get his moment in the box.
Yeah, I think it's fair for, like, if anybody is questioning Diva's credentials, I think that's fair for them to do that. She says she has a PhD. People are going to question that. Now, she's not a public figure. She don't got to show y'all shit, right? Like, so it's different with her. Like, she might be like, yo, I'm going to just keep my identity what it is, because this is where, it doesn't make sense for her to show us anything. However, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, Dr. Phil, these other types of people who are on TV and they're public figures and they're trying to do bigger things, as far as in that space, yeah, it's completely, reasonable for people to question that. And now her peers are questioning, well, quote unquote peers are questioning that. So at a certain point, it's like, yo, they want to know now. They want to see the paperwork. So I think that's completely different. And I think Brownsville, I like your message. I like what you want to do. And I think your heart is in the right place. But I do think you start to lose credibility when you refuse to acknowledge certain facts and certain truth to get your point across. But I totally understand what your fight is, and it makes sense. But you at least got to acknowledge, like, facts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I did acknowledge the facts. I said maybe she oversold her credentials. Maybe she
Maybe.
embellished a little
Okay.
bit, right?
Maybe. Okay.
It hasn't been proven yet, right? I know PhD Diva made a good point of how it can be proven, right? And a lot of people believe that she's a charlatan, she's a liar, and all these different things. But the reality is, right? I think the issue is not about her credentials, which is my point. The issue is because she did such a good job of demasking these degenerate men and exposing these men, right, as being a articulate black woman who is a beautiful woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Carrying herself in a certain way, they feel like she should humble herself, and she shouldn't speak so vehemently and come after these men so aggressively the way she did. Who is she? Who gave her these credentials? Who gave her this mindset to do this? Right? So I think it's more about her ability to, speak truth to power than it is
Mm-hmm.
verifying her credentials.
Or maybe it's because what she says she's a doctor, and that's also not what doctors do, right? Like every therapist that I've saw talk about what she's done has said that's not how you do therapy. That's not how you don't cast your world view on the people who you're talking to get them to a better place. That's just not the way that those people in that space operate. And also, like, I get that she's calling Cam Newton and them a degenerate for the way that they live life, but Paul Pierce also exposed that she might be a degenerate also, right? For the way that she chooses to live life. If we talking all the God stuff and all this type of stuff, but you fucking on niggas on and off and all that, like everybody got things that they could do better in this situation.
Yeah. I mean, we all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's correct. But my issue is there's so many men with a lot of power and manipulative ability to create a narrative and control it, right? Which what gave the Rim brothers so much influence, to speak on this, speak on pretty much humbling women, specifically black women, putting them down, objectifying them, right? And they're not afraid to have these weird conversations when it comes to young black children, right? And then my issue with a lot of black men is this, right? So we would hear these brothers engage in these weird, nefarious conversations about children. You have a conversation about it, talk about it, but then you're in a room with them, chumming it up in another different conversation. That's not how we used to do things, right? We distance ourselves from people like that.
Okay. All right. That was a good
You
one.
once, brother, you
Yeah,
once
Shadow.
told me that the end doesn't justify the means. You told me that on a number of occasions, and I respected that. The problem I'm having with you at this exact moment is that, as Mont said, she clearly disrespected other black female PhDs, and you're saying it sounds, just outside looking in, it sounds like you're saying it's okay that she did that because her message was to attack degenerate men. But at the end of the day, like Sharon always said, it's okay to call a thing a thing. Diva was right. She didn't have to commit the fraud to be able to get the success that she did, but she did it with the intent of getting that gain. Just like this predatory lending companies. Yes, she moved in a predatory way in order to gain the following and the fans that she didn't even have to do it. So it was disrespectful to other people. But it seems like because she was okay with attacking the men, you're willing to let that slide, even though she did it in a way that disrespected women in the process. Like, I guess that's where I'm sitting weird with you.
Well, as
No,
a
so I'm
woman
not.
with a PhD, I don't feel disrespected.
There you
She
go.
has nothing to
Right.
do with me.
There you go.
Okay.
Disrespects the
And
field, though. It's stolen valor.
stolen
Disrespect the
So,
valor.
field.
no, Diva.
Hold
So
on.
one of the things,
Hold on. Let Browns get a chance to respond to Shaw. So this way, we can keep moving the conversation forward to where Auntie and Browns can have they back and forth, so we can just keep the conversation going. So because we ain't gonna never get there. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Yeah, so I'm not justifying her making misleading statements about her credentials, if that's what she did, right? If she did that, she was wrong, right? And she deserves criticism for that, right? Um, that's embellishment, that's overselling your credentials. That's as far as I would go with that. But in terms of being a predator, no, I can't go that far with calling her a predator because she didn't represent anybody but herself, right? She wasn't up there representing a company. She wasn't up there representing an institution. She wasn't up there you know, uh you know, like she was invited to these rooms to have these conversations, and she showed an innate ability to demask these men. That's what she did, right? So we
But the
have to
question is,
be
why
able
was
to.
she even invited to these rooms? I'm sorry. There was background noise. Sorry, continue.
Because she lied about her document. That's why she was invited.
All
Well,
right. So
I mean, but
so
that
while
can't be
Shadow
proven.
get his background noise together, I guess
Yeah.
Auntie could get his moment with
No,
Brownsville.
no, and that was just gonna be my point, bro. That I mean, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? PhD has a PhD. She doesn't feel disrespected. And I'm sure there are a lot of women that have PhDs and don't feel disrespected because it doesn't really hurt their money or what it is that they do or doesn't harm their credentials. But there are a lot of women that do feel disrespected because of that have actually gone through that. So when you say that she's not representing anybody but herself, I think she is representing more than just herself. She's representing the moniker of the independent, educated, opinionated Black woman. And then she's been exposed as a liar. So that hurts what she represents. Would you agree or disagree with that, Brownsville?
I would disagree with it, right? Because at the end of the day, there's not one person on this panel that can say as an adult they never lied, right? We've all have, committed either white lies or some dark lies, right? But at the end of the day, we ask for forgiveness, we pray about it, and we repent, and we move forward, right? Because that's what adults do. When she was in these conversations, right, it was her ability to attack the degenerate ideology of these men, right? And that's what has had so many Rim brothers up in arms with her having that ability. Now, if there's Black women who have PhDs who feel a type of way, then they're justified in feeling that way, right? But the problem is, I'm not talking to a Black woman right now. I'm talking to a Black man, right? Now, if you're a Black man who has a PhD yourself, then I can understand you feeling a type of way as well. But if you're not a Black man who has a PhD, and you're not a Black woman who has a PhD, and we have a Black woman on this panel who does have a PhD and says she's not offended, then why do you feel it necessary to speak for those who may or may not be offended as a man? Let's get to the bottom of that.
Okay, for the
Well,
same
again,
reason why
I still
you
see the
feel that
scientific.
no, one second, Josh. For the same reason that he feels it, necessary to come up here every single day and speak on behalf of women that can speak for themselves when you're calling out these no good suckers and everything else.
No, see, that's where you got to confuse, right? Number one, I'm not up here every day. Matter of fact, this is probably my second time in a month being up here. That's number one. And number two, I don't speak for Black women. I speak on behalf of Black men to degenerate Black men, right? See, that's what y'all always got confused, right? What I'm telling these men to do is to recalibrate their value system, right? Why are you so interested in putting a Black woman down, right? Who raised you? What environment you come from to where they was tearing down Black women? The environment that I come from, Auntie, that you're going to be familiar with. I grew up in the times of the nations of gods and earths, right? My OGs would build with us and let us know how precious and valuable a Black woman or what Black woman is and how they should be treated, how they should be uplifted, right? And if there's an issue with a black woman, you go get a higher esteemed black woman, and you get that correction from them. That's what we was taught. So I don't understand this weird obsession that a lot of men have, to where they just want to come on platforms and just tear down black women and attempt to ridicule black women in such a loud and boisterous way. That's to me, I don't know, man. That's feminine behavior.
I mean, I'll explain. And now this is the way I do things. I can't speak for everybody else, and I know that there are people that do just target black women or just women in particular to go at them because of their BS. I call it down the middle. Inconsistent. That's the way I see it. If I see a dude that's up here grifting, if it was a dude that was up here calling himself a licensed PhD doctor and he can't show any of his credentials, can't even remember what his dissertation was about or any of that other stuff, I'm going to call him out the same way. So I don't think there should be any gender bias when you're calling out BS. And I don't think that woman deserves any grace because she's a woman, and definitely not just because she's a black woman. She's lied. You know what I'm saying? She's grifted, and her lie is what actually put her to the top of everybody else that just calls themselves a life coach. That's what put her above everybody else. That's what actually that created the difference in the size of her platform and how loud her voice was. That's one of the reasons why her voice got so magnified, and that's why she was able to give all of those independent consultations above most other life coaches.
Yeah,
because she was able to say that, hey, I'm licensed. I'm a step above everybody else that calls himself a life coach, when in actuality she wasn't.
And you may be correct on that, right? But my question to you is this, my brother. Do you believe all these brothers was questioning the forefathers and the pillars of the manosphere and trying to question their credentials and trying to figure out their backgrounds and trying to determine if they had the proper authority to speak and have these different opinions the way that they did?
No, but if
Absolutely,
they
were
were
questioned,
dragged for it.
and a lot of them are still being dragged, questioned, and called out about it. But I don't remember any of them calling themselves PhDs and doctors that didn't have the credentials to.
Actually, everybody
I don't
does
know.
get.
I think there's stories out there that will show and debunk what you just said, right? I think what happens with men, right, is when you hear another man who is speaking the way that you like, and you agree with his opinion, right? You're more aligned to become a listener and supporter than a critic, right? So you're not going to waste time in figuring out, well, what's his background? What kind of degrees does he have? You're not going to be interested in verifying those facts because you agree with what he says and you like where he's coming from, and you like his point of view, and maybe who he's targeting for his criticism, right? See, men are quick.
But that's you asking me personally.
Other men grace. Men are quick to give other men grace, and it might not be you specifically. You might be special, Auntie. You might be special, my brother. It's not really you that I'm levying this criticism to, because you said, hey, I'm objective. I call it down the middle. I call balls and strikes. And what I'm saying is, if that's true, then you are the exception, my brother, not the rule.
Brownsville, you're gaslighting yourself right now.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, if he's talking about it on a broad context, then I get it. People are going to have their individual biases, and even I might have mine from time to time. Like I said, I try to call it down the middle. If I didn't say that, I'll reiterate and say that. I try to call it down the middle, but at the same time, I don't see why we should give somebody. Do you believe that liars deserve more grace because they're women or because they're black women?
No, liars deserve what liars deserve, right? But if someone maybe made a misleading statement, or if they oversold their credentials, right? or if they told a lie, right? I'm not just gonna be so up to just totally discrediting them, right?
You would if it was a man.
They're actually doing good work. right? So if they're doing good work, they're
We're
producing
drugging
good
it.
fruit.
Come on.
Well, now this was just the point that I was trying to make. If somebody's going to lie, grift, and all of that stuff, they should be subject to the same scrutiny, regardless of what the hell their gender is or their race is or any of that other stuff.
So let me ask you this, my brother. So you're saying,
And you were, but before you go, Brownsville, you were pretty much just saying, well, why are you guys so quick to tear down a black woman? Because she was a liar and a grifter, and we should tear her down just the same way and scrutinize her just the same way we would a black man or a white man or a white woman or an Indian man or an Indian woman or an Asian man or Asian woman that lies right to our damn face.
right. So my question to you, if we was to apply that same standard to everybody who graced these panels, everybody who's on the internet, would there be any man or woman standing, in your opinion?
Say that again.
Yes.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
He said we hold that same standard to the content creators in YouTube. Would there be anybody still standing?
It'd be a lot.
Yeah, there would be some people still saying a lot of these people, and I think it's crazy that a lot of these people have supposedly grown up and evolved, but they still speaking the same stuff they were speaking 12, 13 damn years ago. It's like at some point you would think people will grow up. I know there are a lot of topics and issues that I don't feel the same way that I did 12, 13 years ago because I done grown older, wiser. I see things from different perspectives, all of that stuff. So some people will call that flip-flopping. When I see it, and I see somebody spitting the same stuff for 15 years straight, the same opinion, have gotten no extra context, can't even see things from different perspectives, have multiple discussions with people. I don't see that as a damn badge of honor. You know, I see that as stubbornness.
So my question to you is name them. Name the people who, if we was to take a magnifying glass on everything that they said, right, in order to verify the veracity of what they're telling is the truth, name those people that will still be able to have credibility and be above reproach when it comes to making misleading statements or maybe overselling something. Name those people so that we can investigate them.
Y'all gonna let Brownsville gaslight us right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go into a list of other content.
You can answer the question, Ma.
You know, I'm not even going to do that.
You can answer the question.
Well, no, that's a deflection tactic, and it's all good, bro. You're trying to get me to speak on some other names, and then the conversation's going to sway onto other people and other people's content. You and I were discussing a specific topic, right there. So I'm not gonna fall for that. But it sounds like it's a good idea for maybe another stream or another discussion. Other people might fall for that, but I won't, bro.
But it's not a deflection because I asked you a question before that. The question I asked you, and you could have said, well, yeah, nobody. Right? Now, if you would have said that.
No, the answer isn't nobody. The answer is a lot of people, but I'm not going to mention a bunch of them because it's going to turn the topic and conversation into something other than what it was.
You don't have to mention a bunch of them. Mention one.
I'm not going to do that. Like I said, it's going to it's going to change the conversation.
Well, I want to talk about her. I know y'all want to talk about me.
Umar. There's a bunch of people.
I just want to talk about her. So I just want to make sure I understand. We think that she did this by accident, according to Brownsville, that she was misleading, lying, deceiving people, and it was an accident. Is that the census that I'm getting from the people on the panel?
No,
that's not what I said.
No, nobody's saying that.
No, I'm asking. It was a question.
Hold on, y'all. All right, so y'all can think about the answer. Go ahead, PS Diva.
All righty. Aron to Lucas, $2. She actually represented Argosy by claiming it.
What's Argosy, PS Diva?
That was the institution, the online institution that she says she got the degree from. They have since closed, but you can still access your transcripts and whatnot. There's a regulatory requirement to maintain documents for a certain amount of time. It's usually at least 7 years. But she was saying because it closed, they only kept the documents for 2 years, and so she can't get her transcript, and that's just not true.
But was that ever verified, Queen? Did anybody from that university
ever
come out and say, well, she's lying?
No,
Yes.
No, when
the
they came out. Go
oh
ahead,
my
Diva. My bad.
God. So the university is closed. So it doesn't exist anymore. But I did see something where there was a note, like a post from Argosy University saying you can still access your records, and this is how.
And that's via third party, right, Diva?
Yes, it's a third party
Correct.
organization that will maintain all of the information or the data or paperwork, whatever, for a certain number of time.
And it's supposed to be for at least 7 years, and it's only been 2 years, so
It's
still.
usually been it's usually 7 years. It's usually the default. It may,
And here's the thing. I got a problem, and I gotta go. So, but this is the issue I have, right? Why do black men have so much more smoke for Cheyenne Bryant than they have for Donald Trump? Because Edelman Williams,
Hey, thank you for
he'll come
naming
on
him,
and
because I was about to say you wouldn't have gave the same
hold
grace.
on. Can I finish?
Let him land his point. Go ahead, brother.
Like, I need y'all to have a little bit more emotional control, man. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous that y'all can't act like adults. The thing is this, right? I'm tired of black men like Edelman Williams. He's willing to come up on shows, right, and defend Donald Trump from A to Z. Every time we have a show criticizing him, here come Edelman Williams with a Captain Saver, costume on, right? But when we have a conversation about a black woman who all she did was get on a public platform, probably oversold her credentials, maybe she embellished a little bit, but the overarching point of her message was to dethrone the misogynistic, degenerate ideology of black men, right? He has more smoke for her than he does with somebody who has the nuclear codes, somebody who lies on a daily basis, but have the power to affect everybody's life. He don't got as much smoke for him than he has for Cheyenne Bryant. Peace and love.
I mean, most
I got,
black men
you
did
know
vote
what
for
we saw?
Trump. It
You
don't
know what
make
we
sense to
saw?
not. Don't make it about yourself, E. Please don't.
I
I'm
know
saying if
what we
we get
saw
more
is
time.
that. Hold on, wait, brother. He addressed me. What we saw was a hypocrite in real time. Brownsville said, "Why do we don't go and investigate the things that the manosphere are saying?" And just because this is a woman, he said he's not going to investigate. He's going to give her grace. He's doing the exact thing that he's accusing the men to do it on the opposite side. So what we do know is that it was, he said, embellish a little bit. This woman, her purpose was to deceive people for money. That's what she did. Her goal was to trick people out of money. The crazy part about it is, if Sharon, to be honest, he act like now since we're talking about a woman, I'm only holding women accountable. Like I don't hold men accountable, right? So I hear what he's saying. It sounds good. I know he got his little 30-second speech in there, but I tell you straight up is if we gonna hold a standard, the standard that Brownsville say that we hold the line, set the standard, that standard also got to apply to women. And it seems like for some reason his standard only applies to men and not women. And I'm telling you, he's the one that his whole mindset is misleading.
And see, this is
Well, you
Exhibit
usually
A.
is co-star.
Hold on one second, Chicago Rilla. This is Exhibit A,
Oh
right?
no, that definitely wasn't me, Brownsville. I don't know who that was.
This brother, right, spoke just now for 1 minute and 36 seconds. Never addressed what I accused him of. Never even mentioned Donald Trump's name, right? But yet, he wants to criticize a black woman, right? That's the problem, right? Y'all men are so afraid of the white man that y'all won't even make mention their name in order to say, you know what, maybe I need to take a second look at this. But you're quick to come after a black woman and call her a scammer, call her a degenerate, say that she's doing something nefarious, right? And that's what makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach.
You switching the
Y'all need to
conversation,
get it together.
Brownsville.
Yeah, I
That is
get you what I'm saying.
wild.
Hold on 1 second. It's okay. And this is what Brownsville do. What he want to do is he want to change Sharon topic. He want to control. Now he want us to talk about Donald Trump. That's not the topic. What the topic is what this woman is doing in the black community that he loves. So it's crazy that even when we try to talk about black people in the black community, he want to go back and talk about white people. That's what he want to make the topic about. You can't
Well, no, it was
gaslight me.
about you, not Trump. It was about you. But Brownsville, let me ask:
Wait a
would you be
minute. Is
able?
it
Would you? Can you
topic
make a
or
comparison
topic?
between her and Umar?
Mm-hmm.
What was
And
the
that was a
question,
fair,
my brother?
that was a fair, and I just want to say that was a fair assessment, Willie. The topic wasn't actually about Donald Trump; it was about you, either man. That was a good catch,
Willie is
Wall Street
always
Willie.
right, but just relax.
The-
So
hey,
let me ask you this, Brownsville. Can you compare as public figures, right? Umar and Cheyenne, the scrutiny that Umar had to go through, right? Whether he's a doctor or not, at this point, I don't even know. I don't care. But when you're a public figure, that scrutiny is allowed. Because I had an issue with when you said that if you're not a female PhD, you can't criticize her. Well, first off, it's not just about females or even just about black people, right? Like, she literally misrepresented academia, right? So this could be about anybody in the space if that's your argument. But I'm saying you give women the space to say, you deal with these no good suckers, so you can have an opinion. Well, a lot of people listen to her, and under the guise that she was actually a doctor, may have believed some of the things that she said were medically or accepted in academia, you know, and that should just be called out. I just feel like it does the argument a disservice because I agree with you. She did expose and demask men who was out here running amok. I totally agree with you. But if she's doing that under a lie, she does more disservice to the argument than benefit. That's all. I
Willie, you should
apologize.
get
Yeah,
out
but
of that,
hold
man.
on 1 second. Let me respond to Willie real quick, right? Because Willie, the reason why I can't compare Dr. Cheyenne Bryant to Dr. Umar Johnson is because my gripe with Umar Johnson is I donated to him, right? When he said, "Hey, I need donations to build this school," I was one of his supporters and donated money to help him build this school for young black kids, right? Can anybody on the panel say that, you know what, I donated to Dr. Cheyenne Bryant?
She gonna get there.
No, but what I
Wait,
do
there's a
think
super.
people could
There's a
say,
super
That's the
no,
chat.
but
question.
what I do think people
No,
could say
the
is
simple
you
answer
took
is
her
no. The
advice.
simple y'all got to stop,
Right. The
stop,
simple
guys.
answer is
The simple
no.
answer
But
is no.
besides
The simple
Brownsville,
answer is no
nobody
when
else
it comes
probably
to
up here say
money.
they
Hold on,
donated
real
to
quick.
Umar.
The
That's
simple
a
answer
false.
is no when it comes to money. But I do think people listen to her under the guise that she had a certain accreditation and she was equipped to be given the advice that she was given. And so now all of the advice she's given will be extra scrutinized, and the people who disagreed with her now have a leg up because she's a fraud. She actually hurt the argument, is my point. Because I agree with you. She exposed some goofies. Cam is a goofy. I agree.
So,
Right?
so let me
But
ask you this question. Right? Do you need a doctorate degree to give relationship advice? Yes or no? That's all I need to know.
no.
No, right? So you don't need a doctorate degree to give relationship advice. So your point that she gave advice and people may listen to her, and now that advice is under further scrutiny, is totally invalid. Because if her message or advice that she gave did not harm them in any way, right? Then you can't come and say and discredit her just because she don't have a doctorate degree, or maybe even if she does, right? What I'm saying is most women have said, hey, I appreciate what she did when she was on those panels, how she demasked those men, how she was able to articulate herself in a way to show that they had misogynistic point of views, to show other women the different warning signs on how to navigate a conversation with a man who's speaking eloquently and maybe nefariously trying to get them to be manipulated, right? She had an ability to expose that. So I seen a lot of people, both men and women, give her a lot of credence for that ability, and even you did, right? But now you want to say, well, we gotta hold her to Dr. Umar when Dr. Umar pretty much benefited monetarily from his scam, right? So that's why we have to be careful when we try to make those comparisons and correlations, right? Because
So you
like I
believe she
said,
did
for
not
her,
benefit from it? Hold on, E. Hold on, E. Let
for
me
her,
finish. Let me respond.
right, we can call her out for maybe overselling her credentials, maybe embellishing her academic track record, right? That's fear. But we can't say, oh, well, she's another Dr. Umar Johnson, unless you can show and prove that she got some monetary gain by telling other people, hey, donate to me and I'm going to do this. And she didn't fulfill because I didn't care that Dr. Umar, if he was a doctor or if he wasn't a doctor. You know what I cared about, Wall Street? I cared about that school being open, right? And I got upset with him when he told me that school was going to be open, and then he gave me an excuse. And then he told me that school was going to be open, and then he gave me another excuse. And then he told me that school was going to be open, and he said, hey, I need you to send me $50 more.
So he
All right,
lied to
but
you.
wait, Brownsville though. Don't go past the point of monetary gain, right? It's not only in the form of donations. She absolutely got monetary gain. She's not going on Shannon Sharp for free, right? Cam is giving her a check to come up there and present her rhetoric to the world, right? So whether I agree with what she was exposing or not, she's a fraud, right? Like I can make the argument that everything Dr. Umar says about white supremacy and these things are 100% valid. But if he's a fraud, it hurts the overall Pan-African argument. That's where I'm coming to you from because it does seem disingenuous because I think you would have used this exact same situation to totally criticize a man and say, this is why you should listen to these no good suckers, right? That can be flipped here and say, this is a reason why you shouldn't listen to these no good sisters. And that's coming from a place of agreeing with her.
Hey, Brownsville, quick
Perfect
question.
place to land, though. Got DB, you there?
Yeah. Let me see. Ogun 314, $5. When you hold men to a higher standard than women, you in fact are being misogynistic. Why can't you hold both genders to a high standard, Brownsville? Aron to Lucas, $5. Quite a few graduates have pulled theirs live in real time. Just a quick Gemini search says Parchment keep records from Argosy permanently. L Nix, something to think about, $20. This is equivalent to any organization that has a mission statement, oath, or contract of higher representation as an ambassador. You can't wear any uniform or present yourself as military, frat sorority, doctor, or licensed professional. That's not entirely true.
Okay. We
Aries
can get back
Cuisine
to that
became
one.
a YouTube member. Thank you, ma'am. L Nix, something to think about, $2. This is not a gender debate, it's an ethical debate.
Okay.
Trey the Truth Teller, $5. Wall Street, she didn't expose Cam Newton. Shaking my head. You talking goofy as usual. Laugh out loud. Oh, you know Willie.
Damn, Willie, you're goofy everywhere. Ain't that
I
a
mean, I disagree.
before you
You can look at Cam Newton's face.
Willie, before you jump in, Shadow, Diva, do you want to address the part that is possibly not true with L Nixon? What he said
Can
about
you
the
bring it back up? Can you bring it back up?
yes,
Uh,
which part? Yeah.
mission statement. Well, so a person, trying to be a public figure, a YouTube public figure or a social media figure, influencer, I guess.
isn't equivalent to an organization with a mission statement and all that other stuff, right? It's very different. But then the part about you can't present yourself as fraternity, sorority. Yeah, you can. People do it all the time.
You saying Boosie did that? Wipe me down. Hey, is
So that was the Boosie
is my brother
slander.
Brownsville still up here? Because I've been in and out. I just quick question, or maybe for the brothers on the panel, because it kind of, this whole thing kind of flipped into a conversation around old girl, right? My take on old girl is the ladies are coming out to deal with her. Let them deal. I don't have no opinion when the ladies are dealing with her. Is there any brother on the panel that have a problem with the ladies digging in her tail right now?
No,
I don't subscribe to the same. I don't subscribe to the same belief that you do when you say only the women can address certain other women. I don't necessarily believe in that.
They say they'll fight a girl. They don't care.
Right.
They'll fight a girl.
So wait. This is good. So in the community that you build, right? The men deal with, how does that work? The men deal with men and women, right? They correct me. I don't know why I'm getting this echo.
I think at a certain level, it's nice to have women deal with women, but I think up top, like for example, right? It's my job to protect my woman and my family from everybody. If I'm ever out in public and a woman is trying to fight my woman, I'm gonna say, hey, you can't put your hands on this woman right here. Under no circumstance, y'all not about to fight. Y'all not about to do that, because I'm going to protect her at all costs. So go somewhere else with that.
Shit, I'm like, whoop that trick. Whoop that trick.
My baby,
Yeah, I don't know that we talking the same thing. Like my wife is definitely not ever fighting with anybody in public, right? So I don't know that we're talking the same thing when we talk about women correcting women versus men jumping in to correct women when women are already engaged in the conversation
So
to correct another woman.
Hold on, Rilla. According to your Bible, I know you like to ask me this question all the time. Can men correct women? According to your Bible.
Yes.
Okay.
You're going in and out.
Your mic acting up, yeah.
Yeah. And again, I don't know that y'all brothers,
won't he do it?
I don't know if we having a genuine conversation right now. I don't know where y'all was raised like that. And I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just asking the question. The way I lead is based on how my granddad was he was king of his castle. He directed it and led his house. But guess who corrected the women in my house? For the most part, my grandma did.
Yeah, but we ain't. Are you saying your grandma didn't say nothing to your granddaddy about it? They ain't have no talks about the correction or nothing.
No. Why would I know? I'm a fucking grandchild.
That sounds facetious.
Rilla, who corrected your grandma?
Is that KT?
Yo, that's my point. That's why I'm asking if we having a genuine conversation, brother. Because obviously my granddad would have gave my grandma instruction, because again, I said my granddad was king of his castle. So I'm not saying this is some fantasy world where people just know to do, right?
They're simple. A part of
can't be simple. Can't be simple. Can't be simple. Because it seems like we get off more on correcting these unruly heifers, because y'all done had a whole hour and a half conversation on Cheyenne Bryant and Diva up here. I ain't heard her utter 2 sentences.
No, she did. She said she's a PhD and she wasn't offended at all.
Hey, so Brownsville, Rilla, let me ask you.
Oh, those are the 2 sentences. Shout out to
that. Woo, Diva. This one was for the books. This one was crazy.
Yeah, you put in overtime today.
All right. Hey, shout out to everybody that hit the panel today. Shout out to the chat. Everybody did a very good job. We kept it mature. Very good. Shout out to everybody that hit the panel. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Diva, do you got any final thoughts?
Leave them girls alone and bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me